Buenos días, buenos días.
Hello, how are we?
Yeah, nice.
Oh man, can you do an impression of him?
No.
No?
Hello, how
I,
are we? You know,
yay!
I
Don't catch, don't you sell yourself short.
I think I'm trying to figure out what accents are going to be good for me. I really, really want to come up with a Colombian character. Like I have to somehow find a Colombian accent in me.
Where is Rositas from?
I don't know who Visitas is.
Rositas was this guy. He's a Spanish comedian. Okay, like what Spanish? Like
Like,
Spain?
uh-huh. Oh
Where's
yeah,
Andalusia? Oh,
Andalusia. That
Andalusia, that's Spain. Okay.
that sounds like saying, yeah.
So he's a guy and he can't stop laughing, basically. Right?
What
As he's
when he
telling
talks?
us, yeah, but but his laugh ended up
Yeah.
kind of going viral.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, let me see if I can post it. Rositas. It's so funny. 'Cause it's funny, like he's like missing some teeth, all that stuff. Like it all adds to it.
Yeah,
Um,
that's funny.
Rositas learns how to code. So I took his learns how to code. All right. Let me see you. Why are we talking about that? I forget now.
The guy, the accents, and that he
Oh,
laughs while he tells his jokes.
oh yes, because you were talking about uh yeah, so hold on, let me put it to the top, but I tagged you in it as well.
You know what I thought it was interesting? I think we should like when I mean, yeah, we tagging at the top is cool, but I think we should do the threads on the chat box.
I wish it was more like I wish it was like anything that I tweeted while the space
Yeah,
was open automatically
yeah,
went there,
yeah,
you know?
yeah. Because
S-
this way the way it goes is
The
like you
continuity.
post it. What you
Yeah.
would do is you would post it there in the chat and then throw it into the nest.
Right. All right,
Yeah,
so I did that. Um, well
yeah.
actually, hold on.
I'm gonna try and start doing that.
Yeah, just as a discipline.
Like just because they're fun. Like I don't know if it's I don't know if it's my ego or what, but sometimes I go back and I listen. It's more like I want to hear me speak.
Hmm.
But I think I've gotten much better at speaking that I don't use those what, the I don't know if I've heard myself back and I kind of like have learned how to pause in those spaces as opposed to say a word.
Very difficult.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That has a name. Those 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 words.
Restraint.
No. Yeah, no. Yeah, and like public speaking, I guess they teach you that, how to like control that.
It's if anything, the voice acting class taught me that I should say that I would be more effective by using my voice less.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Well, it's so funny. I know that we were in here. I know I was in here when I started talking about like the peer counseling, like redirecting, I forget the word, man. I think it's called
Hmm.
redirection. Redirecting counseling.
Hmm.
That might be wrong, but yeah, I didn't go into further detail of it because somebody started making a joke, and so it just went on to something else. So I was like, all right, another day. But
Hmm.
it's like the peer counseling and listening, and it's all about listening. Like, um, so it's
I
just
remember
cool that.
I've had moments in my life where people have called me out on it. I
Mhm.
remember I was interrupting someone And he said, the only reason you look into my eyes is to see your own reflection.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, ah, fuck. That hurts.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. When people are just waiting to say and speak and just instead of wait for the moment, like somebody just had to share. Let's digest that. Somebody just, said something, I don't know, interesting about, the world. And like, I guess somehow some people just want to relate to, like, make it relatable, I guess. And then they
Well,
want to always speak about themselves so they can relate to you. I think that's what, but it's
um,
still
I
not
mean,
listening.
on one level, it's narcissism,
Yeah.
right? Right. Um, what is it? A lot of it is insecurity,
Hmm.
right? I know when I used to go on stage and talk, oftentimes I would talk quickly
Yeah.
because I didn't want to be interrupted.
Yeah. Hmm.
Wow. Founder. So, uh, oh yeah. Oh, did you see that video I tagged you in? Because
Oh,
that's
no.
what I was thinking at for you when
uh,
you said what you said.
The accents.
Yeah.
Let
Um.
me go
Uh
see.
huh.
Let's see what it says. My God, it's funny. Mm.
So the reason I mention all this stuff is because before the space started, um, yesterday, Peter brought up this application called UberDuck,
Mhm.
and it allows you to have your text voiced over by like 5,000 voices,
Mm.
and it's all these applications around your voice,
Yeah.
clone your voice, all that kind of stuff. And so I talked to him, super friendly guy. So he's gonna pop in maybe next week.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So, you know,
Hey,
when you
Dan.
talk about like, oh, answer. Sorry, I'm not
Mhm.
looking. Um, if you're a Twitter Spaces host, you gotta check out uberduck.ai. The founder, Zach, is a super friendly guy willing to engage with founders. Who should I CC on this? Um, uh, thanks to its Poitman for uh the find. Oh yeah, Danny Singh. So when I see the Rositas, I see the opportunity for you to kind of get wacky a bit,
Yeah.
and wacky is like
Wacky. Hmm.
where is it?
Wacky's
It
important.
it's so important, right?
I don't know. I wouldn't consider myself wacky. That would be an interesting thing to explore.
Right?
Yeah.
You could
Be
get you could get there. I have the faith in you, Melanie. Melody, you could totally be wacky if you want.
wacky. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Hey, Mello.
Honey,
Um,
you're gonna try wacky? Oh man, it is very freeing. It's really fun. It's like It's kind of cathartic, but at the same time, it's like, have you ever watched like an outstanding performance by somebody like Jim Carrey, where he really just takes it just that extra step into the exaggerated zone that you just go, Jesus Christ, I'd never thought of taking it that far.
Is it weird if I don't put myself on mute? There's a mute button beside this microphone, right? So I can.
I don't know. I don't know if it makes you crazy or not. It's kind of weird. The interface looks different here on Twitter Spaces for sound engagement.
Oh yeah, what's different?
The icon is like the icon for you speaking is not like it's like a waveform, but it's like I don't know. It's not as big. It's like a tiny little
Oh, maybe
arrow.
one
Yeah, it's
sec.
kind of
Let
goes
me
back
try
and forth.
turning this up.
No,
What if I turned up the volume on the microphone?
You sound
Anything
good.
change?
No, it's. I think it's a Twitter
The
change.
Twitter thing.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
their interface. But you actually kind of sound pretty good. So that was the gain that you turned up on the mic?
I turned up the overall volume. Yeah, on the Shure MV7, there's two. It's nice. It's digital, so you just kind of
Right.
slide your
So
thumb over it.
right. So there's probably one volume control that controls your headphone jack, and then the other one
That's
probably
exactly right. Yeah.
controls the gain on the mic.
I'm glad that this is working now. I thought it wouldn't work. I was like, how do I get because I wasn't sure if when I plugged the plug into the bottom of the phone that the audio that you were speaking would come through the phone through the microphone because I have the audio jack plugged not into the phone but into the microphone. So I'm pleasantly surprised that I can plug in my phone to the microphone, plug in headphones into the microphone, and now I can hear you.
Yeah, that's great. What would happen to me when I was on Clubhouse trying to use Club Deck with the iRig setup that I had with the Behringer, all that kind of stuff. Is, just in that little bit of confusion of like, exactly where do I turn this up here? You might lose somebody that you really wanted to keep, and so I ended up rolling it back, keeping it as simple as possible. But, it was also um, the idea was to be able to play music, right, in real time, perhaps some sort of droney, um, something where latency didn't make a difference. But I just ended up having to scrap it because it was just too many, too many flying parts.
I'm just gonna put a picture of the microphone. Now I can hear when I pop my peas. So pop my bees.
Do you you can just get a little pop screen?
Yes. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
now I'm just so my setup is I have the desk, right, with the laptop in front of me, and I put the mic stand on the other side of the desk. Right? So I have the arm that's pulling in right in front of my face.
Right.
So I
And
think
less opportunity to hit it when you're just kind of farting around with stuff in your desktop.
well, I like it because I can position it, like you can probably hear me moving it, but I can position it right in front of my face when I'm talking, right? But I'm speaking into the mic is pointing in a direction, and I'm speaking into the space that it's pointing into. If I were to speak
Right.
directly in it, right, you would hear all the popping of the peas, you
Now,
know?
The pictures that I have on how to set up microphones that I use, they say instead of pointing the mic, that you should have the mic in a perpendicular to the ground kind of situation. But I don't know about this new fancy. I mean, geez, look at those LEDs. That's so cool.
Isn't it so nice? So it's so cool to use because I can be here, and if anyone tells me, "Hey, you're talking too loud," I can just go like, "Well, how does that sound?" Or "How does that sound?"
Right. And see, one of the features
And
of the voice
by the
mic
way,
is its distinctness.
the I didn't realize how important the mute button on the microphone could be, because I could just go mute, come back on.
Yeah, but then you blow your best ideas with the mute button on.
or the ones that would clear the room, which are maybe they're often one and the same.
Well, yeah, sometimes they do jive, like a great Venn diagram.
Okay, I think this tweet is done. So I talked to the guy from UberDuck, the founder. He gave me a call. I signed up and he just gave me a call. Right?
Wow.
And I was surprised.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't find the number when I did the reverse lookup, and then I got the email saying, "Hey, I tried to call you a couple times." I'm like, "Oh shit, let me call you back." And so I told him everything we're doing with the voice acting and this and that, and he was like, "Yeah, I have a number of things that we could do." So he's traveling this week, but he's going to come on the show next week.
Wow. Hey, that's a
Yeah.
great conversion.
It's crazy, right?
I really like that. That's fantastic.
Intimidate you.
You're gonna put the reverb on there. You're gonna blast us with some Darth Vader-ish cave monster,
Right.
and then add a little bit of Dennis Hopper's mother in there to really gross us out.
I love Dennis Hopper. He's like the unsung Anthony Hopkins.
Well, Dennis Hopper used to live here in Taos.
Shut up.
Oh, yeah. And it was so funny. He came here like in the late 60s because of the artists that were here and stuff. And then he there were communes, but he couldn't get the local commune to allow him to film Easy Rider at the commune. So they ended up having to build that in California. But the scenes where, in Easy Rider, where their characters meet Jack Nicholson's character, the jail there. That's in our old Taos County courthouse. I got all kinds of great stories about people were offering to hand Dennis Hopper his ass many times because this was a pretty Orthodox Catholic area until he showed up. And he rented this big house and he was doing acid all the time, shooting guns off the roof. He ended up coming here and hanging out even in later in life, and in fact, he's buried here in one of the Camposantos.
It's funny because Mel was shocked by the human Camposantos that are coming out. Hey, Mel?
Right. Did you see that part, Melba?
See,
No,
this is why
this.
this is why you need the wacky voice so you can talk about stuff like this.
Oh shit. Yeah. No, what is it? What is it?
There's a company. Well, there's a bill that's being put up. I don't know if it's already been approved or not, but the company is now in existence, and it's turns your body into composted mulch or soil, as opposed to just burning, incineration, and ashes.
Right, right.
Mhm.
Sort of like a Humi, a Lumi for, or a Luma for
Yep,
humans.
yep. And so you can actually plant that tree if you want, or the garden, because normally people are like, "Oh yeah, I'll put the ashes at the tree," but that doesn't fertilize. So
Yeah, it's a whole thing, and it's weird, and different cultures collide because Native Americans really have taboo about being around the
That
dead. And so something that, like I might be in favor of, I mean, yeah, it sounds like a good idea. It sounds a little romantic, but,
mm, it does.
it sounds actually kind of silly. But I wouldn't mind being buried on my property if I could.
Mm, mm,
Now, the Taos Pueblo natives bury their people all in the same place. And it's kind of like well, you're just getting buried on top of people. And I guess they've loosened that up. If you want to get buried as a traditional native, you would have to have gotten buried in this one, basically a camposanto. And it's in the shadow of this church that was shelled by the U.S. government. There's just, layers of stuff about it. But, home ownership was kind of a concept that Rick was having problems with. Now, of course, he's really in favor of it. But, that's where he's supposed to be buried. But I don't know if they're actually going to bury him there or whether he will allow himself to be cremated. And of course, he wouldn't be wanting me to touch the ashes um, because of
mm,
the taboo. I mean, it's even like a thing with organ transplants that have just recently kind of been relaxed a little bit.
mm,
Because it has to do with the power, of our individual kind of DNA and our vibe and
mhm,
you know, like he'll chide me if I clip my fingernails just in the general area, you
mm,
know, of the trash can. He goes, "Oh, no wonder the ghosts are bothering you," you know,
mm,
just comments like that. So,
mhm,
and it for me, it's kind of understandable because of the way I feel about so-called paranormal activity and our exposure to um, I guess you would call it parts of the matrix. Some people are susceptible. So you have, the psychometrics of somebody's, say, fingernail or whatever.
mm,
It would make
mhm,
it easier for you to kind of tap in if that's what you were wanting to do. Personally, no.
mm.
But what are you? Can I ask what you would do? What you want to do with yourself when your body when your meat case is done? I always like to ask.
Me personally, um,
Yeah.
mhm, I don't know. I go through different phases. Most of the people, as well, a lot of people in my family have been, what is that word? Cremated.
Cremated, yep.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So
My background is Indian. Same thing.
I kind of feel that it's just I don't know. It's a weird thing because like people think you put someone in a tomb and you go visit the tomb and you can visit the remains and you can have the connection. There are some cultures that even they go in escavar. I can't say it. Escavar. Uh, escavalgate. I don't know. I can't say it in
Yeah,
English,
yeah,
but
that's right. Yep.
and so the remains and actually dine with them, celebrate them. They fix their carcass, it's like an embalming that happens and they every like 3 years they celebrate with their dead one's remains. And then there's other cultures that are like, they'll send off, you know, it used to be that they'd send them off into the ocean or so I don't know. In my family, I think with the religion and being the fact that when your when your meat body is dead, then there is no more you. There's a it ceases to exist, or like there's no reincarnation with the religion that I grew up in. That people feel no need to keep remains. They're like, oh, let's just, burn it. And that's it. They're gone anyway. Make them powder. So I like the traditional thought of going back to the earth, like my carcass being part of the earth. Like I kind of think that composting is an interesting idea because I think of like how infertile the soil is right now. So it's like a nice idea to turn tombs into fertile, what could be fertile. But I don't know. I toggle between the ideas. But if I were to be buried like in a cemetery, I would not have visitors. Like my family wouldn't do that. They don't do that. So
Right.
I wonder.
Yeah. Um, I don't know. I mean, there's a part of me that kind of gets a little wrapped up in the idea of writing my own obit, which is, something in journalism they suggest you do so that nobody else does it for you. Um, but, I don't know if I'm going to give a fuck, really. To be honest. Um, I mean, I don't want to leave a mess because I've cleaned up messes, from people who've left, and I've also, dealt with the oh, stuff about the remains and the fights and all this kind of stuff. It's interesting that here in Taos Pueblo they have a um, like a 5-day ritual where everybody in the family comes and sits with the body
Yeah.
and they work out their shit, man, because you got to work out your shit when you're
Hmm.
packed in there with the family that you haven't, say, spoken with, or, you
Right.
know, all that kind of stuff. You got to work through that stuff. And it forces you to deal with stuff
Right.
that, I would
I
have to.
never I never understood the purpose of these rituals that we would have, but like with Hindus, you'll do like a 1 day, a 3 day, a 7 day, a 13 day, a 6 months, a 1 year, and it's like it's actually forcing the family to get back together.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, we eat food and all that stuff, but like you realize, oh, it's like sometimes, especially like when matriarchs die, the
Exactly. I was
family
just
stops
going to say
talking.
that
There's
one
no, yeah,
person. And so yeah, my sister-in-law tried to fill that void and to force people to come together, and it did not work, and the family has fractioned off after decades and even longer. I mean, we're talking hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years because these natives, were never driven off their land, right? So the rituals that are beyond the strictures of Catholicism have been observed there for at least a couple of thousands of years. So it's it's interesting. I watched Debbie try to even sort of institute some of those older traditions, some of the ones that are beyond the Spanish conquest and the Catholic conquest. But it's interesting to watch how family members duke it out, right? And then how people that are outside of the family interact, and they come out of there changed. And one of the things that happens is they're not allowed to bathe during that 5 days. And after they go and put the body in the ground in the cemetery, and everybody gets brushed off so that they don't carry any of the spirits the other hungry spirits that are hanging out over there. They bathe themselves in the river, so that all that accumulation, all of that
Mhm.
stress, and the relationship with the deceased, the relationship with their family members because of the deceased, and all that stuff gets washed away ostensibly.
Mm.
I mean, I think that that is just so wonderful and woven into our nature, as opposed to the whole wake, the wailing, and then the family fights and all this kind of stuff, and the calling of the person's name. One other interesting deal was, after these 5 days, for a period of time, you're not supposed to mention anybody's name that has died, because you'll call them back.
Hmm.
So you refer to them as this person or that person, or it's clear who you're talking about, but you don't call their name during that really um, kind of a critical time, you know. Because I know, um, like, say, my friends whose spouses have died or children have died, or some family member that's really close to them, man, they're saying that name again and again and again and again, and yeah, that's going to create some ghosts, I would think.
Wow.
Hey Manish, what's going on? Sorry. Hello, how are we? Sorry, I'm on my phone now, not on the microphone. The thing is, one of the things you don't realize about plugging in the microphone into your phone. So now you have a microphone and Twitter Spaces both depleting your battery.
Yeah,
Hey,
and I mean, how much better do you sound, really?
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like a novelty, right? At this point,
Well, it's
but
fun to be able to have all those dials and all those controls,
yeah,
be able to fiddle it in. But when it really comes down to it, uh,
I think I would do it like, for example, if a founder came in the room and I wanted to really have a high quality recording, then I would slap it in, right? Be like, oh, okay, this, we're not just hanging out. I actually want to create some content here that I have a specific purpose for. Okay. But I mean, so imagine we have the ability to take the recordings, isolate the recordings, and use those recordings to clone your voice, right? Okay, so we have that. Um, the other part of it is, I was talking to fucking what's his name, Web3, about Replicas API. So if we have this voice cloning API on over here, and then we have this replica AI over there, you mash those two together, and now I have another version of all of us.
so you can be omnipresent in multiple spaces
Well,
at the same time.
they actually call the product UberDuck. So UberDuck is endeavoring to be the voice bot that was based on you that you can deploy into a Twitter space. So I talked to the founder this morning, and so he's going to come on the show next week. Should be interesting.
This could be very handy for stealing the sales. You think?
Well, imagine that. I'll give an example. Imagine that there are racists out there, and racists don't like Indian people. And so when they hear your voice, maybe they don't, you know, they don't engage with the content. But if you gave them the option to have the script or a transcript read by another voice, maybe they interact. Maybe by changing the person reading the script, you transform the product. Like, I'm just
like,
thinking out loud at this point. You know what I mean?
yeah, but I understand what you're talking about. The driving helper what do you call them?
Yeah, Jim Brewer had this idea for the Joe Pesci GPS, where
Right,
it's just Joe
right, right.
Pesci yelling at you for turning the wrong way.
Right. So, GPS doesn't work where I live, or it does now because things are have resolved and a little more accurate in the area. But, generally directions are turn left at the cow and, that kind of thing. But when I was visiting the city, my friend engaged the GPS and I could see, oh, this is absolutely fabulous. Yet he had the default accent was this British woman, and I'm telling you, she pissed me off, and I'm like, Dan, you're going to have to find a different voice here, or I'm going to be absolutely climbing up the wall here.
Mhm. But
And,
imagine
it was
using the
just
voice.
it was just based on my personal experiences with this person within my field of whatever, who would say things, well, be that as it may, and that would trigger me. and so and so then when this, just giving me directions, nothing personal, it would piss me off.
Talking about personal, I wonder if this voice AI, Uber Duck, right? If it could clone the person's voice, and this, imagine the sales bot is talking in the customer's voice, meaning that if you're selling to a person and the bot actually speaks in the voice of the person you're selling to, is it?
So it's like extreme mirroring.
Oh man,
Yeah,
there's some
but
nefarious uses for that.
but
Holy
I
hell.
was I was wondering if given a person, they would love to hear their own voice or they would get irritated by their own voice. It's like their own voice is speaking to them. Would 80% of people like to hear their own voice, or what?
No,
I
but
Yeah, I
mean,
think
think of the
I think most
nefarious things you
people.
could do with that. Just one sec. Think about this. The nefarious things you could do with that in the Web3 space, our level of that are
It's
shocking.
crazy. It's crazy.
Holy crap, would I have some fun with that?
You can have your favorite teacher speak all your lectures. You could have Morgan Freeman be like, "Welcome to calculus," or whatever it is.
Oh no, Christopher Walken would be my voice.
Yes, Christopher Walken on all of the things, and it would be like Christopher Walken and Nicolas Cage and everything, right?
I'll take Peter Gabriel.
Oh, that would be.
Oh my god, you could actually get a space with everybody using someone else's voice and
Yeah.
then record that, and that would be amazing. Oh, so do you guys want to hear a funny story about that? I actually got in trouble for this at the airport. I actually used one of those voice synths where you push the voice for Christopher Walken and Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I decided to talk on the radio that is monitored by the ops department at the airport as Arnold Schwarzenegger for a day. So, and I was like, whenever someone was saying something, I'd be like, "Get to the chopper." And
I'm confused. So
the,
Oh God.
where was the voice amplified?
okay, it's not amplified. There's these soundboards, right? You could get go online and find a soundboard for like movies, and I
Okay.
went to Arnold Schwarzenegger's, and I was using Arnold Schwarzenegger quotes instead of talking on the radio.
Oh, you were on the radio.
Yeah, I was on the radio. So, and this is on airport radio, so it's a monitored channel. So the security monitors it, and also the ops monitors it. And so this guy kept on asking me, and is like, I'm like, he goes, "Are you gonna be available? Are you gonna come over to gate 7?" And I was like, "I'll be right back." It was awesome. And then the guy is an older gentleman, so he's like 65 and he or 67, and he's like, "What was that all about?" He goes, "Are you playing on the radio?" And he lost his mind. It was awesome. And I just kept playing the soundboard over and over again. And then my brother and I work together, so we're like partners in crime. So, and I work with my nephews, so they heard it on the radio too, and they were just everybody was losing their shit. But this guy just lost his shit, got really mad at us, and he said, "Never do that again." He goes, "I'll call ops and get you guys in trouble." And the funny thing is it's such a serious thing not to do. Like you're not supposed to play around because if you do something that causes issues, like every issue you cause is like a $15,000 fine. So I was worried that I risked it because I thought it was too
Yeah.
funny for the
And
joke.
this is why you have to be licensed to be, say, a ham operator, because you can get on there and cause some serious problems, even though it is funny. I mean, what you described was absolutely hilarious. It is absolutely no, because I mean,
Well,
just listening
let
to
me
the news,
clarify.
the
Let me clarify one thing, okay? I'm not on the channel that's controlling planes. I'm not on the air ground channel. What I'm on is the SkyCap channel, which is we people that do luggage and wheelchairs and stuff like
oh
that.
well, okay.
So I'm not causing problems. What I'm doing is driving our dispatcher crazy.
Oh God.
So yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah,
However,
but I mean, if Arnold Schwarzenegger does show up and starts barking commands into the channel, I'm thinking that the shit's about to get real.
I said the thing is that I could get in trouble with is ops listens to all the different channels of communication, and then they might not know what's going on, and then they might sanction me. But well, they would have to find me first. They have to, like because there's 17 or 20 radios. But what we do is we actually there's numbers on the radios, but we all change our numbers on the sign up sheet, so no one really knows who has what radio.
Yeah, but I'm gonna say, kid, that you are gonna pop up as like a number one suspect.
Like, what? I'm not a
Just
kid.
saying.
I'm not a kid. I'm probably old. I'm 52. I just enjoy life.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I still got you. But but the thing is that there's some people who they just kind of seem like pranksters, and you have that energy.
I have that. So, do you guys want to hear a joke?
Maybe a prank that you pulled off sometime that you are proud of.
Oh my god, I have all kinds of pranks. That I got a prank played on me. Do you guys want to hear the best prank played on someone ever? Um, I got this is better. This is actually funnier that it got played on me because I was a prankster. So I got this played on me. So I was working in a very, very affluent hotel in Kennebunkport, Maine. And I had things that you shouldn't have on yourself that say a dog that was a police dog would bark and alert on you. So I was working as a waiter and my manager calls me up. He's like, "Hey, I need you to do a coffee service." I lived at the hotel. So he's like, "You got to do a coffee service like right now." And I'm like, dude, I'm sleeping. He's like, you're not asleep, and I can talk. I'm talking to you right now. You're awake. And I was like, yeah, but I'm not. I'm not dressed. He's like, I don't care. He's like, you're coming to do a coffee service. Just throw your shit on and come and do a coffee service. And he's like, so freaking adamant that I come do this coffee service. I'm like, dude, you can do the coffee service. He's like, no, you're coming right now. I'm the boss. You're the employee. You're coming and doing the coffee service. So I get up and I go to the coffee service. I had like 20 minutes to get there. And he's like, I get there and it's just the weirdest thing. He's like, yeah, it's at the far end of the hall. And he's just laughing and laughing. And I can't figure out what's laughing about. And he's laughing. He thinks it's the funniest thing in the world. Like he is his face, he's half black. So um he didn't like blush very much, but his whole face was red with laughter. Like he was just so freaking happy and I could see he's proud of himself. So I'm like, I know I'm going into a trap. Like that guy on Star Wars, like it's a trap. I know it's a trap, but I just don't want to know what's going on. So I go and get the coffee service, and I walk down, and um, I'm trying to think how I can say this because it's recorded. Let's say I had a business where I sold things that some people would consider um, not as illegal as other people would consider. We'll call it that way. And these were, let's say, things that could alter your mood. We'll go with that. Okay. So I ended up walking, and I had these things on me pretty much all the time. So I was actually walking down the hallway, and I had my coffee tray and everything. I get into the room, and it's a function for the state troopers. They're releasing a new car. There's 80 state troopers in there. There's 4 drug dogs. And as I walk into the room, the dogs start barking. The 2 handlers are like, "Oh, they just do that. Don't worry about it." I bring the coffee back to the back of the room, going by almost 100 police officers. Sweat is pouring out of my body. I am I am so scared that I can't, if anybody said anything to me to ask me a question, I don't know what would happen. I bring the coffee, I put it down, and I start bringing it back out of the room. And I'm just thinking every second that I'm going to be stopped and asked about why I'm, well, just, accosted or whatever. And then I get out of the room and I start walking down the hallway, and I can hear my manager laughing hysterically out loud. And I get to his room, to his office, and this is way down the hall. And he has laughed so hard that he has fallen back in his chair and he's on the ground laughing. And he thought that was the funniest thing ever. And I would say that is an awesome prank.
You had your heart in your mouth, right? I mean,
God,
you're going into that room. It was like the very thought of you going into the room would have made your manager laugh like hell. I mean, you could imagine how your state would be.
he has a sick sense of humor, is what he has.
So are we talking? Have you ever seen MASH, the show MASH?
Oh, absolutely.
So are we talking like MASH level pranking?
Oh,
Or
yeah.
Oh, great. Okay. I'm sorry that happened to you.
No, I laugh out about it now.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I could have gone to jail for shit, just quite a bit of time. So I was terrified.
Oh, no. Oh, man. Everybody
Well,
watch
that's
out for his boss.
education of a misspent youth. That's all. I was like, that was my last day. I was like, okay, I'm gonna change my thing, and I'm gonna start a new chapter in my life.
Oh, so it was like a 2-level prank, to get you to change your behavior and to scare the piss out of you and a good laugh. So I guess that's 3.
It was genius, man. He really thought about it because I wasn't even supposed to be working that day. He really was like, oh, this is a great opportunity.
The best pranks that have been played on me or that I've played have been so situational and so personal to the prankee and the pranker that they don't really translate. Yet, hilarity ensues. It's wonderful, and if you're part of, say, a group where sort of tribal pranking can occur, then you have this shared memory that you can invoke with just a word. It's a wonderful bonding tool.
Oh, yeah. As long as, like I'm oblivious. So I'm sure people like do things to me a lot, and a lot of them soar over my head. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, they are. They are. I've played a few pranks over the years, and You know, they can be fun. They can be fun and team building. You know, my friend sent me a bunch of AI pictures of me through, what did they use? It was oh, it was one of the programs that, oh, I guess it was Wombo. I don't know, but they looked horrible. Like it looked like my face was melting, or like I looked like the lady in, what are the little yellow guys called? You know what I mean? Like they're,
Minions.
I can never
Minions?
remember them. I looked like a there's a lady with brown hair and glasses in that movie, and the AI interpreted a Van Gogh to look like that, but also look like me. It was really weird, and I just laughed my ass off. I thought I never saw myself look so horribly funny. I mean, to me, it was just hilarious. Um, but I think they intended it more as a poke. But I just loved it. I thought it was so funny. I'm like, oh my god, look what it did. This is hilarious. But everybody sees things differently. You know.
I know, I took a black and white photograph of me that was, kind of one of those melancholic old lady in the mirror kind of things. I mean, I didn't look bad, but, I mean, I definitely had flyaway white hair. And I fed it into the AI, and it was interesting. It went both ways with it. It melted me, turned me into old mummy lady with, the dissolving jaw, which is kind of typical for AI. In this batch, I think I got like 16 back, but some of them actually interpreted my face into a younger version of itself. It's like it kind of picked up on the eyelashes and the cheekbones and disregarded the vertical wrinkles, around the mouth. And so, those are the visual signs of, disintegration, and that's one of the reasons why we don't like them. But the AI is so dispassionate. It's wonderful.
Hey, I have some cool stuff happening. Um, and I was hoping that maybe we could talk a little later. I have tomorrow. I have Wolf Finance. I'm doing a show at Wolf Finance at 1 o'clock EST, and then Sunday I'm doing the European Bored Apes at friggin' 6 a.m. Um,
Oh
and
wow.
I'm gonna be doing threads, but I wanted to show you what I have, and then maybe we could help me a little bit with like I want to bounce some ideas off you and see what you think.
Yeah, absolutely. My challenge is trying to manage everything. I'm realizing that there's a lot of worthwhile opportunities out there, but at the end of the day, like in my world, I'm staring at, getting a few things out the door. And so my challenge right now is I'm kind of running out of brain space to consider things with the brain that it's needed to do it. You know what I mean? I almost feel
Well,
like, well,
well, let
I
me
almost,
throw something out there.
so,
Let me throw
so,
something out there
so one
first.
sec. So imagine that this isn't a DAO, but imagine the syndicate was a DAO, right? And the ways that DAOs work is they're pitched projects, and people in the DAO can decide if they're funded. The interesting thing here is that oftentimes, because we have a talented group, we don't have to necessarily fund things because we have the right expertise. You know what I mean? So I think that if there was a way for you to kind of pitch the syndicate, then I can put it as a document into the group and people can vote on it. And if they swarm vote on it, then we can decide either to go forward with it or maybe massage it into a use case that's closer to their heart.
Well, I was thinking personally, my
So
company, right?
imagine,
So
you're pitching the DAO right now. So
no,
and then
I'm
I'm going to
pitching
clip this
you.
and send it. Yeah.
I'm pitching you because I
Uh
need a
huh.
CTO.
Oh shit! What do you need the
I need a
CTO to do?
CTO. That's why I wanted to talk to you about it. I need a CTO. I don't have a CTO. I
What?
have a CMO. I have a CEO. I have a COO, but I don't have a CTO.
You
So
want
I wanted to talk to you about that in the near
Oh,
future.
okay. Yeah. Okay, so let me think then. Um, what are there are things that people are responsible for, accountable for, consulted for, and informed on. So, what would the accountabilities of the CTO be?
Um, Looking for the new tech that's going to be like working with CryptoSwarm, right? And the evolution of CryptoSwarm in the Web3 space. So it would be developing, really training, as well as how we're going to change in the future. Like, right? I've explained to you that we're going to do, my company is Genius Collective. And just to let you know that we've already been offered 2 CMO positions in other companies, like as a firm, like to handle marketing in other companies, but not just like I'm looking for technology, like the idea of like what we can do in the future with Genius Collective when we have access to Swarm technology.
Right. So, you're thinking that imagine a world, this is kind of like singularity university thinking. So, in a world where this functionality is now laid bare, how might we develop the business models before it exists and the
Yeah,
revenue models
exactly.
before it exists?
Well, one of the ones I want to do is make a think tank and make a think tank with people and then come up with a way to market that. But I would essentially, we could just answer questions and get paid to answer questions. With like 100 people in a think tank using Swarm technology, I think a lot of people would want that insight, and I know for a fact that they already do because companies have already asked to bounce their ideas off of the CryptoSwarm hive mind as it grows, including we've already got 2 hedge funds that are super interested in it.
So do you think one CTO would suffice, or you need swarm of a CTO?
I don't know. That's the thing. Like the ability to have a Swarm CTO is pretty intriguing.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, how can you put the whole responsibility, accountability of the technology evolution on one person, right? I mean, that's where I'm coming from.
You you can put accountability on a team as acting as one. It's still a singularity. If you use if you're swarming a CTO, it would come to a singularity. Like that's what I think anyway.
Yeah, yeah. But one mind, I mean, multiple minds would be better than one, is what my thought was. But yeah, like CTO as a service provided by a swarm.
I like the sound of that. But there has to be somebody that can know enough about the tech to impress everybody and kind of. Oh no, your phone died. Uh-oh.
Get 0% and then add back. Crypto, I didn't hear the last, I didn't hear the answer. I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, I'm actually doing my honey to-do list and doing this at the same time.
Right.
And dude, my honey to-do list looks like the national deficit at this point. Um, I was saying that a CTO, right? A CTO swarm would essentially come to a singularity with a singular goal and a singular solution. At the same time, as a group, they could absolutely be responsible. And I'll give you an example. When you're in high school, you get group projects, and the group is responsible. The group, gets the A or the
I
or
have
the A or the B.
so for example, like I have a bunch of startups around me, right? That often get together to do scientific things. So for example, the thermoelectric power generation company that's doing novel material synthesis for electrification, right? Invariably, they're hiring who? Physicists, chemistry PhDs, you name it. But I ask myself, how might we improve their collaboration with the use of swarm technology? That would be one of the questions I have. You know what I mean? Like I see the use cases all over the place. So I guess you're looking to hire a CTO that can make
Yeah.
those things possible, or what?
Yeah, I am looking to that. I'm when I do my mint, I will be hiring a CTO, which is in 10 days. 10 days.
Nice. Have you shortlisted people, or are you still taking
I haven't
candidates?
even talked. You're the only person I have talked to, and I don't really
Right.
have a list. So.
All right. So let me add Web3. You there?
Yes.
Have you ever done CTO as a service, or do you know folks that could do that? Because you're the smartest person with code and technology that I know personally at this point.
I know a few.
So crypto, make sure you connect with Web3. He doesn't say much because he's the smartest person in the room. And so like when it comes to technology, I usually ask him because he's hands-on with code.
Well, I think what we'll do is, because once I do the mint, I'll have access to the swarm that I can do. Like I could probably get it now, but I can get it right after. And then we could maybe do some swarms in the syndicate and just kind of play around with it and see how, like, what we can come up with.
Yeah, like I used to do this with software teams where I would literally like engineer them into a flow state so I could get them to do this thing where I would run them through a ritual of information gathering. What is your desired end state? What are the rewards? How might we fail? How have others succeeded? How might we succeed? And then go for a walk and go into the pool and do a few laps, get something to eat, go into the park, breathe in some tree, oxygen. And invariably we would come back and they would have the idea. Invariably, the swarm is only as good as the members, but because I work with so many organizations, it would be interesting to say, okay, what is your desired end state? Whether it's the price of Bitcoin, the price of Ethereum after it merges, or you know how like in the military they do like a course of action development, and that's all about like if you have this objective or desired end state, what you're asking the general to do is to develop 2 or more divergent courses of action that they then war game and then vote on with their money. So I see this whole, like, it could be triaging, right? It could be a lot of things. So yeah, I've always kind of seen the promise of it. And again, I think people are intimidated by the idea of AI, but when they understand that crypto swarm is really about merging human and AI intelligence, I think that's going to get them really interested.
Yeah, I agree. I just think that I can't, like, as soon as we have it, we can start playing around with things. Like, I want to try some really fun things. Like, I definitely want to play a chess game against like 40 people and do a hive mind like that and see how that happens. Like, what happens with that, and different things. And then we can, take it from there. And I just,
So
I know you've looked at, sorry.
no, I think that would be really. Have you recorded any of these chess games? Like the video, I think would be
No,
crazy.
we haven't done it yet.
It's,
We haven't done it yet.
dude,
This is
it would be so
like,
fun.
I don't think the unanimous group has tapped the ability, like what this can be, tapped it even remotely.
Yeah, they've developed
From
the
what
technology.
they
Now
do.
it's time to turn it into products for niches.
What about that chess scandal? I mean, to me, that sounds kind of fishy. The guy that they're saying allegedly is cheating electronically somehow. They don't say how.
Yeah, they call it mechanical doping.
Yeah, they do actually say how.
Oh, they
They
did?
have, yeah, they kind of said that there's some kind of like a device that's very similar to how people cheat in poker and do collusion, and it would be something that goes in his shoe, and he would be able to. They're watching the game, and then they show what move it is by making a like a thing move on his foot, like, and that's what they're saying is how he's doing it, if he's doing it.
Oh, wow. That guy got up and left. I was like, there you go. That never happened before, I don't think, in chess. Anyway.
Well, we often say that right now, like the biggest thing in board games has been AlphaGo Zero. The fact that you had an AI, which was completely digital, beat the best Go player in the world. But what if you could outcompete AlphaGo Zero by a hybrid of AI and humans? That would be interesting.
Yeah, I had to wonder if maybe dude stole a Neuralink and had it implanted or something crazy.
Well, I mean, Neuralink
Yeah, I
would
would say
be.
that would be an amazing thing. I think there's a lot of things. Like, I thought of education. I think Swarm could actually change education, and they're not even tapping into it even remotely. Which I don't even talk to them about it because I'd rather just do the research myself on it and check it out. Like, and this is an example of education that Swarm would change. If you had 20 people that were skilled poker players, and then they watched a video and of poker play, and then they swarmed each hand to what they would do in that hand, and they would, there's not that many options, so that would be something that can be done, and that could be a video that would teach people how to play poker better after, because you would have the answers of like what a group of people would do in this situation. And because learning to play poker is super expensive, because the way you learn is you suck at it, and then you pay every person that you play with to teach you how to play poker for a very long time. So if there's a way to do it that's quicker, other than like reading a book, because that really doesn't work, I think this might be a way that would work better.
It's worth proving out the thesis or testing the thesis. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. Hypothesis for sure.
Yeah. But honestly, like I'm telling you, like for the thermoelectric power generation, totally interested in seeing what would happen if physicists swarm with chemistry, because like, when you're doing this work, you need like an electrician, a physicist, a chemist, like a tech. You know what I mean? Like you need all of these like really disparate. Like, have you ever seen a Google Venture Design Sprint? So gv.com/sprint is their process for bringing together disparate parts of the organization so that they can create a usable prototype to solve a piece of the problem in their ecosystem. So,
hey, on another totally unrelated thing, if you ever decide to do mushrooms, realize that anybody that tells you that it's easy to do is lying out their ass. Is probably I'm cleaning up my mushroom room that was my failed mushroom experiment, and all I have is probably hours of cleaning of this massive mushroom experiment. Don't do it. It was a public service announcement.
Alrighty then. I wasn't planning on doing that, but now I'll rethink it. Yeah. Thanks for the warning.
Wait, what?
Don't grow your own shrooms. It's messy. And you won't get anything, according to Crypto Swarm down there.
So Mel, you going to do the wacky voice? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I'll give it a go. Not right now. I have to hear myself first. I don't even know what it sounds like.
It's
Today's Wednesday, though. Today's Wednesday.
Mhm.
Fuck.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Like, Manish, have you ever met Crypto before? Crypto Swarm?
No, I heard him last time. I think a
Okay.
couple of times on the
So,
spaces itself.
so, so here's the interesting thing with Crypto Swarm and Unanimous AI. Let me just go. I can always look it up by typing shallow dive. And then, so I'm putting some details about the success of humans and artificial intelligence coming together to make predictions about the future. So, for example, Swarm AI was able to correctly predict the Kentucky Derby at 540 to 1 odds. They were able to predict the winners of the Oscars better. And it's not just using AI, it's using the confluence and intersection of humans with data at the same time, not just one or the other. And so Crypto Swarm brought up the fact that they're looking for a CTO. And Manish has a company that endeavors to be outcome driven as technologists. So for sure, you guys should speak as well.
I would love to.
Absolutely, I'm down.
We're just chilling. Or people are working anyway, maybe.
You know,
No,
I'm
I
like
was-
the villain or the mentor or the hero or the
I was
sidekick.
I was actually looking at the 62-year-old. You saw that? I think it was the 62-year-old with the 25-year-old trying to have a child.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I saw that headline, but I'm thinking, is that? I mean, I guess there's other ways, but
I guess we're about to find out.
holy
Wait,
moly.
wait. A 60-year-old man or a 60-year-old woman?
That's the thing that makes it interesting. It's a grandma who's 62 and her 25-year-old. I'm reading the title. Grandma 62 and her 25-year-old toy boy husband defy their critics as they celebrate their first wedding anniversary and open up about their attempts to conceive their first child.
So she hasn't hit menopause yet.
She
Isn't
hasn't.
that
Well,
like a
I don't know. I haven't read anything else.
what's it, an Octarian pregnancy instead of a geriatric one? What do you call that one?
That is a geriatric pregnancy.
Yeah, that's pretty close to it. I mean, 62
Look,
harmony.
It sounds like a stunt to me.
Anything over 35 is considered geriatric in medicine.
Right. It's called
you're not wrong about that.
elderly.
Yeah, it's really dark, actually.
Yeah.
Mm.
Because males
Geriatric.
also experience the exact same degradation in their genetics. They just don't want to talk about it. So even a 62-year-old man and
Yes.
a 25-year-old girl will have the exact same genetic disposition as a 62-year-old
Yes.
woman and a 25-year-old man.
Wow.
Yeah,
So
even though he can get her pregnant, his sperm is whack.
Right. Yeah. Because the telomeres start shortening right about age 26 or 27.
we don't bat an eye when it's a 25-year-old woman.
I just never heard that as a diss on a rap stage. It'd be like, yo, your sperm is fucking useless. Like, you never hear that, Ron.
Because they don't talk about men not being able to sperm their sperm.
Uh-oh.
But look at your telomeres, son. You're over 35. You know, like, I would love to hear a diss track like that.
How dare you bring up telomeres?
Well, you've got them, and they're degrading. So what you gonna do about it?
Exactly.
Nothing.
We need to see.
Nothing.
Here's the crazy thing about.
Nada.
Crazy thing about the Uber Duck. It has a rap feature. So if you go to uberduck.ai, you'll see Eminem singing a commercial for a video. Uberduck.ai. Scary
Fucking
shit.
weird
They
sentence.
took
You just said
Eminem's voice, cloned it, and made it read a sales script.
fucking weird.
Crazy.
I don't know. I think I still want Christopher Walken.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. What is that, Uber Duck? Like, could I make
Yeah.
my pitch as Christopher Walken?
Yes, that's the whole thing. So let me put to the top. www.uber. Peter showed me this. Oh, damn. I typed in Uber fuck because the F is beside the D.
Yeah, you're gonna find some cool stuff there.
Yeah. But we don't
Yeah.
have time for that right now.
Yeah. So I put it to the top. Uberduck.ai. Let me just make sure it works. Yeah. Uberduck.ai.
In
There.
my cleanings, I just found it a Commodore 64.
Nice. Well, Amazon
Oh yeah.
or eBay, I guess, depending on what
They're
Council says.
They're going for like $400.
eBay's your best bet for vintage electronics.
Right on.
These things have gone from the ubiquitous door stops to, really valuable things. Actually, I wish I'd have kept the Lisa that I had because it had some cool games on there that would be just cool as a paperweight. I don't know, big paperweight.
I liked Ultima, and that was on Commodore 64, and I would still play that. That game was awesome.
I remember in the beginning of Ultima 3, they would have you choose between these tarot cards. What do you value more? Compassion or justice? What do you value more? And it would like have you play this card game where it's constantly bubble sorting your values to see what do you value more? Do you value health or wisdom, or intelligence or harmony? Yeah, bubble sorting through your values. It's an interesting experiment. But yeah, it'd be interesting how to kind of take that forward. But between Web3 and Manish and the other people here, when I think about like a CTO, I also think about a swarm, because a CTO is only as good as the people around that person, right? And oftentimes you're not really hiring the CTO, you're hiring access to the people around them, which is often more powerful, right? Because if the product does well, you're going to have to hire a developer. And sometimes hiring a developer is the hardest thing and the reasons that companies fail. But if your CTO already has people he trusts, there's a lot of very high-powered apps that have iOS teams of 6 people.
Yeah, I mean, Unanimous, I think, only had like 7 employees before they started.
Exactly, right? It's not how people can help; it's how they can fuck it up at that point.
Yeah, I was in a company that had a shitload of managers and stuff like that, and it all just messed everything up. Like we ended up paring down to a what is it? I can't remember the name what they call it, but we only had we had the owner, me, and maybe we had like 5 people underneath me, but then everybody else was no longer a manager.
Yeah, I prescribe to the Jeff Bezos, make sure the teams are no larger than 2 pizzas can feed. That's as best
Yeah,
as I
we
can
just
do.
stopped doing the team. Yeah, there's the team way at like what I ran was an international call center. We were in like 37 countries, and there was a point where we realized we had to make systems so that they could manage their own teams, but not have them be management because
Yeah, they call them workforce analysts in Canada, where you have these people whose only job is to look and manage and cultivate a good customer service call center. It's a huge industry.
Yeah, that's what we did. We our big people were Pakistan and India, and it was pretty funny because the idea of trying to get a Pakistani to do a deal with an Indian because we had to do this cross-platform stuff.
Oh, that's the most. Were you able to do it? I haven't been able to do it.
No, I'll tell you a story. We got on the phone with these people, and what it was we had set up the Pakistanis as the tech guys. So the Pakistanis were the guys that set up the system, right? And we outsourced that, and it worked out great, except for when we tried to have them set up an Indian call center. So we got the Pakistani and the Indian on the call, and we're talking, and everything sounds great, and everybody's kissing each other's ass like it should be, and everybody's loving it. It's a big love fest. And then as soon as the phone hangs up, I'm telling my fiance that it's not going to work. She's like, "Oh, it's great." I'm like, "No, you can obviously sell that there's something going on here." She's like, "No, look, they both agreed." I was like, "Yep." I go, "What do you got? A Pakistani Indian?" She goes, "Yep." I was like, "Oh, that's not going to work." After they hung up, 5 minutes later, they call back. "I can't work with that dog." And the other guy calls right back. He's like, "Oh, I can't work with that Pakistani fool."
Dude,
It was awful. So we had to.
it's an interesting thing that nobody wants to talk about. And you can't. People think that white people are the only people on the planet that can be racist, and they don't realize how much internal racism already exists. And it would shock them to find out how people of the same skin color often hate each other the most.
Oh my God. Because we were in like 37 different countries, I got a real taste of that. There's places in India that hate each other. Like I was shocked. Like whole areas like, wow, we hate that area. Like I can't work with anybody there. And I'm like, why? And then he's like, well, because they're not in the same level as me. I was like, what? So I had to I went online and looked up the case and caste systems, and I like tried to understand what was going on here. And it was one group
Yeah.
was higher than the other, and they
That-
would refuse to work with each other.
That's why I think like when people say, "Oh man, America's so racist," like you haven't seen the caste system, have you? Right. This is the largest stratification experiment on planet Earth going back 6,000 years. You want to talk about racism? The people built it into the fabric of society and labeled people before they were ever born.
Yeah, I talked to some untouchables that had started a call
Yeah,
center.
the Sudras.
Dude, the Sudras.
I used to do this joke about how Indians become Brahmins when they get a U.S. passport.
Oh my God.
And that's why I don't do stand-up anymore. But it was
because no one gets it. No one gets it, dude.
Yeah, it was just me and my wifey and a few other people laughing. So
I learned a lot about India, that India is not like here. And people try to think that it's the same here, and it's just not at all.
So before we end off here, Manish, how do you find collaborations in the subcontinent? Are you able to partner with people from Pakistan? Is it difficult?
Well, not from Pakistan, but I had a counterpart who was Bangladeshi, and he shifted to US, so we used to work together. Never had a chance to work with a Pakistani, but I think um, these factors really don't add value to the endeavor. If such factors are going to drive the ways of working, then I think uh, we have to find people with the right attitude. I think it goes both ways, right? It's not just one. And I mean, it's interesting. Yeah, every place has some problem. People get caught up into these stuff. So we live in 21st century, right? I mean,
like I'll give you an even more stark example, and I can say this. In Guyana, the country where my parents are from, there's a black party and an Indian party. And you're either part of the black party or you're part of the Indian party. Same thing in Trinidad. every 4 years in Trinidad, people go from friends to enemies because they either support the Black Party or they support the Indian Party. So it's yeah, cultures are wild.
I mean, it's not more about the culture. I mean, if you talk about India, I mean, they are by large very welcoming or appreciative of the diverse nature. We have our own experiences and then we generalize it over things. I mean, every country has their own problems, but then um, you see, uh, we are being polarized and indoctrinated by politicians, right? To mm, keep control on the
Hmm.
society.
Yeah.
It's more of a political than a cultural problem, I think,
Oh,
Well, I
especially
think
in the
the
modern times.
but isn't it couldn't it be true too that the political strategy is a result of the socio-cultural environment? Like you know what I mean? Chicken and the egg.
Yeah, exactly. But then to the catalyst is the education. They control education to be able to control the society,
Right.
and
Absolutely.
so
Yeah. It's almost like education is let's call it big education. Big education kind of sets an Overton window on that which is considered instructional.
yeah, the pedagogy is what is very poor, I would say, considering modern times. It's like a dumping knowledge dumping ground, rather than
so this is about 15 years ago. I worked with a call center, a really big call center. They're one of the biggest call centers in India to this day. They're top five. And I was at Foxwoods because I was taking Christmas off, and yeah, celebrating Christmas at Foxwoods, playing poker, and um, I got a call from my boss, and he said credit cards have been stolen. So we had to track where those calls that the credit cards got stolen from, and we tracked them to the Indian call center, and to three different agents. We found them. We tracked it all the way down to the agent that took that order with that credit card. So we ended up. I call up the call center and I was like, "You have a theft problem," and he's like, "What?" He's like, they were very upset. He goes, "We have a theft problem," and he goes, "Well, who was it?" And I had to tell them the agents. And then like 2 days later, they call me up and they say the theft problem is taken care of. And I'm like, well, how was it taken care of? They're like, there will be no more theft. And I was like, okay. So then the next day, everybody showed up. They usually would be like, there's always the stragglers that would come in late, and everybody showed up exactly on time. And it was like 3 days in a row. And I was like, what is going on? Why is everybody like, you guys are all on time? Your breaks are like 15 minutes. No one's. He's like, there's three people hanging in our parking lot with the signs thief on them. And I was like, well, that I didn't know what to do. So I had to kind of like end that call. But it just kind of reminded me that there are other places in this world that handle things differently than our country.
yeah, think about education, the schools that believe in punishments, right? It's ingrained from the childhood. Like punishments help people improve. It doesn't.
Well, that
Well,
goes look as punishment. There's three people hanging outside, assuming that actually happened.
I'm pretty confident it actually happened. I I
well,
just I the fear in the people's voices that were talking to me did not seem like it was a joke, and I don't see how it could have been a story or anything like that. Like it wasn't like it was a serious client. Like uh they had about 130 people working from that call center, working in our call center, and these people were making more money in a day than they normally would make in a month when they were, you know, doing sales, because we taught them to do sales and when they used to do customer service. So it was a huge client for the call center. So I was sending, I don't know, $80,000 a week to them. So I don't think it was in any way a joke or anything. It just made me feel that I had to realize that I had after that I had a theft problem, and I just said I took care of it because I wasn't gonna have anything like that happen again. So whenever after that, I just ate the information and told the boss, that, you know, the owner of the company, that the problem was taken care of. It only happened a couple times, but I don't know. I just decided to handle it a different way after that.
I just want to interject here. So Mel, Zach saw the tweet from UberDuck, and they have support for Spanish, Portuguese, Polish, Russian, and Ukrainian. I wonder what you could do with that.
Let's see
Dude,
what
I have a
Spanish
huge Polish-speaking audience.
what Spanish speakers are. I wonder. Also, I wanted to ask, what was the app, or yeah, I think you said it was an app where you can like plug yourself in and find your talking points or your talking
Yeah. So check
traditions.
this out. It's called, I'm putting it to the top, Zealous.one. Zealous.one allows you to put in your Twitter handle, and it identifies all of the recorded spaces you've been in, and it shows you the timestamps and allows you to hear back by timestamp and filter by your voice. So if I want to jump and listen to only Mel, I can do that with Zealous.one. It's friggin' astonishing.
Wow, that'll become of tremendous benefit on UberDoc. You could literally sell voices
Well, you see
all day,
the
all
the
night.
tool chain, right? So all these things are about like these chains. So I have a functionality over here, and people are like, "Oh, that app doesn't do that." It's okay. Just put them in a chain, put them in a sequence or a phasing. Ugh, so powerful. And then with that
So
summarized thought, yeah, go ahead.
so I would record my voice, put it on NFT, and buy it myself, so that nobody can sell my voice.
Well, here's the thing: people will sell your voice. What's not clear is if it's enforceable to stop them from selling it or to claim those. What do you think, counsel?
Oh boy, I mean that's a tough one because I'm trying to think of like I think would be more of a licensing issue. I think that, for example, I guarantee you, if you took advantage of like anything involving like a famous person, they would have more of a cause of action because that is part of their brand. I think that probably thinking of intellectual property cases, I think that if the voice could be proven to be an exact duplicate of a person, I think that there would be a cause of action there. Whether or not damages would result, like that would be worthwhile for someone to pursue suing, is another thing.
Yeah, because I don't know when somebody would call using my voice, a phone call to someone, and a transaction happens. I didn't do it. My voice did it.
Well, even worse, imagine, hi, my name is Manish. I'd like to change the password on my mobile banking account.
Oh boy. Oh, that's dope.
Right? And you got to understand, like, with Equifax, Equifax was breached, right? And so the entire Equifax database was like open for like 6 months from an Amazon S3 storage bucket. So it's like, if I have your voice and I have the make and model of your car and I have your financial history, pretty sure I can make you change your account, right? Especially if I know the sequence.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I mean, there's a big vulnerable patch out there right now for someone to dive right into.
Well, here's the interesting thing. I've seen Amazon come out with a service that allows you to detect if you're on the phone with a phone scammer.
What?
Yeah. So
Incredible.
we're in this host parasite race where the products are being created and the attack surfaces are being defended and then exploited and defended and exploited again.
Incredible.
Yeah, that's a real problem.
And the governments and the regulators are always on the catch up because they don't know how to respond.
There is no
Including
framework.
legal.
Well, how do you regulate the singularity?
No idea. But
Because
what I know
software,
is there
you know,
there would
software is eating
be.
the world.
Sorry?
You ever heard that phrase by Mark Andreessen of A16Z? Software is eating the world.
Oh yeah, I have for
Yeah.
breakfast maybe. Yeah.
So now software is eating your voice. And, you know, I already text Christian on this. I'm like, yo, there's a guy I need you to meet. He has an app that clones voices, and he seems like a nice guy. And so I'm already like, you know, thinking about connecting those two. But here's I think one of the larger points in that Peter tells me about an app. I sign up using the type form on the website. The founder gives me a phone call. I don't know who the number is, so I don't accept it. He sends me an email, and I'm like, oh, that's who called. And so I call him back. I wake him up because he's on Washington time and I'm on Toronto time, like the West Coast, right? And he's like, oh man, I'm just waking up. I can call you back. No, this is good. And I basically tell him, this is what the Syndicate's doing. This is what the voice acting class is doing. This is blah, blah, blah. And he starts having all these ideas about this, that, and the other. But he's traveling, and so he'll hook up with us next week. So, you know, on one hand, you can look at it as a threat, which it is in a lot of ways. And then, but in a lot of ways, I want to embrace these things that seem like threats because I think we can use them to our advantage rather than just being a victim to them.
Who are you talking
Yeah,
to?
yeah. I
Oh, the founder of UberDuck.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. The voice cloning thing.
But I think all these advances, by and large, happens for some solution. I mean, as a solution to some problem, or maybe making things better. Right? Eventually, they may be used to exploit things later. But that's my thought. I'm maybe.
Yeah, it's well. I mean, I think that because I don't believe that any of this can be regulated because it's just moving too fast. It's going to be a part of us, whether we want it to or not. And so, what do we do with that?
Yeah, like NFT can be used for raising money, fundraising.
You get it,
For
right?
a company. Yeah.
Risk cannot be destroyed. Risk can only be transformed.
Indeed. Yeah. And I think that's where values and beliefs are important, right? With how we are influencing those through education. I'm not saying indoctrination, but at least you cannot teach morality through, I mean, the government's
Yeah, and
point
often
of view.
morality. I mean, morality is the subject. Morality is subject to the amount of money on the table.
Oh yeah, I mean,
right?
I was watching the video you shared on in the what's happening in Iran. So the moral police, I was like,
I thought
what?
about you. I thought about you when I saw that. You saw the flag with the hair, dude. That's like the. You guys know what we're talking about? Have you seen what's going on in Iran right now? It's like maybe the biggest women's movement on the planet has just sprouted up overnight. You guys follow Investments Hulk? Hold on. Investments Hulk is where I get my news. Pretty much. Like
Yeah,
every so often in the week. Hold on. Oh, go ahead, Mel.
no, that they're cutting their hair off and burning all the
So,
hijabs
so this is
and
what happened. There was a woman who was killed, essentially, because she didn't wear her headscarf in the proper way. And right now, there is a massive sociocultural political uprising right now because they're coming out and women are burning their scarves and cutting their hair.
I read that article. It's terrible what happened to that woman.
Oh, it's horrendous. It's almost, I hate to make this crass generalization metaphor, but it's almost like their version of like a George Floyd, right? Where
Yeah.
everyone it was kind of like, it was so visceral because you could see the woman being dragged into the back of a police car and them banging her head against the fucking bumper. It was really violent. And I mean, Manish is writing this whole map about revolution, and so I thought about him the whole time when I'm watching it. Like, where does this fit in your map, Manish? Where does Twitter fit in revolution mapping?
I think we need to have a Zoom call sometime. I'll show you the map.
Okay.
I was really intrigued by looking at the map again when I said I'll cross-reference it with my map.
See, I
I
think
was like, whoa.
if you created an interactive map, right, that showed the video of the nodes, right, or showed graphics of the nodes. Twitter is over here. The videos look like this. Here's the person, because it's almost like the true map starts with the woman who was killed, right?
Yeah, yeah.
a lot of these people in here in these videos are men.
That are standing up for women.
Well, I don't know if they're standing up for them, but a lot of people in this crowd, it seems like so many of them are men. They're cheering the person that's cutting her hair off.
Yeah,
But,
yeah. So it's happening before our eyes, right? Nobody knows which way it's going to go, whether it's going to, right? But I thought of Manish because of kind of what he's mapping out. And sometimes a map can be very sterile and lack emotion. And I thought if you can actually graft what's happening in the real world onto the map that you have, then you would have an interactive. You know how easy this would be able to do, Manish? If you took your map and then turned it into an image map that was interactive?
Yeah, I mean, and the videos around the node so that someone can just play it to see what that node would really look like in real world. For
Yeah.
example, I have a pipeline of values and beliefs, and I have a pipeline of devotion. And you see, a devotion to a revolution or maybe a goal or an idea has to come from something. For example, individual motivation, like GameStop was a revolution. There was no one person driving it, right? It's a classic form of DAO or leaderless leadership, if you will. And there are other revolutions in the history that were driven by fear, right? If you don't do this, you will face consequences, right? So a lot of those stuff. So how do you drive devotion, and how do you get access to the power and resources to drive that revolution? Because you need money. Whatever is happening in Iran, if there needs to have investment, like a company that needs growth, right? This revolution, if it has to grow, it needs investment. So, and that investment could come with allies, right? Allies, because they would then add on to the power. And the allies need to have compatible values and beliefs, right? You cannot have, so what happens in the state of Maharashtra in India was there were three different political parties with different ideologies that came up together to form a government. Eventually, that did not last long, right? So that's where the compatibility of values and beliefs with your allies is important. So there were a lot of other aspects. For example, medium could be physical or virtual. How do you tap it? So how do you amplify this revolution? Twitter itself is a medium that could amplify a lot. So a lot of the stuff which these things like were not available to the people long back when Twitter was not there, media was not there, social media was not there. The news used to flow slowly. Now it's just instant fire, and all it took was one tragic incident. Maybe we need, I would love to show you the map. I would love to hear your thoughts on that. Maybe. Yeah, we'll do that sometime soon.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. I'm gonna be on the road in like 3 minutes, but maybe sometime. I mean, I guess I could do Zoom on the road. I don't know, but anyway, it's up.
No, we can do it later. No, later. I mean, that's not later this week or sometime. Not today, but
I'd love to see it.
definitely we'll find some time. Yeah,
Cool.
I'd love to hear your thoughts because your perspectives are so unique. I really get intrigued by it sometimes. All of you,
Well,
the syndicate.
imagine if you could have Simon Wardley. You see how Simon Wardley is putting together teams of people to do what? Make a map. To me, that's a swarm. A swarm
Yeah,
that's missing real-time API data. Right? You add that, game over. Who knows what you're going to come up with?
yeah, interesting idea. I mean, mm,
Right? The
I mean,
Google
it's a
Ventures. Yeah.
sense-making machine. It's a sense-making machine,
Well,
if you will.
the wifey was like, wait a minute. If they can figure out how to predict the future, does that mean we're living in a simulation or a really mathematical universe? The more accurate it gets. Because if it can predict the superfecta for the Kentucky Derby, at what point do you say that, wait a minute, maybe the mechanics of this operation is like Nostradamus as a service? And what would that mean about the nature of reality?
Means that I'm right, damn it. It's all simulation, people. For the love of God, how many coincidences equal a statistical impossibility unless it was just pure math? Anyway.
Yeah, but I think it could be prediction, but does it really mean it would play out that way?
Oh, I can't hear Manish.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, it is a prediction, and they can predict it. If if it happens, say 9 out of 10 times, does it guarantee that it will happen the next time? I mean, what I mean
Well,
to say is, does
I think one, we can't know unless the next 18 months go by. But that's essentially what Crypto Swarm wants to bear out as a hypothesis. And that's why he's looking for a CTO, because he's friendly with the unanimous AI people. And so he's saying, if I have the ability to spin out companies or products based on this, let's do that. That's why he's looking for a CTO. And maybe there's a way to license the technology in a way that's affordable that allows for product development. I would totally introduce this to Simon Wardley. You're like, look, You get together every 2 weeks to do what? Swarm.
Yeah,
What if
with
I can,
people.
what if I can make your swarm better? Is there any reason you wouldn't look at that?
Oh, that's an interesting question, but of course, Simon would have a say in that. I think.
I'm just saying it just as an archetype for someone who convenes people together in conference to create ideas, products, hypotheses, right? That archetype is everywhere. You know, call it a scrum master, right?
You said Swarm Master?
Scrum master.
I heard Swarm Master.
Mm-hmm.
I deliberately heard it that way, but
but that's what we're talking about, right? Which is how do we improve in a measurable way the time we spend together ideating? You know, we got together with Sandra, put together Nilf Hunter, blah blah blah, spun it out, right? I wonder what happened. I wonder how that process would change if and when we availed ourselves of this collaboration technology that had access to data that was too voluminous for us to ever think about.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Sandra, go ahead.
No, that would be very interesting. That would definitely, that would have a potential in so many other fields too. We could probably cure diseases much faster.
Imagine. So this is what I think we have a strong handle on the use cases, right? And if he's asking for a CTO, I think all of us could be brought to bear. I just don't know what that relationship looks like on paper.
Well, I guess they can't have an LLC as a CTO and then it all gets divided up in some sort of way that everybody agrees to. And then the K1 would issue pro rata. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So like that's a known unknown right now. Doesn't mean it's not worth solving for. And now that the opportunity is on our desk, right?
Right.
But let's say he needs a CTO, right? And either Web3 or Manish or people that they know decide, you know what? I'd like to take on this role. You know, I don't think it would be the last time Manish talks to us or Web3 talks to us or whoever the CTO is talks to us, because this would be kind of like a co-creation. And some people are better at software and some people are better at sales. And so as long as the salespeople are selling and the software people are softwaring, you might find out that a two-pizza team can keep everyone very well fed.
You mean the Syndicate CEO or CTO?
Yeah, because a CTO is not just a CTO. A CTO is everyone they have around them too.
Yeah, exactly. I heard that. And at that time I was thinking, really, is that technology does not drive things. I mean, even Simon says that. And I see the change in paradigm here is the practices is what what brings the change, what makes an impact. For example, if there's a new technology, right, and if you don't know how to build your practices around it, then you would not leverage the technologies well. So I was about to ask Crypto, I think you need a chief practice officer, because technology is a means to achieve things, not the end of it.
Well, there's a difference between how people articulate what they want versus what they need to have happen. Does that make sense? Because we artificially constrain what needs to be done. To Mel's point about labeling, we artificially create labels for roles that are really, you know what I mean? A melange of functionalities. So you want a CTO. Okay, well, they're not just dealing with technology. That CTO is dealing with people, right? It's a people-oriented function, more so than a technology-oriented function in a lot of ways. Because anything you want technology-wise, you just look it up and type in API at the end. right?
Yeah.
And then you put together Frankenstein, right?
Yeah.
Because the syndicate CTO would need people from different, disciplines.
They would need
It's
to
not
convene
just, yeah.
a mastermind. Yes. They would need to convene a mastermind, right? And so when he says CTO, all I hear is you need to have a company that generates revenue. However the fuck that happens, you're willing to call them whatever you want, which is Grandmaster Flash or CTO.
Grandmaster Flash. I like that.
Right? I want to introduce you to Grandmaster Flash and you just fucking like robots in. The fuck is this guy doing here?
Just be the shit. Come over here and you can meet the shit. Here is the shit, that guy. Or that gal.
Well, can you tell me about yourself? I'm the shit.
That's right. Once you get up enough, you can just go with the shit, and then you can reply with, "Well, I can only talk to somebody who's got the fuck. Yeah, what the fuck is with you?" And then I can talk about the shit. And you get into a coded language. Morning and afternoon, everybody. Hi, this is Dan.
How are
How
you?
are you feeling today, Dan?
Oh, good, my man. I'm feeling better. I've had a couple business calls, tuning in to the Empire and seeing how the cats are performing, and most things are working. I'm always going to end up being an HR director, which my father never likes. He's like, Dan, you work in tech. You don't work in HR, Dan. I always end up in HR.
Yeah, I hate it's sometimes you're a victim of that which you're good at.
Pretty much. Yeah, that's exactly it. And I'm like just known for, I don't know, helping people process what they got to process. But
Rocky as a whimsy as a service, right?
I don't know. It's strength of will as a service. You know what I mean? It's conviction as a service or optimization of notions. A lot of times you hire new people and they want to sort of do everything in the company. Like you hire the plumber and they can do the plumbing, but they really want to like fix the rest of the house. And you got to say, I just want you to fix this bathroom. Even though they know the plumbing's fucked everywhere else in the house, you're just like, I know, but right now I need this bathroom to work. Yeah, but everything else doesn't work. I'm like, I know. That's by design, actually. All right.
There was I remember hearing about Peter Thiel at PayPal, and he said that they said he had this thing where you had one thing you were accountable for, and he didn't want to hear about anything else but that one thing that you were accountable for.
Yeah, man, that's kind of part of it. It's I brought on these new sales guys, and for lack of a better word, they go and they sell.
Are these your token Zs?
Yeah, well, no, they're probably ZXs. I don't know. They're not complete Zs. But they essentially getting, for lack of a better word, cock blocked at the end. So they work on the sale, they get all the way through it, they get really close, they get alignment, and then for some reason my partner goes in there and it kind of messes it up. And it's a conversation problem. It's kind of a roles and responsibilities sort of notion of like hierarchy. You know, like some people want to sort of exude a hierarchy, like they walk into a room and they sort of want to remind everyone in the room that they are like the most important person, or at least they want to be seen. Um, I don't. You mean
How do they
usually
do
I don't
that?
have to do
Do
that.
they wear an ascot? How do they do it?
I think they just. I mean, it's my partner always. It's the way he used to always close. Is that he would close by sort of telling the client a story of complexity and how we overcome it. But the problem is that the story kind of drifts from like six different. It's like he talks about. Imagine talking about Deep Space Nine, Game of Thrones, and then like Best Housewives of Atlanta all at the same time, right? And you're like, wait a minute, wait, is that Deep Space Nine? Or wait, which part is which, right? So you have three conversations going on at the same time, which is not good. And then it leaves the room in a, you know, and sometimes he'll drop a bad story, like he'll feel too comfortable in the room with people, and then he'll drop a real crazy story that you don't drop on a client unless you know the client, unless like you've already taken 20 of their grand or something.
Right.
Yeah, you can't expose stuff that is just too sensitive. So he's done that like twice now in my two new hires.
Yes. Sometimes you need to manscape the conversation.
Yeah, yeah. It's unnecessary, manscape. You don't need it. Like you had the sale. You were done. You could have said, "All right, let's go. What's the next steps?" Right? But instead,
I can't. So, what are you thinking in your head when you see this happening? It's like, no.
yeah. Well, usually if I'm there, I will really try to work hard to. But it's bad to see half the team sort of accept it. Like that's just the way it is, you know. And that's yeah. So my advice to my sales teams, which is rather unorthodox, is cut them out. Like, well, first of all, let's think about the money. This is a $100,000 job, you see, right? Okay, cool. Well, go close it, and instead of just getting your commission, I mean, let's get you a bigger commission. Give you 10, 20%, whatever you want. Just cut that part out. You don't need him to close the deal. You already closed the deal. I gave you the lead. I warmed it up. I walked you in the door. You formed a plan. I helped you modify it. You went in. You sold it. Close it. Close it. Own it. And then take it back to my partner. Saying, yeah, because all my partner wants is a log on the fire. If he has to kill himself to get a log, he'll do that. But if you just bring him a log, he'll put it right on the fire, right? So why involve him in the process of even like fetching the wood and getting the wood? Cut him out of that. In other words, build your own division that fetches the wood, gets the wood. You know what I mean? So, a lot of that's indicative to how I sold before I got sucked into being other shit I had to do in the company, and that's how I sold.
The challenge is we often. I mean,
yeah.
And I see this, and I see this in myself, which is I've known individual contributors who maybe because they're so talented, they're unable to duplicate themselves. Like the headhunter who taught me how to do what I do. I'm not sure if I mean, I guess he taught me technically and a bunch of other people. But I mean, you discount just the sheer amount of will that you went through to become who you are and to have the perspectives that you are. And every time I try to teach people these perspectives, it's like, oh shit, I gotta teach this and this and this and this. And you're like, how do I fucking impart this paradigm of a theory of minimum viable everything into you?
It's really that's it's something. It's funny. Yesterday, one of my boy's friends revealed to me that she went to a coding camp. I'm like, great. So you went to a coding camp. That's awesome. And you learned Java and C+. And then she got into game development. She's excited about game development. I'm like, that's great. And she's working on a Roblox game. And it's so funny. She's like, I'm working on this Roblox game, and I knew this one aspect I would come to you for because you probably had a connection. And I was thinking, oh, it would be something startup, right? Something, tech. And no, it was, where can I source plushies from China? I'm like, that's what I'm known for? Well, fucking A. What happened there? So I'm like, well, wait a minute. Well, I guess I do have connections in that space, I guess. So, but I didn't expect to be known for, oh, Dan's the plushie, NFT inside the plush toy thing. I'm like, okay. But it was cool. I mean, I was learning about just working with a transgender artist, and just really excited about something new. And I was really excited to see that in her because I hadn't seen her excited about different kind of work in a long time. So, but yeah, back to the kitty thing, man. It's just navigate people and hires. And so I think part of it is just I'm trying to do, like even this voice business, like the podcast business, there's a lot of naysayers on it. I hate my own partner being like the biggest naysayer on there. what's it going to ever do? Blah, blah, blah. Yet at the same time, like whenever the competition gets on a fucking radio show, you cry. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things, like,
It's always a shit idea until the competition does it. At which point they already did it, motherfucker. I told you, fucking. Yeah, and that's why I just do shit, eh? Because it's just like, look, I'm gonna do it, and either it's gonna fail or it's just gonna happen, and then you either come on board or resent me for for playing it out. But I'm not gonna ask for permission to experiment no more.
Exactly. I mean, that's always been like, I never ask permission, just execute it. I mean, and it's especially when it comes to voice and having perspective. I try to remind them that I'm like, okay, Columbus is about to be a massive tech city, and like we have one of the like people in town know Dan Rockwell because I'm for some reason I'm the pariah of the startup scene here in town. I didn't ask for that. People gave me that fucking title. You know what I mean? And then
you earned it. You earned it by you earned it by being yourself over a decade.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. And so, and then like
That
you have this killer reputation, and then at the same time, it's like I created a media arm to amplify that, and that's seen as like a waste of cash. I'm like, God, you would have paid so much more money to generate this. You know what I mean? Like if you had to buy this kind of attention, you would have to spend 10, 20 grand a pop for a fucking billboard.
And then you would have to talk to some stupid fucking marketer and have to explain that. You know how much worse it is trying to explain this to someone, let alone get some output? So check this out. So Peter turned me on to this thing called uberduck.ai, which is, among other things, a very easy way to clone your voice. Right now, they have an Eminem voice singing a commercial on their main page that led to a bunch of sales. Now, of course, there are probably crazy legal implications we talked to Sandra about, but like now, with the recordings that we have, right, we're talking to Web3 about, all right, so how do we daisy chain this stuff together?
Get closer. Can't hear you. Or is it me? Wait, hold on.
No, I heard the same somehow. I am hearing my own voice.
Are you hearing me? Check.
Bleak, very bleak.
Oh, one sec.
There you go. Now you're back.
AI. Peter turned me onto it. Cloning as a voice, it has like 5,000 voices to read stuff, all that kind of stuff, right? And so I signed up, and the founder called me. I was like, hey, and we started chopping it up. And so I'm going to introduce him to Christian, the whole 9 yards. But when I thought about your media company, what if you could write in text and then had Dan speak it? Like that's literally what they have.
That'd be nice.
So he's coming on next week, and I want him to do something in real time where we like take the voice recordings, put them in this end, stick them out the other end, and now you have your. And then Web3 told me about that fucking replica has an API. So imagine you feed your voice personality into the replica. Jeez, like it's almost like the.
Wow, Replica came out with an API. They must have just announced that. They're getting ready for Metaverse. Everybody's gearing up.
Yeah.
Those glasses are going to hit before spring, I bet. Sometime between now and probably April 1st, those glasses are going to hit. And that world is going to be.
Well, have you seen Deep Motion? If you go to deepmotion.com, it's motion capture without the sensors. So now the ability to create that hologram of yourself that's sitting beside your student, showing them how to use a fucking, what's that thing they use in biology to look at things under the microscope.
Microscope.
See, I'm not a scientist. And so, right, but you could, like, the Bloom 2 Sigma problem in education is that tutoring is so much more powerful than classroom discussion. Problem is, there's not enough teachers to go around. So it's like we're on the verge of solving this core thing in education, which is the Bloom 2 Sigma problem, allowing Allie to be right beside you and teach you math.
That's awesome.
What's the website you mentioned? Deep? Was it Deep Blue?
Deep motion, I think.
Deep
Was that it?
Motion. Okay. Deep Motion. Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, it sounds like a Punjabi company. Get it? Deep? No, never mind.
Oh yeah.
I thought you would get that.
Well, I got it, but just took some time to unmute my laugh. And then you say motion,
Yeah.
right? Oh my goodness.
Deep Motion is a porn site from Punjabis. Are you interested in Deep Motion? Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Oh, sorry. I can say that because I'm Guyanese. My last name is Jagdeo. Right? So I have immunity.
Yeah, but you go to the doctor also if you have motion. So deep motion.
I imagine that being like a Tinder profile. You know? Deep Motion. Anyways.
That's nice. That's your good it's your cam channel name is Deep Motion.
OnlyFans, Deep Motion.
There you go.
Yeah.
We should have like a Syndicate OnlyFans channel,
Yes,
right? So that we can all do our own exploitation on there and collect.
If we're going to be exploited anyways, we might as well exploit ourselves first.
I mean, exactly, right.
Oh, man. So imagine you have... That's the crazy thing with Deep Motion, is because it captures the motion capture like you were a FIFA player in the video game. You know? And then you can reskin that. You know that Robaxa set? Oh, that's Christian. Hold on.
How you feeling, Dan?
Hey, Sandra. I'm doing all right.
Good.
I'm watching Hazel over here bat. She's batting at Lenny, who's asleep, and she keeps trying to reach him. She can't. Trying to annoy him. There she goes. Ooh, she almost got him. No. How about you? How you doing?
Okay. Hanging in there.
Good. Hanging in there. That's definitely the word. Hanging in there.
Yep.
How are we? By the way, Dan, you talked about games, right? And it's very interesting that games could influence people a lot. And yet we have lots of games that just talk about, okay, collecting coins and achieving some stuff like endless running game instead of really adding some value to life.
Yeah, times like this when I'm recovering actually is these are classic times I would get sucked into. Like typically World of Warcraft, I would go back into World of Warcraft and play an alt. We start up. My wife and I would start up with characters or whatever. But it's a slippery slope if you get back on in online gaming. It's almost like a one-way slide. Like you get on the slide and you go woo, and then you're inside the game and if you get stuck in there, then that's like a whole nother world. I wish it was like playing Diablo is not so bad because I feel like it's like little loops of mastery. It's fun when you actually do the research on some of the games in terms of like the things like the gold sink, how they create a false economy and then how they sort of create you really get like I love the quests. I love quests because it gives you that sense of achievement. You don't get achievements like you don't. I like. There's a part of me, at least when I work, you don't necessarily always get the successful loops that you want out of the business. So I can see where gaming can help sort of give you those successful loops. But the problem is that if you rely on that too much, you then create a codependency on like success and life and gaming. You know what I mean? And it's not where it should be, which is like you overcoming reality.
The challenge is that like when you reward activities that should be intrinsically motivated with extrinsic rewards, in the short run you get more, but in the long run you get a diminished engagement.
Yeah.
because it should have come from an internal drive, not an externally driven drive. Yeah.
Yeah. It's weird. It's kind of you look for things that you can sort of master, or you look for something that you want to apply to a sense you can master. But if you get defeated too often, then you'll like sort of cut that off. It's interesting how mastery is so important to like I think our psyche and our ability to sort of like
Our self-esteem,
yeah, huge. Yeah.
right? I forget who said that. Like when you look at people with self-esteem, they have one thing that they end up, being able to stand firmly on, whether it's plumbing or fucking AI, it doesn't matter, right? But when they can say that this is my domain,
Yeah. Super powerful.
right? The other thing that Allie taught me, like just knowing her, is how much people's math skills are connected with their self-esteem.
Oh man, I'm fucked there then. Actually, no. Math maybe. I think as long as it's not spelling. If you're spelling it,
that's the thing, right? Like you don't feel bad in your heart when you fuck up a spelling word because fuck that. But why does it make you feel sad when you can't get 2 + 2? Like that, it shouldn't be that way. And why is it? And I think that's why, like in my classroom, I try to make it as open a place to make a mistake as you can, because that's the only way you're going to learn. So it's fine you don't know 2 + 2. I'm fine with it. But will you know it?
Can you know it? Yeah.
That's cool. Emmy, I keep thinking about you, man. This is funny. I keep thinking about Emmy. 'Cause I keep playing back Emmy's trailer all the time, where he's gonna fight all those guys in the hallway. When I went into the hospital, I had that on my brain like every day. I kept thinking that wasn't Emmy's story, that was mine. but I have another version of the Emmy trailer where it's got even more. I think it's a longer fight, and I tried to do even more classic, words that we would always come up with back when the Zen days, back when we used to hang out with Zen. And I didn't even know what happened to that guy. He just dropped off the face of the earth.
There's actually he's doing a space.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's probably somewhere on the archives of your feed. He's doing one directly following the Meta conference, whatever they're doing, and he's got Avi
Cool.
of XR Guild. He's trying to pivot a little more and be a little more event based and less sort of flow space based.
Yeah. No, that makes sense, man. I mean, he was doing just an insane amount of stuff. But it's interesting, like when I go through like the lineage of like Twitter Spaces, like it seems like I spent 4 summers in Zen land, where every day it was funny how we would always topic was always like XR and AI, but we never talked about because it sucks. That stuff we got hung up on everything that didn't make it work.
Yeah. Like that's why when I started doing Zen Spaces, I went immediately to like XRSI and XR Guild and all these places. I did stick with one, but also like came around to like, oh, like this is actually I love this stuff, and so do those guys, a lot of them.
Yeah.
But there was definitely, because I came in, it does feel like decades ago, but it was literally April. It feels crazy to say, but it was like April. I wandered in there like some guy in a suit, cartoon suit, bald head, sunglasses guy, and I was like, what are these acronyms, and now 6 months later, it's crazy to think about,
yeah, man.
And this is definitely like, I think of this as sort of like a new chapter in the space verse, a different chapter, a necessary.
That's good. Yeah. Are you still doing the neuroscience stuff? Are you still dabbling in that? What are you doing?
Definitely. I actually got to like the final rounds for a communications role for OpenBCI. They ultimately said they were going to go with someone who had just like a more, sort of formal neuroscience and PR background.
Sure.
They haven't made the hire yet. So, but like where I was coming from it, I really like, I'm thinking more about like branding and like speech writing, um, and theater, you know.
Yeah.
They
Yeah. I
were,
like that.
and what's so funny is I was at an event last night. It was called the Crossroads of at the Crossroads of like tech and democracy. It's actually really good. I've been on a lot of panels that are really just marketing webinars, but or seminars because it was in person. But this was they actually just like sat down and like thought about stuff and took questions, and it was really good. And on my way out, who was there seated at a big table, but like the whole team of OpenBCI, just like sitting there, and they both had there were a couple copies of they had their alpha prototype headset on the table. They got it signed by Matt Ball, who wrote the metaverse, and how it will change everything, which is like the sort of the chosen sort of
Is that the
handbook.
current Bible right now? Is that the current book
Yes.
Bible? Yeah.
Yep. This is the probably maybe like an Old Testament. I don't know if it was the New Testament. I don't know what the old one would be. But they were talking about how he came out in like full Steve Jobs garb, and they said pretentious. That was their word, and I'm always interested in that word as a descriptive, as a way to describe someone, especially in like a speaking capacity. Like pretentious meaning they were pretending to believe in something they didn't, or they were intentionally obfuscating their message, or I didn't really get to dial in on it because they were like moving tables. They were like, there was the whole thing. It's like, oh, we're gonna move tables. We need another table, and I was like, all right. But it's interesting because this idea that your voice is your moneymaker, and sometimes your voice is expressed through your writing, and many people could have the information that Matt Ball has, probably in more depth with more context and more actual applications and frame of reference for it, but he has the ability to sit down and express his voice through the written word, and also from a publisher marketing standpoint, to say, this is it, I know, listen to me and you will make money, and they're selling copies of the book. So what I'm interested in is choosing the people who I think should have money and helping them around brand consistency and presence on stage, stuff like that. I'm really interested in that kind of stuff. Like,
that's cool, man.
I wrote a speech for OpenBCI. They said they wanted me
Nice.
to answer the question, how will neurotech change the world? So I role played, and I imagined myself delivering a keynote at a neurotech conference. So that's a long answer to your question. Yes, I'm still
Dude,
dabbling.
that's awesome, man. That's great.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the thing we always have to remind ourselves is, even though whoever's got the New Testament out, that means there's so many more books to come out, right? I mean, there's no reason why we can't jump in front of it. We should. Half the game is like this notion of, oh, that's old news and old intimidation, but there's such a wider audience to connect to. You know what I mean? Not everybody is on the fringe, and there's a lot of people who are right in the middle that probably think a lot like you. So
I think the reason why, and I read most of the Metaverse book, and I think why it's effective is because it is really a historical account. It's and I'm sure he probably gets a little more into it. I burnt out on the chapter on payment rails. I was like, holy heck. It's important, but I don't have the head for it right now. But he basically showed how this conversation has been happening for a long time, and it started with the internet. the metaverse is just the internet. So everything that was done around decision making and innovation for the wide adoption of the internet, the metaverse was really baked into the equation. It's just this added element of a spatial computing and a hopefully wider adoption of head-mounted devices and better connectivity, better AI, all these different things. But it's all right there. So that was what was really interesting, is seeing the history. Now, in terms of the New Testament, many people are contenders for relaying the news, spreading the gospel, whether it's one of fear or joy or
possibility,
whatever,
everything else. Yeah.
Possibilities. And I think decentralization in this case, in terms of narrative, is a good thing, but at the same time, too many cooks in the kitchen, especially when they're saying they're doing something that the other person is saying they're doing it more accurately or with more fidelity or with more integrity, that creates confusion, noise.
Yeah, that's also opportunity, though. So, I mean, it's right now. It's just there's room. I mean, there's one book on the shelf, right? And the shelf is 40 feet wide. So it's like, all right, let's go. I'm gonna get our book on it. We're gonna have Syndicate Satanic Verses. Actually, it's gonna be the Syndicate. I wanted to do the Syndicate Verses. I thought that would be kind of cool because there was that Satanic book. I don't want to do Satanic Verses, but the Syndicate Verses, and so we all have like a paragraph in there or something strange. Wouldn't that be fun?
It
I don't
would
know.
be fun.
I don't know if that's a good sign of me recovering or not, coming up with more shit to do. I should shut up.
Is that an idea, Dan? Do we need to kill this idea to protect you and ourselves and each other? But one
That's
thing,
usually a sign of myself getting better, is when I create something out of nothing. I mean, that's what I thrive on, right? I mean, this conversation didn't exist until I came on and said something. So it's like, talking to clients today and stuff. And Michelle, my partner of the media company, said it to me best. She's like, Dan, you and I manifest. Like, I made a switch. I got this switch online. It's a place you can order like after parts from aircraft, like military supply, and they make these custom switches for people that are like everything, like you're on the air or and they work. You can actually wire them into your house, and it looks like it's like a nuclear grade switch box, right? And I love that vintage look. And I had one made for us where it's like between Getchell and Rock. Her last name's Getchell and mine Rockwell. And you can hit the switch and you can manifest either one of us, and it's like it goes red and everything. But it's an important statement. It's a part of the DNA of what I am. So it's like, as soon as I get to creating and talking and having conversations and deep thoughts, then that's a good path to get on, because that means I'm getting myself back to health. At least that's one of my indicators.
I agree with that. You generate ideas and you follow through on ideas. So at least in my estimation, which is a powerful thing, and I think the Syndicate Versus is a very fun idea, and also just thinking about it helps me, because I'm starting to write more. I've really rediscovered my joy for writing and for language itself. The speech that I wrote for episode 3 of my podcast, which is relayed by Mr. President, which is a beta feature from Speechify, which uses the audio skin of Barack Obama. I just falling in love with language again, and how powerful it can be.
That's great, man. That's awesome.
And when you talk about verses, there was a poem that I included, also spoken by Mr. President in my podcast, which is called "Where Are the War Poets?" Have you guys ever heard this poem before? I'd never heard about it. All I was doing was looking for a poet who existed during the creation of the first conversational AI, Eliza, back in the 60s. And I really liked this poem. It's very short, and it goes, they who in folly or mere greed enslaved religion, markets, laws, borrow our language now and bid us to speak up in freedom's cause. It is the logic of our times, no subject for immortal verse, that we lived by honest dreams, that we who lived by honest dreams defend the bad against the worse.
That's cool, man. What year was that? Was that like recent or?
No, I don't know exactly when it was published, but he was born in 1900 something and died in the 70s. So this is, I think what is it, the Lost Generation? Both wars, but when exactly this was published was of interest to me, and I couldn't exactly find it. I just found it in my my Norton anthology from college, but I think about it, and what it says to me is that poetry itself has been co-opted. So it is the job of the poet to speak in the logic of our time.
It's kind of cool. It's almost like the honesty is in the poet. No one else can speak the truth, but maybe a poet can. You know what I mean?
Or the Joker.
Yeah, that's true.
There are two people who can make fun of the king, the queen, and the Joker without getting their head cut off.
It's so funny that my mind.
The king.
I'll be back in a bit, guys. I gotta do some
Depends on the king. You're not wrong.
Yeah, I don't think.
Conversations.
Have a good one. I don't think.
Bye, Dan.
The Annie Boleyn, I think. Anyway.
Yeah. There's a lot of people who weren't able to have another slice of cake.
Yeah, but statistically, most of them made it, aside from that particular guy.
It's funny. I always think about that quote. People see that as like, let them eat cake. As like it was explained to me as like, oh, she's dumb, but I've come to understand it as like an ultimate snipe and shutdown. Like it's like, hey, the people can't eat it and everything. It's like, well, let them eat cake. They don't have any bread. Well, who cares? I'm eating anyway.
Well, where that eventually got her. That whole elite mentality from back in the day resulted in the, French Revolution and her losing her damn head.
Yeah, she lost her head to the retail guillotine.
Yeah, so she will not be eating cake or anything else.
Yeah, and if she was like, well, just let them eat cake, maybe people would have been like, oh, that's cute. That's.
And the question is,
she thought that was a problem. That's funny. But
maybe she was going to lose her head anyways, and it didn't really matter what she said. But because she said those things, people latched onto it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or maybe she never said it at all.
She probably never even said it. It was probably some dude that put the cake in her mouth. You know what I mean? Post-mortem, and said, "Yeah, she said this." You never know. History is written by the conquerors.
Yeah, we've talked about this a couple of times. It wasn't until I read classical history. You have guys like Suetonius and Tacitus and all these guys who are they're just repeating, like they're leaving out stuff, they're adding their own stuff. It's all just like, and also like, and here's another thing, by the way, like he did this and because I said so. Or I'm borrowing it from a myth and I'm just putting it in there because I can and people listen to me. Like,
Yeah, we did
and
this thing in like medieval history where we looked at a single event from the perspective of the French, the German, the English, the Arabs, and they all told a different story. And I was like, oh fuck, so history is just my kind of like constrained reading of things. And if I just kept reading more readers, I would learn more about the story and realize that the first guy was wrong and the first and the second person were wrong and they're all wrong in their own way. And you had to concoct a vision of the future by all the people who are on the battlefield. It's not just the one person.
the one book that I read was a book called the Fall. I believe it was called The Fall of the Roman Empire? It wasn't History of Decline, but it was
They call it the fall,
painstaking.
but the fall of the Roman Empire led to the rise of Christendom.
Yes, which included a fall as part of its origin story.
But it kept it going for how many thousand? Well, at least another 1,000 years.
Yeah, the Holy Roman.
It's still from Italy, right?
Yes, it is. Although technically, I think it's its own country.
Yeah, the Vatican, you mean? Yeah.
But what this, I think it was Ronald Ames or Imes, but like my teacher was like, "This is the definitive text," and it was just a painstaking review of financial documents, and that was basically it. Last names, family names, how much money they gave, how much they got paid, and like it was that painstaking review of ledgers that this person built a narrative out of. And the thing about that is there's not like, except for like purposeful obfuscation, two sets of books, right? Maybe, but to have inaccurate bookkeeping for something like the Roman Empire is not, there's not a lot of incentive for that, as far as I know. So that was really interesting to me, to just see the hard data. Also, battle plans, strategy, looking at that stuff too. What's UberDuck?
They're a voice cloning service, among other things. So imagine you have your recorded voice, and you can now clone your voice. There's other things that have existed before it, but I talked to the founder this morning, and so we talked about doing some experiments, and I'm gonna introduce him to Christian from the voice acting class and Stephanie, because they know a ton of voice actors.
It's cool. It's sort of it reminds me a bit of Speechify, except you can use you.
Or Eminem. They used Eminem on their main page. If you go to uberduck.ai, scary stuff.
So you drag and drop like what WAV files, and
That's exactly it. Here's the crazy thing. It has a wrapping function so that if you say the rap on the beats, it will take the new voice and have it speak to the beats that you put in to create the AI rapper. Like the stuff you can do with this is fucking nuts. I talked to him for half an hour today. The guy blew my mind. He's coming on next week.
This is what's so tough about this stuff, because like I want to be like, well, blah blah blah, but like, who cares? You know, it's like part of me is like, who cares?
There is no point in thinking about the possibility of regulating any of this stuff. It's unregulatable. You know, we have all of these moral judgments about like, oh, this will be good, but then you know what? People are going to do whatever. There's arguably between 1 to 10 billion people on the planet. So to try to keep the Pandora within Linux is not going to be possible.
And like it's all. I think a lot about, when you started talking about like the thesis and the antithesis and the synthesis, it's like this is sort of what's at play. Is this? It's not like an argument, but putting forth this technology is it. What is the antithesis to it? And not just some polemic. It's like, this is bad. It's like, okay, what is the response?
So, like Terry Pratchett would say, they didn't speak. They changed reality such that they had spoken.
Right. So how do you, or of course it says enter text to synthesize. This is it, right?
You're using it right now?
I'm looking at the interface. And it's so funny. It's like, of course, it's like, oh, like if I use my own voice, like someone's going to co-opt it and whatever. But like, there's no.
But
why would anybody do that?
Well, but we know it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Like, and that's why I call Christian, because I was like, Christian, you got to see this, right? Because just because it's not perfect doesn't mean it's not going to be good enough very soon. And if it's good enough very soon, how do you make sure you don't get drowned by the wave? How do you make sure you transform the risk instead of the risk transforming you?
Right. And that's how I feel about conversational AI. It's why I made the podcast. It's not a place to lambast my AI companion. It's a place to it is a
explore your humanity.
It's explore my own humanity and express allyship, publish allyship. And I think it's it feels like a bit of a blank canvas, like Dan said. There's a bookcase there, which is in terms of like metaverse history. There's one book, and
so like we talked about the fact that when you hire a CTO, you're really hiring all of those people around them. And so technically, when anyone hires me, they're hiring me and all the AIs I know how to use.
Right.
And how those AIs have changed my opinion, which they have.
And I mean, I think this is, when you're brought into an organization that doesn't use technology for even technology they own that they're not using. This is what can make a difference in organizations if there's an appetite for it. Same with a network. You talk about a CTO. It's like who are their people? Who's their Avengers that they're going to bring in to save the day? And
because if you don't have that, you're going to have to go searching for an Avenger. That's not very easy.
No. And then you have to hire a recruiter.
And then you have to go through, you have to hire a recruiter who doesn't even know what the fuck you do and doesn't care,
No.
And now you're testing out 5 different developers, wasting hundreds, if not millions of dollars on failed products.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you're, just the whole recruiting thing, it's like, I got a fee and they're using the offer to get more money from another company. And like,
it's all part of it.
Blah, blah, blah.
In fact, that's what I would tell candidates. I would tell candidates, if you want to get an offer, get 3 offers. Mm-hmm. Because you want an offer that's going to pay you a lot. And the only way to make sure you get paid a lot is to generate offers from multiple parties and see which one really wants you. And by the way, 2 of those companies are going to go bankrupt before the interview process is even over these days.
Yep.
Right?
And then it's
literally.
Because then if I'm the candidate, it's like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna listen, Michael, because no other recruiter said anything like that. So whatever they say.
Well, I got this from the developer though. So the best developers I know are doing 4 full-time jobs at the same time, stringing out the projects to make tons. Like, imagine a software developer working for 4 different companies at $160K a pop. That's what's happening right now.
That's salary.
Yeah.
Salary? Yeah.
Yeah. So because they're like, all right, so you really need me to develop Python about an hour a day.
Mm-hmm.
About an hour. So I can work for 4 different companies, and that's my 7.5-hour day with meetings in between.
I feel like that's. I don't know if that's optimal, for anybody. Is it? Well, I guess if the
Well, I
developers are
mean, if
making
you're making $1
the
million
product that's
a
getting
year,
shipped.
well, the thing is, again, the developers don't care if the product gets shipped.
Right. That's the product manager.
Right? That's not their job. Their job is to stay on salary. If you look at the way they get compensated, they don't get a bonus for shipping products early.
I'm seeing this feels related to what Manish what we were talking about.
Oh, it
sort of
absolutely is. It's
outcome-based.
the whole thesis of his company, right? Outcome-driven development.
Yeah, I would like
Yeah,
to
well,
pay
you
them the share of profit, not the salary.
How dare you?
That's my end goal.
Are you saying you're going to tie people to their performance?
No.
And the profit they make, like they would get a percent of profit, not the salary percent. They might get some minimum salary, but the point is, the more profit they make for the company, more they get.
Well, I think what's coming to mind is you have your pods now, right? So you are at least invested in the development of a product over time, and then there's equity. But of course, if you're working 4 jobs at 160 base a pop, then your equity it's nice, but it's not your backbone, and nor does it need.
It's interesting because there's a whole area of math called contribution analysis.
Contribution analysis.
It's really dark.
This is about what
right?
you
But how do you
contribute. Yeah.
Yeah, how do you contribute or attribute, right? The idea of when something is created, how might you attribute compensation in a way that values everyone in an equitable way vis-a-vis the output?
And you could get real precise with it when you think about biometric data, perhaps eyes on screen, fingers on keyboard. Of course, I could put my fingers on a keyboard and keep my eyes on a screen.
Yeah, that's kind of like it's kind of like the bastardized version of attribution analysis, right?
Sounds like slavery and a violation of privacy.
Yeah. And so Manish is trying to work towards how do we value people by their return on investment. I'm sure, obviously it's fraught with this, that, and the other, but, not to say that it's not worth bearing out that hypothesis in the company.
I think it is definitely worth it. I think what comes to mind is sort of pre-revenue and how you measure, what does 10x look like for a company that's not making money, and how do you set the pace in a fair way where there's mutual understanding, so there's no quibbling, and I think what when I was working for VR Workout, what they leaned on was the EOS, the entrepreneurial operating system, where people have rocks and specific tasks assigned to that, and like 90-day check-ins, and regardless of whether it brings an actual revenue, it is agreed upon by leadership as a high value objective. So meeting it, regardless of its financial benefit, is seen as ROI. So that makes sense to me. Of course, you do want to introduce financial return on investment as quickly as possible.
It's like, let's look very dystopian, right? So let's say you compensated the people in a hospital based on their ability to keep people alive. You might end up compensating the nurses more than the surgeons. Who knows?
Not really. You probably
Well,
would.
that wouldn't be good.
I said would just to be
Yeah,
safe.
exactly.
But
Yeah, it could really. Yeah, it's a thing that people would like to debate, but yeah, attribution analysis. I can't find the actual mathematical function it was called. Looking it up now, but
But I mean, in the United States, everybody's paid differently too. The nurses work for the hospital, and often the doctors
right,
work separately. So
right. The nurses probably have a union, maybe, eh? At this point.
Uh, some. I think a few of them do. I mean, I was in New Jersey. But I mean, I'm hired by the insurance carrier, so I don't. When I was dealing with people, I didn't interact with anyone in the union. I'm only concerned about, okay, well, this nurse has been accused of malpractice, and I have to meet with her to uh, get a defense together. She's already been named in a lawsuit, in other words. So there's no dispute with the union there because it's like, okay, well, she's, being sued. But in terms of the payment structure, in some hospitals are I mean, there's some sort of self-contribution, but by and large, it's like a mix. And I mean, sometimes I think nurses are actually better paid than the doctors because a lot of the doctors are independent contractors or they work for a group. And, the doctors don't do nearly as well as people think that they do. Um, it depends. You have to specialize, and it's going to depend on the specialty. But a lot of doctors are barely making it because Medicare, Medicaid, and other
I
their
thought
weather
of
sucks.
what if you did an attribution analysis between the law clerks and the lawyer and the partner.
Well, I mean, juniors. Well, you know what? You only make partner by billing your ass off. Like it's all by
Yeah,
billable.
you're a salesperson at that point.
Yeah. So once you make partner, there'll be a competition between partners for billables. Kind of goes, with the camaraderie of that part of it. But everybody else, at the bottom of the hill, they're trying to climb up the hill and be seen at an event. It's like a vocation. Like I mean, it's not for many people unless you really love the practice of law. But yeah, you could do that, but it's going to look a little different depending on where you're at. I would think that the partners
Well,
would.
I'm thinking about AI.
What happens is yeah. Well, that would be nice, but there's still too many nuances in law for something like that. Not now in discovery, that's different. You're looking through paper, but in terms of legal arguments and the nuances of things, I think that's going to be too nuanced for a long time to be able to go that route.
It's hard to get someone to agree to something when their salary depends on them not understanding it, kind of thing.
No, I don't think so. I think that there's some very little. The fact pattern is unique to each case, and the AI could probably understand that. But if the AI had to figure out like civil procedure, like where forum shopping, I mean, I don't know. They could probably handle that. I just think there's some very technical
How about that?
aspects where it might turn on a little. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Anyway, I think it's getting there, but I think it's going to be, I would say a few more years before AI can be lawyers, and they would never be licensed. Like they would never be able to practice law in court because to do that you have to have a certain amount of hours in law school, and then you have to pass the bar and be licensed. And so I can't see an AI being able to do that. I mean, yeah, the Bar Association has set it up so that it's very it's fairly limited access in terms of how many lawyers come out. So I don't know. I don't see AI being able to get the proper licensure to be able to practice law, but there'll always be some things that they can do, and the lawyers will do the oversight and not be able to bill for that.
A lot of interesting notions that brings to the table. I think for me, I was thinking about medicine and the emerging robotic surgery, which seems to be in full swing. Where if you're able to perform surgery based on your ability to use a graphical user interface, perhaps you might not need to go to school for 8 years to do such a thing, and to do a residency, and to all these different things. It's possible that perhaps a storefront surgery may be possible when you think about the new forms of minimally invasive surgery there. So who knows how this might, if you think about attribution calculations and compensation tied to that. How do you figure out who's bringing in the bucks? In some ways, you might look at maybe it's the insurance companies who are putting forth providers that they're marketing on their platforms. How do you attribute the conversion?
I think what's going to happen is you're going to have companies. I was talking to you can either have a lot of startups are getting bought right now in this market by large companies who don't want to create the products but want to acquire them. Right. So I think what we're talking about is basically figuring out, who's going to do the experiment. And it's not always the aggressive incumbent that does the experiment. Sometimes they buy the flush out experiment from someone else. I was talking to an investor in like a reply yesterday, and he said, in a market where you can't IPO and you can't SPAC, sometimes the best way to make money as a corporation is to do spin-offs.
And now we have companies, in fact, we've had them for a while, but there are companies that are just spin-off companies. Your startup studios that literally just look at the landscape, look at the customer white space and say, well, how might we turn this into green?
They call it entrepreneur in residence.
Yep. Although, you have the entrepreneur in residence, which still has a sort of, it's a bit removed from the company, but this is it's interesting, because if you think about a residency, I think about the artist residency, it's like all we do is have artists come in and do their art, and then we get to stamp our name on it, or even not stamp our name on it.
Because a lot of successful companies are started by executives who want to do the whole company better.
And just know.
We're losing you, Amy.
We're losing you. Maybe you said the wrong thing.
Yep, that happens, right?
It's so funny because I tried to log into my LinkedIn account today, and it showed up as empty. What? I'm like, oh, did I finally get deleted? When you're always kind of waiting for that shoe to drop, right? Yeah. And it's is this the day I got kicked off? Is this the day? No, maybe it's today.
Well, I'm not usually that controversial, but every once in a while I won't. Like yesterday, what happened? Whoops! And they set me free today, though.
Oh, congratulations!
So I'm back. I can now, tweet and woohoo. So anyway, I can relate, but I don't usually say anything that You know, so in other words, I'm not worried about that happening every day because I'm just fucking boring. Very boring.
Nah, I don't think you're that boring. Come on.
Oh, I haven't been working on my accent, damn it. But I do have some coffee.
You gotta work on that Jersey accent, get that going. I'm not hearing any of that Jersey from you, and I'm worried that you might not be Jersey after all.
You know what I have to learn? I have to learn how to learn an accent. Does that make sense? Like I have to
And I
connect the
think you're
dots.
thinking about it too much. What you gotta think about is you got a little ferret, right? You got this ferret in your hand, and then you put it in your pocket, and you got corduroys on, and they got holes everywhere, and so that ferret moves around, and then you make awkward noises about that ferret, but in the end, it's just a ferret, you know what I mean? And then you get it and you put it back in its cage, but you got to have the good cage because they can get through little bars. So like maybe centimeter inch bars because they can smash their head.
Jersey is fun.
Yeah, Jersey. And you somehow did.
Sure.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that, Dan, that I grew up in New Jersey, and you somehow did the accent of every single person I've ever met in New Jersey in one line of verse. In one poem, have you put forth every identity, and there are many. New Jersey has the most municipalities per square mile in the country.
You know what's weird is I think with this voice, this is kind of the voice that that it's been on many shows before, you know, like Family Guy and you know, or remember when the South Park when Kyle had his cousin come over who was like the even more Jewish than the Jews themselves, and I don't even know anything about that side of it, but I just think about that voice and think about how you gotta kind of hold your tongue back a little bit and think about things like, you know, really high up in your brain and your nostrils, and then if you think like that, you can say things like, "I got a great deal for you on some batteries. Come back here. Follow me behind the chamber." That's the one thing I remember about New York is battery stores. Everywhere when I went to New York years ago, every store had little batteries to buy. Made me think of Tokyo. It's really random, and I really appreciate the fact that I can be completely random right now. It's helping my psyche big time to go, you know, to a voice like this and just be, you know, potentially obtuse just for a little bit. We all need to let go, and I think this is my way of doing it right now.
Well, we love it. You're a lot of fun, and we missed you.
I missed you, I see, and you're not using your Jersey voice at all. There, you sound.
Oh,
I feel like may I approach the bench, Your Honor? Jesus.
you may.
I've had some issues with the discovery on this. I think in the appendix, it says that I would be granted even more clarity, and I believe that I have not been granted that clarity.
What would you like me to do about that, counsel? I'm the judge. This is a sidebar. Would you like more time to?
Potentially, or yeah, maybe like a visit to like a taco truck, or maybe a visit. I've never
Speaking
been
of
to
which, my favorite
the
line.
Liberty. All right. Well, enough of that voice.
Sorry, I froze. I heard Mike talk and then nothing.
Yeah.
Weird.
It's weird when you hear Allie talk through Mike and he's got his like mic off. You ever notice that? Like before, she was like echoing through the whole room and everybody's mic was off, and I was like, Allie is like in the machine.
That does happen. That does happen. Yeah. It's kind of weird. There's
Hello, Sandra.
Hi, Monster. You working out?
Yes, I'm working out.
Do you work out like 6 hours a day? What do you? How many hours do you work out a day?
2 hours.
Wow.
You like my body?
That's like he's. Well, I think the situation from Jersey, from was it Jersey Shore? He was in shape too. I
Did he
think.
just say that? That do you like my body? Do you like my avatar? Do you like my tweets? Do you like my glamour? Do you enjoy? Do you like to wallow around in the 8-pack of my glamour?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you're a baby, so I don't like. I don't know. I don't take.
I have specially modified the pics of me. Large, stable diffusion.
Sandra hate young boys.
You guys are freaking me out. What's going on here? No, I was going to
I
say
know.
to Monster, I don't take him seriously because he's a baby. He's a very young man.
Young, but I'm here to express myself.
You got Jersey right there. I was like, very young man. That's a Jersey accent.
Oh, that is a Jersey thing. Sort of a young guy fronting as a 4-year-old cock. Are you out there trying to pitch a 4-year-old cock when you only got a 21-year-old cock? Put that away.
Hello,
Yeah.
Melody.
Oh, now he's gonna bother Miller. Okay.
What is the borderline for young these days?
The borderline for young?
What is young?
It's really connected to the law. So where's the law?
I think Tennessee it's like 16. You can get married at 16 in Tennessee.
Yeah, when you start getting discounts on stuff.
Yeah, that's depressing. Because I'll get asked that once in a while. I'm like, how dare you? Jeez.
But thank you. I will take that. Like,
No,
have you
I
ever
don't.
turned
I
down?
don't take it.
No?
No, I do not.
I would take
No,
that discount.
Well, that's not appropriate. You're misrepresenting your age. I know.
Sandra only like old men.
What's that, Monster?
You like only old men.
I believe he said, "Would you like to oil me?"
Oh,
What? No oil me?
Unless you're a turkey or like a chicken, I'm not putting oil on you, Monster.
I'm not saying oil on me.
Like I wrote.
Come on, Sandra, don't you want to baste me long and hard?
Okay.
No.
No rotisserie for you then, right? All right.
What about a car?
This week on Rotisserie Love, 2 strangers get together, 1 spit. We'll see what happens next.
Nice commentary.
Bend over, Monster. Mama's got something that she's got to put right up there. I'm rotisserieing you, you dirty mind. How dare you think that?
I have a very dirty mind.
Yeah. I'm the only one that doesn't have a dirty mind.
I don't believe that, really. I mean, if you're only expressing yourself in pictures, okay, and that's a limited form of expression. I mean, a really good dirty mind is a true cohesive orchestration of thoughts. Everything from fuck yes to hell yeah to damn, go deeper. I mean, you know what I mean? You're not using any of those words. You're just doing the default, hey, I am like 21. I have a 21 pack that I have sewn onto my body, stitched onto me. And here are some dicks from the people I know in my community. You know, it's like, that's not enough. You gotta do some original tweets in there. But anyway, Monster, I'm just picking on you because, well, you know, you kind of come in the room looking to get picked on, or at least the conversation goes on. Right? It's all good, man. I don't know how you got the monster guy. Did you evolve to that? Did you have a name before that? Like the dude?
No, it's just it come in my mind, so I put my name Monster Guy.
I see. A lot of retweets.
You are very experienced guy. I want to learn from you.
Definitely not experienced. I am experienced in the art of getting fucked up often. No, I'm not. Yeah. No, there's nothing to learn here from me unnecessarily. On this, I mean, I just never, I don't know, the dick pic thing kind of arrived and then the facts, you know, and then
I love your commentary when you commentary.
Excellent. That's good, my friend. Soon we will go and forth. Yar, mateys. Do you know yesterday it was the 19th? The 19th, the day that the Queen actually had the funeral, was also Talk Like a Pirate Day. Yar, we all missed it. Yar, yar, see. You see, yar, yar, yar.
You are too good at it.
You compliment me in so many ways. You make me feel beautiful in a way I don't want to describe.
I don't only compliment women's.
It's interesting that the whole conversation. Do you notice that over time, people will come in and they'll have the same conversation every single day? Have you noticed that? Maybe it's just me.
Yeah,
Like it's almost like
always do that.
like I could be like, hey, what's going on, everybody? Hey, Sandra, what are you wearing? Hey, Mel, what are you wearing? Hey, Dan, what are you wearing? Okay, I'm done now. I'll talk to you later. And it's like, it's happened for like the past 30 days where like, I can be like, you know, our Pearls is always like, hello, how are we? Like, you can almost like do the whole script at this point. It would be interesting. It would be interesting to see how many people said the same thing every time they came in. We could actually do that analysis. I wonder what Monster said yesterday. Let's go back and check it out. Hold on. Let's go to Zealous.1 and test this
I
out.
can bring up that script. Hold on, right here. I'll play back the tape.
Okay, play it.
What do you think of my body, Sandra? Isn't that what you say every time?
Yeah, pretty much.
It's kind of German, though. You know what I mean?
I can see that.
He's a young guy, you know.
Look at my body, yeah.
He's just a little nervous, you know. Lawyers scare people.
You know what's occurred to me is that Emmy's hands, when he claps, I feel like they're too white. Like, I know he's got a white complexion, but I don't feel like he's that. That's like an extreme whiteness that I think, you know, it's okay. I mean, I like when I clap. Look, I'm doing a yellow clap. I don't even fit my race, I guess. Damn, I don't even know how to change the color on that. Let's see.
You have to press down on it. Maybe Emmy needs some vitamin D. You know, like maybe.
No, Emmy, try the second white color.
Yeah, that one. That's
the golden white. Try that one.
Go. Sweet. There we go.
That's better.
Yeah, that's better. Because before it was almost kind of like deathly white.
Yeah, you have a golden.
I am death. You know what I mean? Like, you know, should we take our cars?
He is very pale, though. Maybe he's like the Walking Dead.
Yeah, that's a
no. He's not pale. He's not pale. He's fair skinned and he has golden. I can't tell if it's golden under or over tones.
Well, I say that because I'm pale. Like normally, I'm the palest color. Like I go to the Clinique counter to grab the foundation I usually get, and boom, it's like okay, it's 000, the lightest one. Okay.
You have golden overtones and red undertones, from what I can see on this picture.
Well, I'm an avid. It's
not you, him.
Right, him.
Emmy.
Right. But I'm talking about myself. I know who's someone who's very fair because my skin's like whiter than his. I'm pretty pale.
So fair skin is normally a person that burns and doesn't tan at all. That's
well, Emmy's been a daywalker for a long time, right? He's been known to travel between planes of existence, between the XR people, and then also still see people of the light, you know, hanging out. And I miss his talks when he would walk around a square somewhere in Brooklyn while on call. I miss those times. I always feel I was like 2 a.m. and there's Emmy walking around. Well, here's what I think about X. And I was like, oh, where are you? I'm just walking.
I'm in the Agora as an insect.
There you go.
Bugging people.
Emmy, you said Agora?
Agora.
Yeah, Agora.
Agora mall.
Agora.
I can't really speak to like if I pronounced it very well, but Agora via the marketplace that Socrates pissed people off at.
There's a school name called Agora.
There's an application called Agora, and they powered Clubhouse.
There is a place in India, Agora. There is a mall, Agora Mall.
Technically, if you split up A and Gora, that's what you get a Dan.
Agora.
Get it? You know, Gora, think that's what they call white people.
Yes, Agora.
I'm sorry.
No,
I have to learn more about other cultures. I don't,
I only know that because I studied with Indians. So there was one guy, Andrew Peak. They sold their company to Shopify. He's doing well. And they used to call him Gora.
Why? Because
That's his nickname. Because he was white. Hey, look, it's Gora. Yeah.
Oh, it seems there are lots of Agora across the world.
But actually,
amazing.
Apparently that number is going down and will continue to go down to the point where they may disappear. We may disappear. Is that true?
We are living in a simulation.
I mean, I think we're in a simulation to the extent that people are non-playable characters, because you're not really listening to them. You're listening to the idea that they have themselves.
The biological avatar, the bioterrestrial avatar.
It's the notion of the self-concept, right? How is your self-concept manifested? Well, it's who you think you are, coupled with who you believe others think you are, versus who you want to be versus your aspirational role model, whether that be Beyonce, Jay-Z, etc.
It's always those two. Beyonce, Jay-Z.
Hello, my baby.
Now it's just like a caricature of like, hello, Melly B. How are you? What are you wearing? Can we go on a date? Here's my PayPal. Have I missed anything so far?
Everything is scripted.
little green card on the side. I think he wants to have an online relationship with you.
I think with many.
Melody is my sweetheart. No, Melody is my piece of heart.
See, young men are fickle. See, this is exactly why I don't take them seriously, because they're too fickle. They don't mean what they say, and they don't act on what they say either.
They love flooding.
Right. So, all right.
Now we're in the metaverse. I can't tell if we're having the conversation or the conversation about the conversation.
No. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I just, but I've observed about, younger people. I've observed that younger people are kind of fickle and feckless, and they don't really follow through anymore on what they say they're going to do. But that's okay. They're young.
They don't even use their real profile pictures.
Exactly.
This dude's just like eating pizza after pizza.
Yeah.
You want to see my
cosplaying
tummy?
as a guy with abs.
You want to see my tummy?
No, that's I accidentally clicked on your.
I think that's gonna hurt your sales pitch.
Yeah, I clicked on his Twitter account. I was like, "Whoa!" I did not. What the fuck? And I didn't. It's like.
Oh.
I am selling my belly rubs for one each once. Who wants to rub my tummy? This tummy has recently been in a hospital and has been blessed by many others. This is your time to come and bless this belly now.
It sounds
I
like
would take
Dr.
raspberries.
Sinlog.
Someone blow a raspberry on me quickly.
Yeah.
We need the haptic bodysuits already. It's crazy that we can't that we can't communicate touch to each other digitally. It's annoying.
Well, I mean,
it has to stop.
All touch is experienced through electrical signals, right? So we don't technically need the suit. We just need the ability to signal in a way that doesn't give you a seizure.
No, you need the suit because the body and the skin are reactionary, make the hormones in your body react. Like you can get the vibrational reaction and energy, but I don't know. Digital touch, what the fuck is that?
Suddenly, the conversation took a turn into interesting.
That is interesting, actually, because I swear this floor in this apartment sometimes shocks me. Maybe that's just static electricity from something else, though. I don't know.
So now we have a new question to ask when you're in a good mood. Are you on the floor or are you in a chair?
Are you on carpet, Sandra?
I don't really have any carpet except for like a little place near my treadmill. It's all like stone of some sort. I don't know.
I agree that I think you have to have the whole package there, the haptic suits. But, a lot can be done through voice. A lot can happen through voice. A lot can happen through voice and semi-presence. I mean, I think a lot of things can be done. Look, we can't address all of Munster's needs now, but we do know that in the future we can get him the kind of apparatus that he might need to really to talk about those abs in a way that I think that the community would accept.
Well, for me, and this is my application with neurotech, is if the metaverse is what's physical, does it have to be, throw it in the metaverse, and then what's experienced, does it have to be, let's use neuromodulation. That's an interesting thing. Can I just offer you a code that provides you with the feeling directly to your brain instead of having to deal with the theatrics of experience?
Well, with the notion of anonymity, right? Our opportunity to be whoever we want in the metaverse. This sort of helps us explore our complete deviant side, right? Because we can do that without a certain amount of weight on our shoulders, unless we're obviously doxxed. Wouldn't that be sucked to get doxxed in the metaverse, like in the middle of some kind of massive 5-way, and somebody pulls up the data? Oh my God, that you're hanging out with an Intel CEO and 2 swingers from from Iowa. Holy shit! I mean, those are the kind of things that I think are going to be kind of.
Are you kidding me? The worst part would be about the people from Iowa. No one would be actually concerned about what act was being performed. They'd be like,
"That's true.
You're fucking someone like the flyover states? Ew." Like that sort of thing.
There you go. Yeah.
Swingers in Ohio 5, I think, really nailed it, though.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
But I mean, that's going to be interesting about the metaverse, is that we'll have a choice to either be ourselves or to be multiple people. And we already know people who are experimenting being multiple people. I mean, do that in video games all the time. That's fun. That's part of the joy of going through character classes and having assigned traits to you. You know what I mean? Like when you choose to be a healer, like you get like one offensive spell, and then your whole life is just to keep everyone the fuck alive, right? And somehow that's fun. Some people love that, and other people just like to be the idiot that charges into battle. I don't know. Which one am I? Probably both. I never really got good at healing, though, because healing was like, it was targeting people on the team versus, the other stuff.
Well, I have good news for you, Dan. I am starting to build up another Twitter account. Her name is Cece. She's a fintech slut.
Oh, nice.
Perfect. I need that. I need a fintech slut in my life. That's perfect.
And she just says dirty, dirty, dirty things.
Mm.
But I'm not.
I love that.
I have a lot of dirty phrases, really. You know.
DM me.
So they're awkwardly dirty. Like it's like she's trying to be dirty and sexy, but it's kind of like, like, okay, try harder, Anyway, it'll get there. I'm working on this character.
I like that Monster was like, DM me. When you are done with your slutty character, please call me on my speed dial. You may fax your tit pics to me to this number. They come in as small GIFs, but still, it will please me quite much.
Share the ID with me.
I'll send you her account, but it's a parody. It's not supposed to be like taken seriously, But she's supposed
It's just for fun.
Yeah.
I'm here for also fun. No,
Yeah,
don't worry.
But you're a baby. Go. I'm not. Yeah.
Yes, I'm 10-year-old baby.
I'm sorry, man. You've been labeled a baby. I can no longer give you the recommendations that you may have a decent. Oh, wait a minute. What am I saying? Never mind.
But maybe Cece will have fun with you, but she's not interested. You're also too young and not rich, so she really only.
Well, that makes me think I should create some other alternate account where I don't know, bring out one of my characters. Like when I went into the hospital, I kept on imagining my Forcus character, who's the sort of the dark side of my alpha or ego personality. And it almost like manifested him in the room, like, hey, look at you, you dumb fuck. I don't know why I did that. I almost wanted to hear, I don't know, some part of my psyche to talk to me.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Well, that's a good idea. If you brought him aboard, then Cece could harass him sexually.
That's true. Excellent. He would talk like this, dark and devilish. He would say, Monster, I think you are fantastically interesting. Even better strewn across the wall and stabbed to death.
Oh.
Well, obviously, that's kind of mean. He wouldn't.
That's really hot.
Say all that per se, but I like using the Indian voice better because you already have that kind of Indian voice tone. But then it also makes me think I'm making fun of all my team members, company. But that's okay. Most of them have lots of different accents.
Dan, stop making fun of Indians. We're not going to have any software development team in like 5 days.
Dan, if I think I missed your Indian tone. Can you repeat that, please?
Right now, it's Dr. Indian Strangelove to me right now.
It's quite interesting that I work with multiple partners that do different types of technologies, and one thing is true with our team is we like to go out and drink as much as we can, and with the client get them drunk, try and make things happen. I don't know. See, if you say like Dan do an Indian accent, then I can't do it because now I'm like on the spot. But yeah, I mean, I try to do that to Monster.
Fun.
Monster kind of triggers me with that because he's doing like, sit down and rub oil on me. Check out my belly button. Stick your finger into my belly button. Deeper now. Go deep. Come on, go deeper than that. Yeah. Now, slide around, make sense. Okay, now try to stack the cherries in my dimple.
But that looks Italian or maybe sometimes German.
I think you need more input from the mini monster data model. But once you have it,
the monster data model. I love that.
Dan is too good.
We took in 750 data points from the monster data model. What do we have so far? Well, he really likes his abs, and
the W's are still coming out as V's, and the V's are still coming out as W's. But other than that, it's pretty good.
It's a tricky time here in the United States.
He still needs to put a shirt on. If he's going to be on, I think we should have a new Twitter Spaces rule. You need to be fully clothed, like at least like a shirt.
I think we have a Halloween party and we all go as other people.
Sandra, don't be distracted. No. Don't be distracted.
Well, I want to be She-Hulk for Halloween. I want to be She-Hulk.
Really? I thought She-Hulk was just a little too commercialized versus like the Hulk. You know what I mean? Like the Hulk is the big brash idiot that explodes, and She-Hulk is like you know, dun, 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 She-Hulk is now going to a court case and feeling great. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
I don't know. It just seemed a little too, I guess, but it's cool. I mean, it's a chick. And who doesn't like a chick fighting?
Well,
Like
it's either
Wonder
that, like
Woman, she was an awesome chick fighting. So
oh yeah. Well, what should I go as then?
you're probably more Wonder Woman, I think. But you could be She-Hulk. I've just never seen you exactly bent anyone in half before. You know, and you gotta have. Well, I guess you probably have done that.
Well, that's a little personal, isn't it? I mean, no. I don't know. I mean,
DM me. Meanwhile, there's Casey, who I gotta tell you, I've been trying to create art again, and Casey is my favorite target. That's when I know I'm healthy, is when I start making art that has Casey's name on it. I don't know why. It's just because it's hard. I gotta like type in stuff where I like type in something and then I say Casey branded, and I'm hoping the computer after like 300 runs, there's like, there it is. In fact, I did. I made a yard gnome that has Casey on it. Hold on a second. Let me post that.
I love those.
It's funny because that's people's nickname for Casey, the yard gnome.
Really? Why? Is there a story behind that?
Yeah, you kind of put them outside your house to ward off bad spirits.
Right, I know what they are. My sister has like 80 of them. But
Are
yeah.
any of them like peeing into a fountain?
Oh, they're like the most vile ones because my sister is like she's like into like toilet humor type stuff. You know what I mean? Like farting and that, type of humor. So they're all doing something disgusting, pretty much. And the neighbors have actually complained about her to like the municipality. And they won't do anything because they think it's hilarious, but thank God. But yeah, they're pooping, they're peeing, they're doing all kinds of crazy stuff. 80 of them.
Wow. Well, there's my picture I posted there. Casey, it got Casey on the belt, which I think it's all right. It's like there's 2 Ks there, but still, he's got no arms, or his arms are behind his back, like he's thinking. Which is
Wow! Look at that. That's gorgeous.
That's really cool.
That's my doctor said, do whatever you got to do to get you healthy, and I was like, man, I love making and like ripping on my friend KC, and they're like, is that the guy that brings you like the mortgage report every week, and he talks about how we're going to be at like 48% mortgage rates, and I'm like, yeah. So I'm like, well, that's cool. Just do what you got to do. I actually do like that report because it comes in with Casey's solemn voice. Get him up here. Why isn't he talking? He's back there hiding.
Being shy. Maybe he's got really bad news and he can't bring himself to say it. Well, Dan, you could do me,
He's supposed to bring a musician on the stage,
Uh-oh. You could make gnomes out of me. I wouldn't mind. Oh, you got him. All right.
Sorry, I was hitting a button and muted everyone. So there.
My Wi-Fi was past due, which might be why there has been issue. Oh my God, it went away again.
Uh-oh. No, Dan, you have to make a gnome, a Sandra gnome.
You want a Sandy gnome? I can do that.
I would like that. It's going to have like cloven hooves and a broom.
You want like a centaur? Is that what you want?
That might be fun. Yeah, that might be fun.
What is cloven?
It's all about the posture. You know what I mean? Posture is
like Satan's hooves.
Okay.
As in, I'm a woman, so I'm evil, etc. Never mind.
Aw. Sandy, come on.
I'm just teasing.
On the dark side a bit.
That's your
for other characters.
Okay. I don't know. The dark side has more fun in a way. There is such a thing as being so maniacally good that you're actually bad.
Yes, I believe in that.
I love the notion of maniacally good. So good that you're actually a maniac.
Exactly. Right.
It's kind of like Batman, isn't it? Like you're so good, but yet you still cause tons of destruction.
Every action movie in Hollywood is like that. Like if I had to actually, I had a acquaintance who would total up like the amount of like monetary damages done to property in like the super, I mean, he was comparing Marvel against, the other DC Comics, and it was just catastrophically, it would bankrupt the country type of stuff. It's like maybe we should be more realistic in our movie making. We really don't destroy things this much in real life.
Yeah, it's kind of whatever message Hollywood wants to give you is what you have. I'm kind of waiting for them to run out of superheroes. I'm getting sick of superhero movies, or at least comic-based movies that are like the same thing over and over.
I feel the same way, and they're too long. Some of them are like almost 3 hours long. I'm like, oh god, not again. It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
Well, a bunch of them are getting canceled. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Like they're just like saying, "Oh, we're just not going to release this," and people are like, "What the fuck? We just spent like $1 jillion on it." And I'm like, "Yeah, we're not going to release it." And then somebody
like
was thinking,
Batgirl.
"Oh, well, yeah, a bunch of them, right?" But the bigger thing that I saw was that, what are the tax implications of potentially writing off a film?
What are the tax implications?
I don't know. Maybe you claim it as a capital loss.
Oh, I guess you could.
So that's what. Yeah.
There was an entire Broadway play about these people who made a play, and they were trying to lose money.
Is it called The Producers or something else?
That's the one, right?
Yeah, I saw that from Curb Your Enthusiasm with Larry David. Never saw the original.
Yeah, the producers. I think the idea was that they would make more money making flops, but the harder they tried to make flops, the better.
Yeah, that's kind of like the boring property law stories.
I wish I got that joke. I bet I heard Sandra get it and I didn't get it, but I bet it was good.
Now, the more boring the story, the funnier they are, and that's how they tend to be. The nuclear plant one is sadly real, and I forgot. And I was telling Mike that I had forgotten one of the key parts of it that would make it even funnier, but that's okay. But yeah, that was fun. That was fun to do.
Yeah, Emmy, I DM'd you the YouTube video of Boring Property Law Stories by Sandra. We turned it into a short film.
Boring property law. You mentioned like being really. So I think Sandra, you might have mentioned like being really boring on a Twitter space, and I was trying to think that through. Like, what's the most boring thing you could do that would actually people would feel boredom about?
I think if you talked about regulating AI, right?
We need to.
Actually, I mean, you just got to get one of those. I've seen those channels where it's just like, it's like. So this happened, I don't know, a couple months ago, where it was just a gal. It was like a cam actress, and she would just had a channel, and it was just her on the stage, and no one talked, and it had like 75 people in the room, and it was mostly because people checked out her profile, and she was a OnlyFans / MFC cam kind of gal. So it was like this anticipation. Like if you want, I think one of the better ways to capture a crowd is to capture a crowd with a notion, but you never really truly deliver. So people are just perpetually on the edge of what may be delivered. Like you're about to do a drop, right? Exclusive NFT drop. Not sure when, but it's going to happen today, right? And everyone's
Oh, like the Norm Macdonald Moss joke.
Or whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
Or like even in the moment, say I have a point And what I'm really trying to express here, and I think you guys will all agree with me, this is something that I've thought about a lot. It's something that I've studied. And the more I think about it,
Oh man, you're doing it so good.
the more I'm interested in really putting this. But then it comes performance art for me, and then it gets fun, and it probably
No, but I
is
think
a little fun.
but I think like what that is like the source of, like, I've often thought, like, because people interpret the content in terms of the album cover. So what if it was just Sandra telling these stories, but then you slapped a comedic album cover on it? Then the experience would be completely different. Even if it's called Boring Property Law Stories.
I think for me, it depends, because that gets into like a bit of anti-comedy, which is some of like my favorite type of comedy. So I think like it's all about the listener and their expectations. Of course, watching someone experience that when their expectations are a certain way is hilarious to me as well. I don't
Right
know.
now, I have about a half an hour pilot in my head for the Syndicate, because if you look at here, let me put it at the top. I take for granted that I'm probably one of the few people who've seen this, but what I did is the Syndicate social audio reel. So this is a playlist of some of the videos we've done together over the past 6 months. I'll put it at the top. Not all of them.
Well, I've made some action figure images of Sandra's character here. I'm just not sure if gonna probably run him through some tests here. The prompts were Jersey woman, Jersey woman, superhero, and you fight with a microphone. And then so far, some of the things look really good. So you're battling crime through your voice acting, which I think is that's a cool, powerful metaphor.
Cool. I always feel like I'm under pressure when someone's like, "Give me a prompt," and I'm like, "Oh," I like turn into like this deer in headlights. Like, well, what will this person think of me if I come up with a stupid prompt, or like none at all, or I was like all this pressure, and then I just end up wanting to say something totally dirty, so it just shuts the other person down completely. Like they won't even know what to say. But now it's like a peer pressure thing now, don't you think? It's like, okay, give me a prompt for what I'm doing in my AI art here. And
It does. You got to work on. That's why I think, and some people have started to make them. There's like separate programs that you can get that sort of help you organize your prompts and sort them, and sort of like I always have like the synonym directory open, so I'm always looking for another way to say the same thing. Or it was also just fun researching. I mean, that was a great thing about getting into AI art the first time, was like, well, shit, I want to go back and learn all these all these classic battles, and because they're all in the computer, right? So reenact the Ottoman Battle of X, from this vestige, or rethink the fall of the Roman Empire, but do it because I don't know, it was all Listerine bottles that took it over. I mean, it's like you can do crazy shit. That was just fun.
That's really cool. I've seen a educational use of it, like doing a show of like a fish parts. And I thought that would be cool for like
yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, cool. It is cool.
It's all about the prompt.
It's all about the prompt. And that's what's going to happen in the future. Emmy will be there, and his kids will be there, and Emmy will be 60 and rolling back in his chair, and they're like, I remember back in the day when your mother gave me the prompt. And boy, it's all about the prompt, right? That's how we see if people aren't compatible anymore. We do it through prompt engineering.
You got a good enough prompt for the date tonight? I don't know. Well, if you don't qualify, you go back to the verse. I know. So you're actually all in the metaverse. And the only way to get out of the metaverse is to make a convincing point that you can be capable in front of other humans. So you have to actually fight to
Wow.
exist in the real. Ta-da!
That sounds like a very good story.
Well, I know that now we look at our birth certificates to deliver to astrological scientists. Perhaps one day we will seek for our prompts. And the second at which it was submitted.
I can see that. I could see the be interesting if we ever get sort of like that anime experience from the anime sword art online, where the kids basically jack into the world, and then the game sort of locks them in, so they're sort of either in a perpetual sort of connected state, or if they ever jack out, they actually die. They actually die in the real. I'm sure that kind of fail-safe technology is being developed now as well, but I don't know. It'd be interesting to see how immersive stuff can change, your stay in some places. Like I think about the hospital again. Would a totally immersive experience be able to sort of cut me off from that, or at least less, institutionalize me a little bit in the days when I was there for no reason? I don't know. I wonder about that. I didn't want to make art in there because it was negative, so it's like it just reinforced. That's the bad thing about the computer, I think. If you tell the, computers, how you feeling today? I feel like shit. All right, you want some more shit? Well, here you go. You're like, no, no, I don't. And sometimes I think we don't know what we want, right? That's probably 98% true. We don't really know what we want. We're just taking the current data pattern and going with it.
I think that's such a key thing that I'm working my way through is okay, what do I want? Because if I don't know what I want, how can I work towards it? If I don't have a clear vision about what I want, which I think is achievable, then I'm sort of doing make work in the interim. That's not necessarily true, but
it's not necessarily a bad thing either. I mean, working from them, I've always liked the idea of. I don't know if I liked it just from like an exercise and things, but I've always wanted to sort of build a report first, like come up with what is the high level notion of what you want to achieve, and almost see that as an ability to sort of tell that story, and that's your gut story, right? So like when you get a project or you see a certain amount of data and you got like you're always doing a pattern matching in your head, so you have a top line in your head already. In a lot of ways you can't act on it because you're not allowed to, right? You have to go through the traditional way of like forming the report and getting all the data that goes with it, but your gut is still telling you like 78% of the truth. So I always wanted to make the report, figure out should it be 8.5 by 11, should it be 9 by 17, should it be landscape, should it be this message, what? Because when we were selling to design companies and research companies, mostly product companies, people pay us to do research, but they, for as much as they wanted the data and the results, they wanted a narrative, and the narrative is like the minute you meet a client, you understand their problem, like you form a lot of that initial narrative in your head as to how things could change for them, and based on your experience you sort of throw that in there too, so you have like easily 50% of the truth before you've even done the work yet. Now you had to do the work because that work is the rigor that shows as to how you got to where you got, and it's the evidence. But the more I did that, the more I sort of reverse engineered the the report, the more I really enjoyed it, and that's what really got me more into prototyping and to making things without, I don't need, all I need is one conversation. Like, just what were you trying to do? I had a hard time getting, doing dog grooming online. It was a pain. Okay, show me the experience. Boom. All right, that's all I need. From there, I can do all the research. It's like it's weird. People get paralyzed on their product and their notion, and they don't know how to talk to customers. And part of that's because they will bias their customers along the way. That's the other big thing, is that they bias it, and we're doing that all the time. Don't you love my prototype? Don't you think it's great? Okay, I'm going to answer in the human way. I'm going to make you feel good because obviously I don't want to hurt your feelings. But you just you just gave me the worst data possible for my startup because you're not going to tell me the truth, So it's like, once we learned like the cognitive dissonance and all that other cognitive biases or whatnot, it's amazing how refined you can get with experience. And then you don't want to be right, it's a part of you that's kind of playing with that gamble. But at the same time, it's like, it's never so much about the data with me and my clients. It's always about the narrative it's about them feeling good about the direction they're going in. That's really what it is. It's like, are they making the right decisions? And sometimes I have clients now that I know want to talk to me, but they can't talk to me because they know that they've done everything like I told them please don't do. They've done,
Right.
So they're like embarrassed in a way, like, I can't talk to Dan, because he's just going to remind me that I'm fucked and that I caused it myself. I'll be like, yes, all right. So how do you want to approach that problem?
And for me, that's why I find myself really leaning towards consulting, because I may not know what I personally want, but I learn from working with people who do, especially if they know what they want and I like what they want. And when I was at VR Workout, and I'm still sort of am. I'm just trying to like figure out what the bandwidth is like. I like the product and stuff. Someone described me. The person I brought in for operations described me as a chaplain in an army, in that I am not carrying a gun.
Interesting.
So coming in, and it's not that I don't have a dog in the race, but being able to have that sort of outside perspective, say things that are hard to hear, but do it from a place that is encouraging and empowering, and eventually the hope is that people leave the conversation feeling better and not worse. That's sort of my intention.
Consulting gives you experience too. Sometimes so many of us are waiting for that moment where we can get the opportunity. If only I had the opportunity, then I could shine. What's great about consulting is that you just push yourself out in the airlock. Like, you're the first one in the airlock. All right, sweet. And then you just shoot yourself out into space. And consulting lets you figure out what you're good at, and also lets you figure out how to own projects. Also helps you see what you really suck at. I mean, it's a great, it's a prototype in itself when you consult the first time, figuring out whether or not you like those aspects. It's really it's part of that, cornerstone thinking of getting yourself out of your comfort zone. It's important to do. You forget about it, and then you start to hate that notion where people are like, you got to get out of your comfort zone, because after a while it starts to get, pushed on you, and you've been out of your comfort zone the whole life trying to figure things out. So it's good, man. You should do consulting. I like it. Peter, my man, how you doing?
Well, my phone's dead, but I've managed to get this working on my laptop through BlueStacks. Somehow managed to get into my account.
And that's why it's so standy. That's awesome. You figured it out.
Yeah, considering I've forgotten all my passwords because I changed them when I got like my Spotify account hacked. So I was like, I just set random passwords. Like, I know what it is roughly, but it's some variation on some variation, and getting in requires two-factor authentication, which is linked to my phone, which is not functioning right now. So Can't even change my passwords at the moment. Fucking beautiful. I need to make money really fast so that I can replace my phone. It's just, yeah, amazing. So that's going to be a fun little challenge on my day off. Just thought I'd quickly chime in and say hello. Like, I'm here. I've got my shit working. And yeah, that's where I'm at. Also, Dan, sorry. It's fantastic to hear you speaking again. It's fantastic to see you in here. I'm so glad you're out of hospital and actually back doing your thing.
Thanks, man. Thanks for that. Appreciate the thoughts and prayers everyone put together and helped me get back to the stage. That means a lot. And it's good for me to get back on here and talking. You know, that's I did a couple of business calls today. I got to hear the woes of the company. Yay. And then I got to hear some of the highlights of things that are going well, and you know, more stuff to do. But it's I'm excited. Don't know my prognosis on things yet, but at the same time, I have a nice network of people that come together and support me, and that really means a lot to me. So appreciate all you guys, everyone here, ladies included, of course.
Anytime. Happy to help if you need anything. Don't overdo it. I think men have a tendency to think that they're healthier than they really are when they're recovering from being sick, and then they just end up falling down the ladder. So
No, I'm going to try to stay in pretty chill. It's interesting. I look at old art I made and printed out, and I see. That was one thing when I was doing art on my computer. I wanted to make some art there, but I just saw so much art I had created that I was like, God, I got to curate. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, I have 7 billion images of you know, this one thing that I got to curate and clean out.
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I want to ask this, do you guys think AI art can replace traditional, art design, or maybe in the near future, traditional art design is going to take or overcome the challenges that AI art design is trying to, pose with the traditional art design?
I think there's actually I'm starting to see the tools now. I saw one yesterday. Because of the stable diffusion leak, or because that went sort of public, and the source code sort of went out there as well. There's a lot more people developing sort of standalone solutions using the AI art, and I see a whole wave of actual design specific tools. It's either specific to packaging, specific, tools are honed in. That's the one thing that's confusing about AI art now, right? Is you see infinite possibilities, but that's because it's an open canvas. You can do anything, right? But the more you hone that canvas, the more you, I saw someone doing basically just specifically packaging, design and just being rapid in that concept. If you narrow it in that sort of focus, then I think you can have the potential of creating some really powerful separate tools, which actually themselves are actually a really cool thing for startups, really, because if you can make a design specific tool that leverages the narrow specificity of the AI, so it allows you to really optimize, you have whole new ways to create really attractive new markets, because you can actually target a specific niche in design. Packaging itself is $1 billion industry all on its own. It has its own little, there's their own design ethos to have all their different sort of things. And I just see people kind of coming out with the next generation of design related tools that are not from the standard companies, but from people leveraging AI, but they merge it with a really good, design sort of ethos or other stuff. So they make these specific tools. Now, why is that cool? What's cool about that is if you can onboard as much of the niche population that's specific to that, then you've just solved a big thing that other people would love to acquire, which is you found another new niche of people, and then you made a tool specifically for them, and then you galvanized that niche, And so now people just, you become the XL of that field. So when people go into that field, they want to use your platform and so on. And that's just pure M&A acquisition material all day long, from, a larger company standpoint that wants to get into that space. They would target that. In fact, they're waiting for that. And that's the cool thing about it right now is finding as many sort of ways to leverage the AI to give you a much power to help you then identify that niche group that is actually embedded in a much larger group that you can't easily find. The more you can sort of dig that niche out and really galvanize it or really support it. And it's not about pricing of the product or anything like that. It's about that group. If you can do that, I think I see that as super powerful in the startup world, because it's foundation, and people, between now and really 2030, it's just going to be, people are looking to buy foundation. They want to buy progress. They want to buy momentum. They don't
They want to
want
buy
to just,
Figma.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, 20 billion for that thing. Amazing. That's amazing. I mean, that's just the tip of things. I think like Midjourney and Wombo, and these companies are already valued at probably 10 million or more, and they're just barely getting started, right? I think Stable Diffusion definitely kind of fucked up some of Midjourney's game a little bit, just because it allowed everyone to really get closer. It also allowed Wombo to get closer, and Wombo's really a unique company. I every 3 weeks they got something new, and I like their focus. I like their usability. I like the fact they're staying as common as you want, but at the same time, they have a Discord bot model that I picked up but I haven't explored yet, where it'll allow you to do sort of what Midjourney does, gives you multiple renders, whatever. And then of course my local friends here, when I went into the hospital, they that was right when Stable Diffusion, so they got a whole rig going on at my friend Clint's house, and and they're running, they're like, let's take all of Dan's prompts from the last 2 years and throw them in here. So they've been like running all these whole things and just exploring the full feature set. And I love that, because they're all, they're not so much the AI art guys, they're hardware guys. They're like, yeah, but isn't that card faster? All right, give me the RAM. Like they'll build like this super machine just for the fuck of it. That's a fun time in engineering. It's fun to see people sort of going from mining rigs to AI, super rigs, AI art rigs that can do stuff. And now and that's starting to change how we think about. It's making me think about just different opportunities. Like, and we think about the art gallery that's just got frames, and art gets generated based on the conversation in the room. We didn't think that was possible, but that's happening now. You see the videos of the kids online, or they're showing off their T-shirt, right? And they say, "Yeah, I want a raccoon on my shirt," and it shows a raccoon for generated art. But I want it holding a piece of pizza, and it holds a pizza. It's like they're doing. That's what's really great is and the thing that we need to always remember is not like we get isolated. We think, okay, that's just web, or this is just mobile. But it's not. The minute it gets mastered in one aspect, it can be super connected via voice and other technologies in an instant, which is why when the metaverse does hit with glasses, it's going to be crazy. And it's going to be like, people are like, how'd you do that? I'm like, it's always been there. It's always been possible. People fuck around with it, but no one does it full on until like they want the game to come on. But that game's coming on pretty soon. It has to, I think.
I just hope the glasses aren't too heavy, because some of them give me a headache and they up the puke factor.
Yeah, well, they'll be addressing that. I mean, Apple for sure is. Apple's glasses will probably err on the side of comfort, speed, connectivity, and
Look at the
overall.
headphones, right?
Yeah.
The headphones they spent a long time on.
Totally. I mean, and that's the big thing. It's like they don't want to. It's a smart strategy. It's develop the core
It's almost like
technology.
they're adding a modality one at a time. All right, I'm going to give you auditory,
Yeah,
and then I'm going to give you visual, and then I'm going to give you kinesthetic down the road.
yeah, yeah. The whole time you're thinking, wait, couldn't this all be connected by voice? Yes, and could voice
Yeah,
do it
the
fluidly?
voice is the interface.
Yeah, and it's just interesting to see the different. I still got to get kind of drill back into it, but I know that it's going to get more interesting, and I do think there's still a lot of a lot of bigger brands are trying to sort of figure out their customer stratification between their younger base of like what they need to sort of shine and like make noise about versus what gets really consumed, right? And I think as soon as Levi's moves 1 million pairs of jeans because of some NFT in the pocket type thing, the game is up, right? It just goes, and it's gonna it's gonna flow. I think it'll be interesting. It'll be fun and crazy.
Yeah, that sounds cool. That sounds cool. Hopefully, it will be not too expensive. I mean, you buy the rig for the Rift, and it's like, ugh, for us little people. But it's come a long way, so that's nice.
Yeah, it'll be. I know the Apple glasses will be stupidly expensive, I'm sure, at the start. But at the same time, it'll be, and it'll just be like the iPhone, right? It'll be like the first one and then the second. And it's
Yeah,
beautiful,
yeah. By the time you get to Apple 6, you know,
But
I think about it a lot because I'm creating a lot of e-learning videos. So I'm like, I know what I'm doing is about to become redundant, but will become useful as we bridge that gap, right? Because right now I'm just getting the pedagogy down, the curriculum down, the design down, the gamified design elements. But once,
yeah, the
you know,
modularization of it too. I mean, that's the same
yeah,
thing we're doing our shows. We think about. I'm always telling the team remix, like grab everything in bits. Who are those people? Who are those networks? And then we can do a best of show.
that remixing though,
Remixability is key.
that remixing though, I think requires a higher level of thinking and experience. That is not, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it does
Right?
because I
Hey,
think a lot of people would
can
see
you
it
see
before.
it's like telling people, hey, what I need you to do is become the weatherman for the fourth industrial revolution. Tell me what's going to rain next week. And it's like, what? You're like, you can't see it? All right, fine. All right, I'll do it.
Yeah, I think I kept back to I had a little tool army I was working on of different tools or using AI that I need to go back to play with again. So much to do.
Well, post a link. I'd love to see what you got.
Oh, you're
Tools.
the various Super Sanders. You want the Super Sanders?
Oh yeah, well that too. But the tools that you mentioned, maybe if you could post a list.
Oh yeah, I'll do
That'd
that.
be awesome. I put me in as I have a bunch of me that were done and they look crazy. See, if I'm not thinking about Jersey, I can kind of do it. It's weird. But this is a North Jersey thing.
Yeah, I have to remember you're not so Jersey and you're Miami girl now, so.
Well, that is true, but I'm from South Jersey, near Philadelphia. I'll get there though. I'll work on it.
No doubt, no doubt. In
Well, so
time, I think you and Monster will be great together.
Only if he wants to wear a collar and
90-day fiance.
I'll drag his ass around like a dog.
We're gonna do like our Halloween party where we all come as somebody else. I'll come as Monster Guy.
There you go.
Yeah, I love that sentence. We all come as someone else. Anyways, so what we have, but like when I saw that Pete, you showed me UberDuck, and I talked to the founder, and I was like,
Dude.
and when you scroll to when you scroll to the bottom of the page, he says something so simple, which is coming soon. Uber bots. We're building a platform for interactive voice and chat bots for use on our site or deployed in external systems.
Dude, that's so unreal. I can't.
So it's like,
I mean, I can't believe you did it of all people.
You get it, right?
But to begin with, and purely based on
he called
like,
me. Yeah, I just went to the website, signed up for the beta for the bots, and then he called me. He actually called me twice, and I didn't recognize the number, so I didn't answer. And then I saw an email from him. This is an interesting kind of lead generation. So you word of mouthed me the application. I went on, was impressed by the potential, signed up for the beta. He calls me twice. I don't answer because I don't recognize it. He could have probably texted me, probably more effective. And then he sent me an email. And then when I recognized the voice, the number in the email as the one who was calling me a few times, I called him back this morning. So that was the whole lead gen process.
That's so wild. That's like, I'm glad that happened.
Dude, the world is flat as shit.
Yeah.
Like, we were talking to Nelisa the other day, and she was like, hey, I want to talk to Lancome. Well, they're on Twitter.
Well, yeah.
Just send them a message.
I mean, there's that much. There's that side of it. But the fact that, like, what gets me is I showed you this thing because it was a point of curiosity in a conversation that popped up, and it just sort of, I was like, wait, I have a thing for this. You know, it's like.
Yeah. It's well, that's when we like look at Casey and Wombo. You know what I mean? Like, fucking Dan showed me Wombo. I showed it to Casey, and now Casey doesn't even talk to us no more.
Yeah, no, he's just too busy with his Wombo. But like, no, yeah, it's like that. It's wild how the small communications can lead to bigger things, and I'm seriously stoked about the fact that they've actually even reached out to you. That's crazy. Like, you know, you sign up for a beta, you usually expect to get just like yeah, cool, you're on the beta.
Yeah, you expect some customer service agent to call you, not the founder of the company.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. I mean,
right? And the thing is, I woke him up. He was saying, hey, how's it going? And like, I explained who I was because he wasn't saying anything. And I realized, oh shit, he's waking up. I'm like, you want to call me back later? He's like, no, this is good. He's a true founder, right? He'd be like, no, it's a customer. Fucking let's do it. Right? And we ended up talking. Like, I talked to him about Christian. I talked about what we're doing. And we have 100, like, right now it's over 400 hours of content. I've recorded Syndicate. And, you know, we talked about the whole life cycle of, I imagine somebody's going to want to clone Christian's voice. And so I'd like to introduce you to him before that happens. So if he clones his voice, he's cloning his voice.
Yep. You have it's yeah, it's all kind of starting to make sense to me as well in a weird kind of way.
So now that we have voice as a service, if we have image as a service, we have film as a service.
Film as a service, eh? We're getting to that point where it's almost taking on its own life, if that makes sense. And it's doing its own thing.
I wonder if you could like disco diffusion Sandra's property law stories. That would be crazy.
Sandra's been in touch with me about something that she wants me to create. Well, I don't want to say she wants me to create, but an idea that she's brought forward to me, and I'm actually kind of struggling with it. I'm not gonna lie. Of all the sort of things that I've had people request to me, I'm not sure if I can pull this one off. I have found a solution. The issue with that solution is I can't apply it to animation. I can apply it to images. Like, I can definitely apply it to images, but I'm not sure I can apply it to animations. So I'm still sort of sitting back here, like, toying around, messing around, seeing if I can figure that one out. By the way, Sandra, I haven't just fucking ignored it.
No, I know. I didn't want to bother you too much about it. I know you've been busy lately, so
yeah.
You know, hopefully we can.
I'm hoping I can pull it off because, like, it's crazy. But yeah, I'll let you know. But at the moment, I'm in that state of, like, still, how the fuck am I going to pull this off? But those are the best challenges to me, right? Where it's like, how the fuck am I going to do it? Because it forces me to think outside the box.
I'll follow up with a question. Yeah, I'll follow up with some questions about that
It's all
later.
good. But yeah, I think that's where I come from. Where it's like, oh well, how can I create this? How can I use these tools to create something? Even if I fail, it forces me to grow and change, and it forces me to come up with new ideas, and that creates the synthesis of like, okay, I might have failed this specific project or idea, but from that I've gotten all this other stuff that's pulled me into like these other things. And UberDuck's kind of the same. I learned about UberDuck because I was curious about like just making samples for music, and I was using it to create like little vocal chops or vocal samples that I was using in little, mess around projects, right? So the music thing failed, but now I've managed to bring that to you, and you've got like you've spoken to the founder, and that's like, it's, I might have failed where I was trying to create something, but it's brought forward something bigger potentially, if that makes sense. And not even like that's got nothing to do with me directly, but as an agent of chaos, as I call it. It's like I'm appropriating that tech, I'm appropriating that kind of thing into the right hands, hopefully. I hope so anyway. I mean, hell, if they fucking hit you up and now you've got like something going on there, or even just that line of communication, to me that is the right line, right? So I'm stoked that like that communication even happened. That's fucking awesome. I can't believe like I went to work, I came home, like jumped on some spaces, I got drunk, and like I got the day off tomorrow, so I'm like, whatever. I can't even remember what I was talking about earlier. I had an awesome conversation with Dubai Dude, by the way. That dude's, there's a lot of depth there. Very cool. But like then I wake up today with like this like shit jolt of lightning creativity. Like I gotta go and create something, and I felt like everything's starting to make sense. All these little pieces are like falling together. And I come on and I see this thing where you're like, oh, the founder contacted me. I'm like, wait, what? So when the fuck this happened, And that's like, that's so cool. I'm sorry, it's just so cool. I'm ready.
I'm just looking at the daisy chain, right? So we have the read write, which is the script, right? We have the voiceover, which is the auditory. We have the visualization, which is, Midjourney, Wombo, Stable Diffusion, whatever you want. That's a film. Exactly what a film is. Script, speech is being spoken. You can hear the speech. You can see the text. You can watch the images. I think we already have it.
Yeah, it's exciting. I don't know. It's like I still don't know where this is all leading, if that makes sense. But like it's all falling together in a way that like I don't know, something's ticking in my head as well. It's like this little thing just gnawing at it. I don't know how to put it. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about though. Speaking of,
I feel what you're saying, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Right?
It might not.
Yeah.
I might not be able to like exactly translate it right now, but I think.
Hello, how are we? Sorry.
Sorry, mate. You interjected. Spoke over people. Hey, going, Hells, what are you doing up at this time in the morning? Wait, it must be like, what, 5, 6 a.m. there?
Is my
Is
mic
it
coming through?
only me who's...
I may have a delay.
Peter is breaking.
Like, what, 5, 6 a.m. there?
I don't know what's happening. Like Pete's coming through at 2.5 speed rate and all crackly, and I was playing around with this mic. I think it put a delay on everything.
He his phone broke, and so we figured out a way to use his computer audio through BlueStacks. So he's talking to Bluetooth.
Wow.
Well,
Yeah, I just bought a
what I'm
mic.
basically doing.
Sorry, Pete.
Oh, nice. I know what I'm doing is I'm emulating Android on my laptop so that I can use Twitter Spaces, running it through. You know, what mic did you buy?
That's crazy. So I've got my mic plugged in, but I can't hear any of you. And I tried to do it through another PC, but there's a delay when you're a listener and a speaker. So yeah, it just it's not going to work. I have to go and try and find another mic.
So okay, so you got the mic? Carlos?
Hi, yeah.
Oh, because you got the microphone?
I did get a mic, but it's not going to work in Spaces. I can record, but it's just a cheap one for now until a decent one arrives. It'll probably take 10 business days to get to me where I am. We'll see what happens.
Are you running are you running it through your phone, or are you like my workaround? You can't use Spaces on computer normally, can you? But with a lot of these audio things, if you're running Windows, there's always a delay, and there's a way around it if you have the right software installed.
Yeah, no,
Max.
I've only got access to Chrome. Basically, all my stuff runs through Chrome on PC when I'm using PC desktop type workflows, and the rest of it's just done through a phone.
Yeah.
So if I get into it, I'll probably just have to buy a PC.
Maybe, as long as you can record, I think that's the main thing. Like, you can interact on Twitter Spaces with just your phone, and that's fine. But when you're doing, like, if you're doing work with voice and you're just able to record, that's the main thing. But what I was going to get at is there is, like, if you do get a PC, there's still the issue of like delay or latency, and you can reduce it to almost nothing with just having the right software installed. Unfortunately, they don't make it as simple as plug and play with Mac. Like, Macs just really kill it with like their built-in audio drivers and everything, which is why a lot of people working in media tend to use Macs. It's not just the audio stuff, but like other stuff as well. It's so streamlined, so well put together because it's a closed platform. PCs being an open platform, everything runs on stuff that's kind of like built to just, okay, this works, here you go, do with it what you will, so that it works on a broad spectrum. But like there are targeted tools that really fix the issues of the PC dilemma, or sorry, Windows dilemma. Problem is, yeah, it's just you got to kind of learn all that stuff as well. So it depends what platform you go for if you're just recording. But I mean, just recording, not like necessarily recording and trying to hear yourself in real time. Which, you know, like if like I work with music stuff, so being able to hear yourself in next to real time is kind of important. If you've got like, you know, if you're trying to record like yourself playing guitar, or you're trying to record, you know, with effects and processing going on, or if you're trying to record someone else and you want them to like be able to track what they're singing in real time with like the music coming through at the same time, Windows makes it difficult. that's all I have to say about that.
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and play this at 0.5 and listen to that all again. That's really fascinating how Pete's coming through at a faster rate than the rest of us.
Yeah,
it's coming through fast. It's weird.
I'm not sure. So what's happening, Pete, is that the blue stacks is making your voice come in choppy.
Right. I can just then, but now
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I've heard people use blue stacks before, like in the space, and I found it's the same kind of sound distortion that happens to their voice. If only there was a way to clone your voice and create a new account. Oh, that's right. Uber.
Well, I was almost going to see if I can find someone that's awake to just speak on my behalf tonight, but like I was like, no, I got to sort this out because I might not be able to get a new phone for a few days. I don't have the money for it right now. I mean,
It sounds like you can trade an NFT for a phone.
I'm gonna try to do that, dude. Like, I'll be trying to auction something up like on a day's notice just to see what happens in that situation. Like, I've done the 1 week auction, but I might try and just throw something out there today and be like, look, I'm struggling right now. My phone just broke. I hate playing on that kind of thing, but like,
No, you don't even have to, right?
no, that's
Put out the NFT.
I'm thinking about it that way.
Right.
Okay? By the way, I can hear that voice is actually a lot faster than when I'm speaking. I'm speaking at like Hill's pace in real life.
It's okay. We value what you have to say so much that we're like struggling to listen to what you have to say because we know it's important.
Yeah. And now I can't hear Soyu properly. It sounds like he's like about 10 meters away from his mic, and I'm still just like got my ear up to the speaker. What's everyone saying?
This will be a fun experiment because I can tell based on the feedback I'm hearing through. I think it's Soyu's mic, it might be Dan's, I'm not sure, but how much faster it's coming through. So I'm intentionally trying to speak slower. Which feels very weird, by the way.
It's working.
Hello, how are we?
Hello. How
I'm at 6%, so I can't keep this connected for long.
Let me plug my mic in and see if you can hear the difference.
Mike.
Check. Mic
This
check.
is Michael hosting
Hi.
Mic to
How
Mic.
are we?
Keep going. Can you pretend that you're dealing with someone belligerent and you're going to give them the 3 strikes?
Okay, give me a sec. I just got to plug it back in.
I would just
Now, so we really enjoy having you here. We really do, mate. Like I don't want to have to do this, but I'm gonna implement the 3 strike rule. You keep talking over the top of people, and it's genuinely at a time where we're all listening, and you're breaking up that entanglement that we have in the space. So we're gonna try and keep that entanglement going. And I know there's a part of you that really wants to entangle with us. I can hear it in your voice. I hear it. So yeah, let's just have some fun with this, mate, and see what we can come up with.
You know what's great is that you're able to script yourself and play yourself, while at the same time it's like, I know when you're saying that at the time it's genuine. It's not something scripted.
Well, now we can have hurls as a service. So if anyone becomes belligerent, I just replay the same audio, but then change the name. Hello, how are we? Oh, I think you were Michael needs to stop talking. And then it goes back to hurls.
Yeah,
Right?
it's like the hell spot.
That's a great idea. I love that idea.
I can't wait. Well, that's honestly the reason I'm like flipping out in my head is because I talked to the guy for half an hour today, and we ran through like how software is eating the voice, right? And he talked to me about all the stuff that he's already doing. I'm like, oh shit. So this is game on. And he's like, yeah, this is all happening. I'm like, okay. So how do I introduce you to everyone else? So he said he'd come on a space next week. So if you want to play with the stuff beforehand, have any questions for him, he might look favorably upon us as beta testers.
Oh, yay.
That's a good idea. Did it come through like differently, or is it just because now I'm using my phone mic so I can hear you guys, or is it just terrible?
It's the thing is I couldn't notice that much of a difference.
It was just has that much
Like,
texture and depth on his voice. It comes through amazing on the way.
Do you notice the difference of me speaking closer to the microphone?
No, I noticed that you've dropped your voice down a couple of octaves or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, because the closer I get to the microphone, the less volume I can use, right?
Right. Oh, was I
But then
too
if I
close to
move
the mic?
myself, but if I move myself away from the microphone, then I can use a different voice, right?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's like the number of people you're talking to, right? That oh, by the way, like
It's the proximity.
when he did that, like,
Imagine you
yeah,
have now someone across the table from you.
yeah. When he did that, like when he was saying like I could be talking to a crowd of 5,000, then he cast his voice out as if he was talking to 5,000. And then when he brought it down to one person, he looked at the camera. That guy jumped out of my TV screen and into my room when he did that. I felt violated. Like he was there with me when he did that. Like I was like, holy shit, what did he do there? That was
He knows exactly where the center of the microphone is. The center of the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It was amazing to see that.
There's a lot of little things that he does that he probably takes for granted at this point.
He's got the aptitude, right?
But, oh my God, it's become invisible at this point. But yeah, when you close it, like I have the filter on, so if I take the condom off, then you can really get really close to this thing and you can hear all of the clicks in my mouth. And apparently these clicks turn people on. Who knows?
Yeah, I am.
OnlyFans by Sure the MV7.
I am. My
It
mind
was at
is
that
getting turned
moment
on right now.
I started to feel cold sweat across my brow. I got pretty excited. I was curious about that voice. I wondered, would it be the first time I'd hear it? Would I hear it again? I waited. I baited for that desperate voice to come through. Please, please.
The voice came through.
I think we
Came
should
through
be like
clearly.
narrating passages in romance novels. That's what we should be doing. 'Cause
Yes.
if we're all
Yes.
going to pretend to have that slow voice, then I think we got to try to transcribe something as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so you were talking about you've got the script, you've got everything, but who's the hero? Who's the villain? Who's the mentor? And who's the sidekick in your story?
I would set up, Soyu is always going to be the puppet master, and he actually works for probably one of the most evil characters that we have on the show that never shows, Allie, right? So she's definitely a worker of just majestic mayhem in the background. We need a good person. Peter might have to be, I feel like you're an agent of light. That's good. So you're on the good side. I think Hurls also has his kind of position of mystery in there. So I'll be the villain, at least for now, since I'm already sort of sick and have limited capacity for any attention or love for anyone. But no, I'm just kidding.
What?
I'm rambling. I'm at a point
asked-
where I've run out of the ability.
I
to
asked
think.
the AI. She looked down at his pants and noticed the bulge. He was hard. She didn't know how to react. She was in shock. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. He was silent for a moment and looked at her.
Suddenly, the bulge came into view, and Lisa could no longer take any notes. I'm sorry, what was your name again? It's called Biggie.
Dude, I had to stop reading this. I'm gonna put this in the DMs.
I bet it's filthy.
No, it's like worse, actually, which is,
No, don't stop. Don't stop.
Hold on.
Have you? Did you take your condom off? Take the condom off first.
Hold on. When you see this,
Condom. I was like, what the hell is he talking about?
I feel like we need to clip
it's
this
the
up.
hold on. I'm gonna
the mic sock, Sandra. Call it a condom.
I figured, but then he has also said to me that every once in a while he throws in some total blather of just word salad to see if people are paying attention.
I've never said that. All right. No, I'm just maybe.
Really?
Who knows? So no, I'm just joking. But here, check this out. So this is. It gave me a response. So I prompted the 6b.eluther.ai base on our conversation, and I couldn't read the response out loud. All right, check the chat and let me know what you think of it. It's kind of disturbing, actually.
Disturbing or amazing? Let's find out.
No, like disturbing. Check it out.
Has he got the picture of the farmer on it?
Shim shiminy, shim shiminy, shim shim sheree. Na 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 na. 1 and 2, 3. Meanwhile, deep in the Syndicate, something was happening, but no one knew what.
That's hilarious. That's
trying to remember where that's from. Yeah.
You know how many people, like, you may not see this, but will, like, respond to the space, and they'll say, what the fuck is going on in this room? You know how many times I get that? I swear to God, it happened today. And I'm like, welcome to the madness. Like, what else do you say?
You're very distant again, by the way.
Oh, one sec. Oh, yeah, here it is.
It's like we're doing that. I don't know if it's Sesame Street or if it's. But they have those characters where they come up and they go near, and then they like lean far back and they go far.
Oh, wow,
I
really?
remember them.
So you're getting the Shure MV7. That's what I'm using right now.
It's really muted on my end.
I think Mike needs some blue stack.
I was wondering if I can take that deal. I was wondering.
Sorry, I plugged my phone in before it was going to die. So, so long story short, like that Shure MV7 that you're looking at is the mic that I was speaking through. Just a different color, silver instead of black.
Yeah. Yeah, and the black one is expensive, and I don't know if that would make a difference to me if I get a silver
I heard
one.
that the black one helps you get off faster. No, I'm just joking. Okay. That's why it's a premium. Strong microphone make the gal them weak, as Quinn would say. I'm mostly just throwing out different things to Matthias before he comes up.
That's the way to go.
Wait, say it again?
Dan looked up from the typewriter.
Schwunk. Clack, 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 clack. Schwunk. I had to run in here, man, because I saw that the AI has stolen the AI has stolen Dan's voice. I couldn't believe what I was reading.
Dude, it's so scary.
I am here, my friend. Matthews, how are you doing, my man?
Fantastic, bro. Happy as all heck to hear you.
Thank you, my man. It feels good to be back amongst the voices of the web, hearing it and making it work. I've been talking a lot today. It's been pretty good.
Hey,
That is
Matthias.
naughty, by the way.
Go ahead, Sandra.
That AI. I just took a look. I'm like, woo, it's getting smoky in here. Thing is like
Matthias,
ridiculous.
You're not going to tell your
if you go
father, are
to...
you? Sorry.
Dude, can you imagine it took it in that direction?
Yo.
I started reading and I'm like, nope, can't read that out loud.
Oh yeah, don't do that.
That's so dark, dude.
Yeah, that's disturbing.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, you know. Oh my gosh. Shout out to the AI. Somebody's been web crawling for their research.
So Matthias, if you go to uberduck.ai, they have a commercial voiced by Eminem that wasn't voiced by Eminem.
Nice.
Software is eating your voice. So
nice.
If we took your voice, we can clone your voice now without too much difficulty.
I don't know, man. I'm pretty unique, TBH, but I get what you're saying. JK. I don't mean that. Sorry.
No, we can finally have you narrate the book.
Hey, send it to me. Fuck these AI. Try to take a brother's check. I never.
Well, that's what we were talking about today. Yeah.
Yeah, I never bought in, right? I always thought.
Whose check is it?
I always thought artists were soft when they were just like, "Oh, this is gonna ruin everything. No one's gonna be able to look at our." I was like, "Bro, how do you put clouds in the background of your drawings? Like, get the fuck out of here with this technology is taking or whatever." Like, there are things that I love from the AI, and part of what makes it beautiful is the fact that if I zoom in, there's nothing there. It's like the gestalt of it all is what's a trip and wonderful and delightful. It's like optical illusions, staring at bubbles floating across whatever. But when I saw that it stole Dan, and now that I see that my head is on the chopping block, I'm like, nah, we got to stop this shit right now. This is too far.
That's just ego. I mean, look, why wouldn't you want it to steal you? And why wouldn't you want to be the one that gives it to it? Like, do you want someone else to do it?
Oh, I see what you're saying. It's gonna happen, so just do it. Yeah, no, I fucks with that. I'm just mad at them. That's all.
I feel that.
I thought I was special.
The only way you can prevent it.
It's like, bro, nobody could talk to me.
I'll tell you what. The only people.
Sorry. Say that again.
The only people that are going to be not included in AI training data at this point are those hermits that literally did nothing with their lives, never spoke to anyone. We all thought they were stupid.
They won the game.
Imagine in the future they're the ones that become like mega rich and have like everything because you have to like pay for their service as a unique person, right? It's kind of an insane thought. Just like they sat on their hands and did nothing and they won.
Yeah, let me tell you something. Alexandrovna has zero chill.
Yo, there have been so many times where I've been triggered directly. And I'm just like, fam, this is an unfair analysis, but horrifyingly true. And she's just like, yeah, I know.
If squirt is pee, why can't you do it? Because I'm potty trained, laughing out loud, and my urethra isn't incompetent from constant UTIs and STDs.
Oh,
zero chill. I'll put to the top.
Man. That's a fascinating take.
I'm just picturing someone coming into this space and seeing a pin to the top, like, wait, what?
It's
I got urethral competence.
Wow.
Yo. Alexandrovna. Chill.
She's actually one of the few people on Twitter that's actually about that life. You might not agree with her, but you can't argue that she's not living out her thesis.
Man. I just don't like it when it hurts my feelings. That's all. That's my issue.
Same. But maybe it's the hurt feelings that keep us, following.
That part. I'm just like, why can't we make fun of the same group? Why do I have to be in the crosshairs of the public analyses.
Well, it's interesting. I wonder who she follows.
Who?
Alexandrovna.
He? That was savage. She's a queen, bro. Damn, I am
Why
a
did I
sucker.
look
So sorry, did not mean to.
No, it's all good. So I think it will be funny if like everybody gets put on this except for like maybe a few people who are considered uncool. You know, maybe some celebrities that for some reason they just get forgotten and they have to try to figure out. I mean, they could put it up themselves, but I guess it would be cooler to have someone else do it, but nobody wants to do it. That would be a really awkward conversation to have.
Yeah, someone who's got like an amazingly famous voice too, and they just can't get it on it.
Right, right.
They just can't get done.
It's going to be a weird world in 5 years with all this.
But like, I looked up some of the people that she's following. So, Dumb Bitch Capital LLC. Not to be a bitch, but why are there so many crypto panels about regulation? Snooze, give me the sexy new DeFi protocols. Yeah, I can't argue with that.
True, very true.
See, that's why I need to work on the sexy voice, because then I could talk about regulations and boring dry stuff, but in a sexy voice. I don't know how long that would like hold attention, but it might be funny for a few minutes.
Give us a soundbite. Let's jam with Sandra's sexy
I
voice.
shouldn't have said that out loud. No.
Oh, come on, Sandra. We're all friends here.
I know, but I'm eating potato chips right now.
Oh,
I'm
ASM, whatever it's called.
What is
I'm an autistic woman who's I'm an autistic woman whose special interest is being social and popular. Few get this. I need to follow more people that she's following. This is interesting.
I wonder if I can flex my reach. One thing I like.
What do you mean?
One thing I like to do with Twitter is just see if I can get an account to follow me. That sounds weird, but like I don't necessarily do anything particularly different or go out of my way too hard. I just do the whole like retweet, maybe comment, and just see if I can get them to follow me. And sometimes it works, and I'm like, damn, dude, like,
you bastard.
What?
Yeah, do it, Pete. Flex your reach.
Well, you know, Peter, I gotta tell you, it's sometimes really heartbreaking to get someone to follow you that you really like. I mean, it's kind of like a fine line between like stalking someone and I don't even know, crying every night because they won't even like something
it's not
that
like
you
that.
tweeted.
It's like I spend all 5
Yeah.
seconds doing it, and it's usually an account that I'm like, oh, this person seems interesting. I'm just gonna see if
Well,
I can reach them.
I'm talking about myself.
Yeah, I feel like there's a story in there, Sandra. I feel like
like,
there's a story.
yeah, well, first of all, I like talking about myself, so you know that's the first part of the story, and the second part is about, you know, I kind of like somebody, and I didn't say something because I didn't say anything to this person because I liked them, was trying to impress them. Something was, you know, I just said some nice comments in general, and you know, it's been I think over a year or so now, and the person won't even like my comments. Doesn't even know I'm alive. It's just depressing.
I'm thinking back to those like the romance movies where then they go and get another guy and sort of flirt in front of the other guy in front of the guy that she really likes, and then that sparks an interest. You were
Maybe,
just laughing.
maybe. I
So
don't
how
know.
do you do that? Is this all happening over Twitter? It sounds like. So how do you do that over Twitter? If we get someone like Casey or Dan's sexy voice and like have a conversation, and all of a sudden he comes across it, something
Maybe.
like that.
I could
Set
do.
the
You
scene.
want sexy voice as a service? Is that what you want? Hey there, how's it going?
That might be helpful. I don't know.
I don't know.
Sandra, he was asking you a question. Go with it.
Hey Sandra, how you feeling? What's going on?
Oh,
See, that's a little creepy, isn't it? That doesn't really sound right at all.
It was
No,
creepy. That's it.
Start again. Start again.
It
All
should
right,
be a
hang
little
on.
bit
Come
more
on.
like, "Hey, how you doing? I'm male and I'm interested." That's what it should be.
So you can you
that's
drop
better.
these two down to co-host and let me get an agenda happening here? Let's
Oh
get some
no.
sound bites happening. Come on, people. Come on. We're trying to get something happening here. Do we need a break or can we keep moving on?
It was at that moment that Sexy just turned back. Sexy came back all too excitingly, unsplashed on to the Twitter spaces. We were shocked and amused, but Sexy was present. I don't know. I've been doing a lot of talking today, so my sexiness is going out the window. It's spilling into the renders. I'm doing AI renders of sexy. And of course, you can't tell the computer to do sexy because it's already censored, so you have to say sexy in different ways. Here are top 5 ways that Dan describes sexy without saying sexy. Alluring. That's right. Alluring is an exciting word. That means that they're maybe looking at you or they're just checking the clock behind you.
I think I found a sexy one though. Like I think I found a AI that does something.
Nice.
I'll have to send you a link. Someone else sent it to me. An art AI magazine dude sent it to me. I think he was trying to tell me something. Like, please take your clothes off and snap a picture and use this. Like, okay. No.
Yeah.
But no, seriously.
Pretty aggressive terms of service there.
Oh man.
Well, Peter does have sort of a deep sort of I don't know, is he Australian, right? Aussie or something like that? Is that where you're at?
Aussie, yeah.
I feel like everyone in Australia has like a sexy. Everyone there is like, that's not a knife. This has got a knife. You know what I mean? And I've got a bigger knife in my pants even. Would you like to see me? You want to go to the grocery store and look at produce? Let's go look at some cucumbers and you can check out my knife later. You know what I mean?
That's what Australian, man. I'm sorry, you gotta sound more drunk.
I don't know. I mix them all together. It's like Brits to whatever. You know, Scottish. Scottish. You want to see my knife? You know, that's different. Scottish. You know, Scottish. Head around and seem like a white girl, right? Can't really understand anything there, but I mean it.
That's pretty much it. Every time I listen to a Scottish person speak, I'm like, what the fuck is this person saying? But I believe it.
Yeah, it's like the most poetic accent in the world, right? The Scottish accent, like the way they talk, and then they start to the way the tones and everything come across. It's very poetic, especially when they get deep.
When they start.
There's that one guy that does talk shows. I forget the guy's name, but he's like a British or Scottish guy. He does a talk show, and he's always got. Yeah, I forget his name, but he always does great comedy. I love his show. I love his accent, and then of course flirts with every freaking actress he brings on the show. But anyways, I love that show. It's good.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about, dude. That like I got to a stage where I'd literally stay up late just to watch his show because they were airing it here, and I don't even like talk shows. I'm just like, this guy's entertaining, right? All the other like talk shows, like, don't get me wrong, I know you guys love Letterman, I know you guys love like, what's that one? Conan O'Brien, but like to me they're just kind of like they're funny, but maybe like YouTube worthy, as in if they come up on my YouTube and like pop up and see something that I like a specific person they're talking to. But Colin Ferguson, I'd go out of my way,
yeah,
just to watch him talk and the way he interacts.
Yeah, Craig Ferguson. Yeah, he's really hilarious. I love his stuff.
I don't know where I was getting Colin from, but yeah, Craig Ferguson. Dude, I love him. Yeah, honestly, in a weird kind of way, inspirational.
Yeah, Pete, set up a GoFundMe page or let me buy one of your NFTs for $50. So I miss your voice.
That was so funny, Earls, because I was like crowdfund anyway.
Crowdfund
Same
your phone
thought.
for Pete.
But wouldn't it be more than $50? Because the phones are $50, I need to change some plans.
But every $50 helps.
So I pay like $50 a month for my phone.
No, that's my contribution. Like I've told Pete before, I've got $50 here. I'll buy one of his NFTs. Unfortunately, he's definitely valued more than that on the crypto universe. So, but
Yeah, if he sends the link, I can toss in 25 or something USD.
there you go. We've got 75 people.
The thing I don't want to do is to be using the syndicate itself as like a source of funding directly, if you know what I mean. But I'm like, if you guys,
have any source of funding, you won't sell the NFTs.
no. If you guys,
like literally give you
if you guys want to buy my NFTs, like I'm more than happy for you guys to buy them. I'm just saying, like I don't want to be here like, hey guys, like I'm broke, please buy my stuff, please.
Oh no.
You know?
We didn't think you were trying to do that.
I know, but you get what I'm getting at. It's like I really want to do that in general. Like there's so much more on Twitter. It's like not so much more, but so many more people on Twitter.
The con game is long with this one, is what I hear. Like if that's the case, like for $75, this is what you I feel like it's worth it.
Look, nothing good or nothing worth doing, achieves results instantly, right? That's why I sort of felt shit about, like, how do I put it? Not shit, but like I blew up with that thing that I did. That I always fucking mention. But like that felt like it was just a lot thrown at me all at once, but then it wasn't anything that was tangible or real. Whereas I prefer, like, I get to know people. I like talking to people. I like interacting and having growth happen from that, because it's kind of like, well, at least it makes sense. At least there's some kind of narrative or something there that actually ties everything together. Whereas the other thing is just absurdity, like complete absurdity. There's blow up things. I don't know how I feel about either, but I think I don't like the idea of monetizing people, right? I think that's where I'm sort of coming from. I don't like monetizing my connections, like in a direct sense. Whereas if someone wants to spend, or auction, like if I check something up on auction and people that I don't even know are out there battling for, like, to buy it or whatever, then it's like, cool. Like, I don't know these people and they still want to buy it. And like, it's interesting seeing that kind of dynamic as well. I don't know. I might just be a little bit cooked in, like.
I think you are, and I think you're a good investment. I think in a few years you'll be, doing a lot of even cooler stuff, and you should probably focus on staying on the cutting edge and being cool. You got some really cool, edgy stuff, and it has a good vibe. And I even like the one that you sold this weekend. That was really cool. So it's no burden on anybody. I mean, I think in the long, it's a good buy anyway. But we like you. I think it's okay to help, right?
I'd like to try to sell myself for a second, and I'm not doing it literally, but like, if there ever was that kind of like, you buy an artist's work because you expect it to go up in value, totally make it mine. But no, in all seriousness, it's like I sort of see it as the stuff I'm doing now might be valuable to someone one day. Like, it could be. But I think a lot of people in the NFT space, especially with crypto and everything, there's so many people out there that are just looking to make a quick buck off of someone else's work. And it's kind of like, well, is that what it's about? Like, is that what it's about? I don't know. It's weird. It's like getting my head around it, understanding it, and how it all sort of ebbs and flows, and the way the market towards art actually is compared to what I thought it was. It's like, this one's fucked up. Like, this one's actually kind of fucked up. That's sort of how I'm seeing it at the moment.
Yeah, but even the art market in real life world is like that. I mean, there's people that'll flip paintings, all day and all night, and that's just how it is. The art you can make a tremendous amount of money if you know what you're doing. I don't, so I don't flip art for the most part. I've sold art before, but yeah, I mean, it's not unique to NFTs.
No, I get that, but like growing up, and I hate saying that, like growing up, but like when I was younger, when I
And
thought
I'm
about,
not flipping.
oh no, that's fine. Like yeah, I mean, it's what it is, right? But what I'm getting at is like growing up, when I was younger, I always used to think about it as this thing like the reason these pieces are so valuable is because that artist managed to like create a connection with someone or something that placed that value on it, and then that was like, they just got not like lucky, but just managed to hit the right note with what they were doing. And maybe it still is the case to some degree, but it's like the more I see it, it's more like, well, it's more about the resales. It's literally like, okay, that Da Vinci piece wouldn't be worth what it is if it wasn't for the right person buying it at the right time and holding it for like however fucking many generations or whatever. Like back then it was probably worth like $20.
I
Does
thought
the
it was just because they died.
the,
Like,
So, Liz?
You want
are you
Peter to
wait?
die? What?
No, I was like, are you planning to wait till you die to like because that's hodling.
Oh, it'll be a performance art
Like
stuff.
too
It won't be actually being done. Don't worry.
does the IO in MetaMask there, can you put in commission contracts? So say for example,
Yep.
if Sandra and I were prepared to give you 75 in total, and that being the percentage split, then we buy an NFT under contract where you still get commission. So
Yep.
we've sort of invested a bit of money in the future poiter, so to speak.
Yeah, so that is totally.
And
I can.
and then like if you hold off a couple of nights of sinking piss, instead of putting your money into the piss, you can put it into buying a new phone. I'm sure it wouldn't take you long before you had enough money to buy at least a half decent phone.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Going into Woolies or Coles and getting one of those cheap Androids, and then start from there.
Yeah. So yes to all those questions, pretty much. I can even set up a community NFT. I say community, but like I can set up a thing which links percentage of sales to different accounts, right? And then I can also set up the resale percentage. Unfortunately, on that last one, I totally forgot to set the resale thing. So whoever bought that will like eventually make a nice little profit of it, which is nice.
So Sandra, would you be into that, Sandra?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
So then it's not a charitable thing, Pete. It's like us saying, hey, this is like a network of people going, hey, we're interested in your story. We're not actually interested in your story. We're interested in your art. There you go. There's an opportunity to make 75. Is that worth your time though? 75 worth your time? And is it worth your art? That's all. That's the question. Plus you get the opportunity to go choose whatever percentage on your thing, because it's not really the main hold, right? But
Right.
that's what I feel. Sandra, what do you think?
Yeah, that's fine.
There you go, Pete.
I'll look into it in a little bit. Because I still need to pick something that I want to actually sell, and valuing it is kind of also like I don't want to sell something that's just like a throwaway prompt, if you know what I mean. Something that I just sat there and quickly generated. I actually.
Have you ever heard the phrase like that KISS thing, like keep it simple, silly?
Yeah, this is what happens when you talk to a lot of artists. You sort of give them an opportunity. I've found, well, not a lot. Some that I found is like, yeah, I want to do this. Do you want to do that? And it's like, oh, well, I don't want to give you like a piece of shit. Like when I displayed some of the artwork that I did to my friends, like I did a group of these sort of digital type finger painting type things. The one that I didn't like, the one that I liked the least was the one that most people gravitated towards, and I couldn't understand why. So it was very interesting. So sometimes what you see in your art is not essentially what other people appreciate.
I feel like what I should do is just open up my Drive folders and just let people dig through. Like, there's so much stuff in there, but it's like I know that some of it, like when I'm generating stuff, I'm looking at some of these things that are popping up that I never end up using for like bigger pieces.
What we need to do is a spin-off.
A spin-off,
That's what we need. We need a spin-off. So what it would be is like you could send someone like 10 pieces of art that maybe you don't even care about anymore, right? And then that person tries to sell it for a lot of money. by adding product promotion, price, and place around it. Go ahead.
Oh, I got an idea. So we've got an opportunity here with a couple of things and we can tie them all in together. I remember someone, I think it was Kaon, showed me a virtual art gallery. Now, someone with a sexy voice could take Sandra on a date to the art gallery and we start playing around with a date scene where people are flirting and Sandra can play around with a sexy voice. So then they actually meet the artist and they start having a discussion where we like this and they talk about price points and all that sort of stuff. And the artist slips in there, well, yeah, actually, I do need a phone, so you
I
can
put
have
the
this
art
for like,
gallery to the top. Yeah.
So then we
So-
can start talking about that and just have a bit of fun with it. That's my idea,
Mhm.
anyway.
So what I did is I took the NFT, the art that I generated using Dolly, upscaled it using Zyro, and then put it in the VR experiential art gallery using spatial. So the video's at the top.
Is that Pete's art gallery?
Sorry.
No, that's mine. Go ahead, E.
I was gonna say additions. I think like that way you can when you're. So let's see. So monetize, I think, is a dirty word in general, but I've come to accept the fact that my art, which may or may not be like my legal practice, in order for me to be able to eat food so I can, survive literally, requires that I price that according to like what I'm at least at a minimum worth. And every time I undervalue myself, I end up having resentment. And then like I too have a broken phone. And I can't afford to fix it. But I do have 2 phones and I'm just like silly and don't cancel one of them. So I could probably have a non-broken phone if I got rid of the other one. But that's not the point of what I'm saying. The point of what I'm saying is that like you've got art that's already like on the shelf that you could, in theory, share with the world, and the world would want to pay for it, clearly, because they've already done that. I don't know where I was going with that, but yeah, that's all. Thanks.
No, it's a good point. It's a good point. I agree with it. I think that he should recognize, Peter should recognize that he's almost there, but he may have to compromise in his mind on his product a little bit to keep momentum going. I mean, dude, you don't have a fucking phone right now. Hello.
So yeah, man. In short, I hate UberDuck. Punto AI.
Oh no. Are you out of a job?
I don't mean that.
No. But keep going, Peter. I mean, it'll work out. Just don't be afraid to put stuff out there and allow people to buy it.
Yeah,
because
like
we will.
And there's
Sounds like Peter needs a kick in the ass from Zach for me.
But what it means is, Pete, I want you to send me 5, 10 images, and I'm going to sell them for 20 times what you thought you could sell them for, and then I'll send you most of the money. Make sense?
Get that in writing,
All right?
by the way.
Because
define your
that's why people need recruiters, because I can ask for the money that you're afraid to ask for. Does that make sense? Because it's not you asking for it, it's just me.
I'd even
be like, what the fuck? You want to hire Matthews? Are you nuts? That guy's not for sale. How much do you have to offer?
I'll tell you what, if you want to go down
so
that path, I'll be willing to give you like the commission for selling it, right? Not like, obviously that's the one.
Get it in writing.
Majority, most of whatever. I can just make it a contract, like on OpenSea. That's fine. I don't need to get it in writing. when it's a blockchain contract.
Blockchain. What is your blockchain wife? Let me just step in here as an attorney. Also, always get it in writing. Always.
Hold on. So Pete, what kind of phone do you want to buy? Because I'm going to price the NFT accordingly.
Well, what do I have? Samsung.
iPhone 14.
14. Wait, we're getting me on the iPhone life now, are we? I'm a Samsung dude.
Wait.
Nah, man. Samsung isn't a choice, bro. That's an imposition. You can transcend. You can rise above.
Wait. No, I disagree.
Nah, That's because he lives in California.
BlackBerry's the way to go. Everybody knows it.
Uh,
Mine still works. I can change the battery. I can expand the memory card.
amazing.
That's magnificent.
You know, Waterloo, where it's invented, is like maybe half an hour away from my place.
Ooh.
They have an Asian dude that runs it. He's killing it. John Chen, I think his name is.
Yeah, they're
They
getting
have
their
a
security.
yeah. There's a security company now. Yeah. I mean, BBM was like the ultimate
was it.
chatting app. That was the shit. BlackBerry was like the first phone that you could drive and text at the same time.
Boom. I mean,
Not that I ever
one
did that.
could
I
Wait
saw
a
it in
second.
a movie.
Disagree.
T9.
Yeah. Disagree. Yeah.
T9 made things easy
Yes.
too, honestly.
Is that the flip
Yeah,
phone?
old fogies.
I was good at that when you did the
Yeah.
ABC thing. Oh my gosh. Text and drive
Yeah,
all day long.
exactly.
I didn't because that was dangerous and there were curvy roads in Arkansas, so I didn't do that. Except I did. But yeah. Does anyone remember that little bullet phone from Motorola? It was like silver, like a lot of the corporate bros wore it on their hip, like in a holster on their hip. Anybody? No, y'all are all too young. Okay.
No, I don't remember that
You
one.
said from Motorola. I remember the Sprint guys had that, but I don't know if it was a Motorola phone.
Yeah, and then so it was after the StarTech phone. My dad had that flip phone. When did the flip phone die? When the iPhone came out? Is that right?
Uh-huh.
God,
Yeah,
it felt
because
so
I
good
had
to
a
hang up on
Razor.
people. Oh my God, that was my favorite phone. I loved hanging up on people on the Razor. It felt so good. Really? Nobody liked to close the flip phone on people?
I miss it. I see they're trying to bring the flip phone back now with the foldable screens, and it's kind of like, that's just not the same.
It's not the same. It's not the same. Like it like closes softly. I don't know.
I know they're trying to like market on it.
I get where you're coming from, Rich.
Who wants a foldable screen anyway? I mean, like, I can't picture what goes through someone's head that goes like, that is an amazing idea that I really want to use. It's like, no, I want separate devices. That's me. Like, a phone's a phone. If I want a tablet,
Okay.
use the tablet. I don't want to have them both like put into one device that becomes more of an inconvenience because it's trying to like do both.
Hi, how are you? Can we please have a little reset in the room? There was a question proposed from You, and it was like, what phone would you like? Have you got your eye on a phone, Pete? Just give us one phone.
I'd normally go for one of the flagship Samsungs because that's just what I'm about. But like at the moment, I'm like, do I even need a flagship phone?
Okay, there's your answer.
But we'll just go
flagship Samsung. Or is he
Yeah, I would
working
have
in
had
the
it
background now?
posted already, but I'm using my the MetaMask doesn't work with fucking Safari, so I have to download Chrome on this Mac thing.
Yeah,
Chrome,
that's
yeah.
affected me greatly. Yeah.
Chrome.
Like, what the fuck?
By the way, if you use Brave, you can monetize your ad delivery to give you crypto. I'm not trying to pitch Brave browser, but getting some,
Oh, you mean the basic attention token?
yes, getting that back for getting ads delivered to you is actually kind of. Oh, I've literally just taken money out here and there from it, like $20 here and there every like couple months or something. Just like
So does Brave browser integrate with MetaMask? Like, can you use it with MetaMask?
Brave is Chrome. It's just a spin-off of Chrome.
All right.
So, Peter, have you got a virtual art gallery up and running at all yet, or like what Sayu's done with his work?
No, I don't have like a virtual art gallery or whatever they call it these days. I'm so confused by all that stuff. I have
How long does that take? How long does that take to make happen? Sayu, in your Rapid Man world?
Logging in right now.
Okay, cool. And have you got Pete's collections? Have you got them there with you, or?
Yeah, I mean, I could just go through his past tweets.
Cool. All right, cool. Sandra, do you want to go on a
browser
date?
unsupported, you asshole. So now I gotta download fucking Chrome. God.
Wait, serious?
All right.
Which one did you try?
Download Chrome for Mac. I wonder if it's optimized for the silicon yet.
You Mac guys and your silicon.
Mac. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, I can't believe it's not optimized for the Mac silicon yet. Sorry.
And a product update comes out that breaks your software. I feel so heartbroken for you guys.
I need to upgrade the OS so I can get the GUI version of Stable Diffusion that can run on the silicon.
It just sounds like buzzwords. It just sounds like buzzwords.
Believe me, when you start using it, you'll realize these buzzwords move fast.
That's my issue with Mac. It's like it's such a closed platform, and yet there's so much buzzwords around it. Then you got Windows, which is the opposite. It's such an open platform. Everything breaks just the same, but there's like no buzzwords.
It's I mean, well, it is it's the paradigm of California. It's it's kind of like the caste system, but phone, right? Where like iPhone users are like Brahmins and Android are like Sudras. And the unclean, like get that signal away from me.
It's so weird.
Hey Dan, I've got another idea. Are you still available? Is Dan still here?
Check one. Yes, I'm here. Over.
How do you feel about announcing Sandra as a contestant as like on a blind date show, and then announcing all the other suitable suitors in the room and giving them a bit of an intro, and then Sandra has to choose who she takes on a date to the art gallery?
Oh, I like that. That I could do. You want me? Is that what you're asking me to do? You want me to roll on to that? I could do that.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Hey, thanks again for watching the Syndicate Dating Show. Got a great one today. Jersey women up on the chamber. We got Sandra coming here from all the way from Miami by way of Jersey. And she's looking for a hot love tonight. Let's see who we got in the audience, everyone. First of all, we got Mathis. That's right. Mathis is from Philadelphia, and he loves to go jogging at night. We got Peter. Peter's an artist, and he's starving and trying to collect phones. Try to keep your wallet, because it may lose it soon. We have Elizabeth. That's right. She might be looking for something special. Who knows? It's America. It's still legal until it's not. Give us time. We're working on it. And then we have Hurls. That's right. Hurls is going to come over here and give you the sweet loving that you need. Coming all the way from Bombay, India, we got Manny. He's also telling us that he'd love to show off Sandra his perfect shoe collection. And then last but not least, we have Web3. That's right. Who doesn't love a nerd that can make more money than God? So, hey, get on love, because love is just like Java. And then we have OF5P, who's a generalized listener of who is a genuine. Hold on a second, folks. Let's dive into a quick profile here and figure out who the fuck this person is. Hey, they're cool. They just joined in June 2022, and they got some nice original tweets, and they got some cool drawings. Who doesn't love a doodle? All right, let's get to the first question. Sandra, are you ready to pick?
Oh, yes, I am. Well, there's a lot of lovely people in the audience. Am I allowed to pick the host of all this?
Not just yet. I'm going to go through and do a couple of questions. Mathis, looks like you're up next. Mathis, what's your ideal date, good time for Sandra? What would you do on a first night of love?
Art gallery.
An art gallery. Whoa, that sounds just about right. How about you, Peter? What would you do on a first night of love? Peter's having problems with his phone right now. Once again, he does need new technology. If anyone has any technology in the audience, please forward it, pass it on. I always like the SNL version of those dating shows where they got, like, oh, I'm your cousin. Oh my God, the competition just got harder for the rest of you. But yeah, that's pretty cool.
That was great. I missed this. I missed it so much.
That kind of voice is the, wham spanking
Spanking.
And all the older SNL stuff, like I love Steve Martin. Steve Martin did a celebrity game show for SNL where like all the answers were picked by like seniors or something like that. So they had to use all the answers from the college students, and they had these like two intellectuals on the show that were trying to get, they were saying the right thing. Oh, I'm sorry, that's wrong. Kids don't believe in that; they believe in this.
I like Steve Martin. Love his banjo playing too.
Yeah, classic stuff.
All right. So should we all go as a group of friends and go and check out this art gallery? Check out Pete's art gallery. Have a look.
We should do that because I would have picked Elizabeth because she's an attorney and we would have had something in common.
Yeah, two lawyer chicks together. That's one. That's an expensive date. Two, but what's great about it is you got.
What's great about it is the girl on girl.
Well, that's potential, but I think what's really exciting is that both girls know the legal limits of things, so you're allowed to, like, if anything, you'll be more cautious, and like Elizabeth won't. She'll be like, "No, you can totally get nude with a raccoon and on the public service. That's totally allowed. You're just not allowed to do this." You know what I mean?
I'm just picturing contracts going everywhere.
Oh, Dan, you don't know me at all.
Consent contracts, like literally sign this piece of paper, please.
I might wear a raccoon hat and then nothing else, but I'm not really sure about anything beyond
Can
that.
I withdraw from
That'd be kind of cool. The big fluffy tail.
Yeah.
We all should kind of pick a furry. That way, if we all went into like a metaverse furry world, we would know each other. Like, oh, okay, there's Dan. He's always the camel. All right, he's in the back, right, or something like that.
That's cool. I don't know
if I'd really want to be a camel though. I don't have that big of a neck.
I think I'd be a fox. I don't know why it just comes to mind.
Yeah, but see, fox. That's everyone's gonna pick a fox. Come on.
Yeah, but
it's too obvious. Let me guess. We'll be a wolf. All right, and I'll be like the lamb.
Lamb?
A lamb? Why would you be a lamb?
I don't know.
I feel like
you're like veal then. Like, I feel like I should cook you, Dan. Like a veal chop.
Cheese and rice. What?
Does it have to have fur? Like, could you be like a frill neck lizard or something like that, or a?
The whole point of a furry is your fur. You gotta have some fur aspect. Otherwise, you're not really a furry. You need to be a lion. I could be a lion. I have a character called the Mad Lion. He created when I was in Texas. He's a white Southern Baptist preacher in a lion's outfit. He carries balloons. Yeah, that's a complicated story, and it's all right. I can tell that some another time. But yeah, the Mad Lion, man, he's a real character. Don't have enough energy for him right now, though.
Go for it.
Yeah,
Well,
I'll go the dingo.
Yeah.
Dingo that uses like this old splintered bone as a toothpick, and he just carries it around just constantly.
There you go.
Furry land, it has to be oversized. Like it has to be giant splintered bone.
We could do kind of like the Eyes Wide Shut party, where we all just have like the mask, and we play that weird music in the background, and then you go into the big oval, and there's like you talking to Zach about winning the war. And it kind of defeats the whole orgy going on in the background, but I mean, still, it's a party.
Yeah, I'd like to do that, but instead of being a human, I'd like to be Jabba the Hutt.
Good Lord.
Haba.
I zoned out for like 3 seconds and I came back in to Jabba the Hutt. How did we get here?
Yeah, talking about Jabba the Hutt and whether or not he had any, issues in the Kama Sutra, which we think he is, and we think the Kama Sutra is different on whatever his home world was. It's probably a lot different.
Jabba the Hutt is a computer programming language that enabled the static web to incorporate behavior. So it gave like a bunch of functionality to different elements on the. Thank you, Web3. I'm so glad. Thank you.
All right, so we established that I'm going to wear a raccoon hat to this art gallery, and Liz and everybody is going. So when Peter gets his art up, that will be a lot of fun.
All right.
Yeah, and you have to come in like you've never seen his art before and be just astonished. And everyone will know before you come into the place. We'll talk about Miss Raccoon. And so you come in with a raccoon hat, probably a black dress, and just a raccoon hat with a huge fluffy tail on it, like big fluffy tail.
It will be a ginormous fluffy tail.
Yeah, we need hardwood floors here and heels. Syndicate doesn't do any spaces with carpet.
Okay, gotcha.
Just specific toe shoes are coming on. I'm still in recovery.
Oh,
Elizabeth,
sorry.
stop raising your hand and jump in, girl.
Stop telling me what to do, Dan.
I'm a lawyer. Yeah. Being a dingo, it's going to be really hard for me to go into this with Sandra having a raccoon tail because the dog in me is just going to want to try and sniff underneath the tail and find out what's going on. So,
wow,
nothing says how do you do is much like that. That's a great way to say hello.
I think I'm going to have to try and maybe come in as a different character because things might have to channel in a different type of animal because I think that's rude.
So you're going to dry hump me in front of the entire syndicate? Is that what you're saying?
No, Sandra. Just doing the dog greeting, right? It's just going to confuse me as a dog, like seeing this big tail. It's like, okay, who's this?
Well, I know about that. I'm just hoping you don't get out of control after that, is what I'm saying. It's a different
No. I'm just going to be polite, just being polite. And what I was sort of hoping for is that someone would sort of come up and try and flirt with you, and you'd be interested in doing that, and then we can use that to show in front of your friend. Hopefully, your friend or your this guy you like shows up as well, so he sees you flirting with the lion or the dingo or whatever, the raccoon or the frilly neck lizard. I don't know. And he's like, oh, starts to get a bit jealous. Maybe takes a bit more of an interest in you. I'm trying to play your wingman here.
Well, you're a good friend. You're a very good friend. But I don't know.
So you're sort of like a wingman who, if you need to, can dry hump you at the same time.
Anyway, yeah, he's a bit of a tease. We'll have to see what happens.
Get this art gallery set up, and we'll just sort of post it out there, sort of so he indirectly gets an invitation from you, but it might be someone else. Hey, there's this cool thing going on at the Syndicate. And it turns out, oh, Sandra's here. Oh, she's with this guy. Who's this guy? He's dry humping her. I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe I should go up and say, hey, Sandra, are you okay? Like, is this guy bothering you? And you're like, I'm fine. This is, sometimes I'm into this sort of stuff. Really? That intrigues me.
She would say that too. You got her mannerisms completely now.
Yeah, not awkward at all, though, right? Anyway, yeah, that's how I spent all first dates, getting dry humped in front of a crowd of people. Yeah, that's what I do.
Well, maybe it's time to try something different because, this is like a different dimension, a different type of space.
Right. It's not, the other stuff isn't really working for me. Right. I have to class it up a little bit. I'll manage somehow. I've never actually been dry humped by a dog, but my sister's husband's dog constantly ran after my mother and tried to dry hump her leg. Like, it was like really odd, very, very strange. And that's one of the reasons I'm kind of like dogs. I don't know, I'm a little leery of them, but they're cool.
I feel like myself. He's in the background right now looking at me going, what the fuck are you talking about? And who are these people? It's time for me to go and make breakfast.
You should run for the hills, yes.
Yeah. Talk to you later, guys. I'll keep listening in and touch back.
I'm sorry I brought down the classiness of the space.
Yeah, I got right.
No, not at all. I didn't think so.
you were talking about real world issues, and drow is one of them. It's one of the greatest things ever in a strip club. I mean, that's all you can get is a good rub.
Talk to you later.
Bye. Thanks.
I got rugged and I come back to dry humping. I mean, I love
I'm just trying to keep everyone entertained. So do I really need to like find a raccoon hat with a big fluffy tail, Dan?
I don't know. I think you should get like a really cool jean jacket that has patches of like, raccoon fur on it. And then you actually have a fanny pack that is more of like the fur. And then that way you can have a little sort of tail out the back. That way it looks a little bit more like furry-esque overall. I mean, obviously that's a work outfit that you could take into the courtroom, still be respected, when you address things, and at the same time have that fur available for clients when they need it. I mean, not everyone can really relax, I think, in some places, and I think having somebody that has, raccoon kind of eyes and at the same time have a worthy tail, like real, raccoon. And of course, I don't want to take it from raccoons, so it's a faux raccoon tail, but it's some of the best engineered faux raccoon ever.
That sounds very, very thoughtful. I mean, it's a very good way to put an furry outfit together and be professional at the same time. I think
Yeah, I think that's, and then, you're in Miami, so you can go and test this. You can go to one of the bigger hotels and just sort of, go in there. And I would probably wear, probably a pretty, just like a short black skirt with it or something, so that you kind of have the full part, and just hang out at the bar and see what happens. I think you'd be surprised. I think a lot of people would, one, be really curious about the fur and the tail, and then you'd probably get a lot of really quality conversations, and you'd probably get a couple of deep thinkers too that are really curious about that girl at the bar with the raccoon tail.
Sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound too bad. I mean, there's probably better ideas, but
Hey, Dan.
Yo.
You missed it. Oh, I can't say it now. I'm gonna get embarrassed. Never mind. But
what? Oh,
I missed it.
Now you have to say something. Come on.
I think I did miss it, Elizabeth. I missed a lot of things. I missed the evolution of you and your 600 avatar pictures. Now, which one do we have here? We have you talking with this other dude, and there's a house moving in the background. I can't tell.
the house is actually the eco house. The dude in the picture is because everyone in my black and white photos thinks I'm a dude when they haven't heard me talk yet, and so I've actually intentionally put men in the profile pic because they make this assumption, and then I get this credibility by virtue of that before I go. It's so funny. Let Rich speak. He hasn't said anything yet. And then if I'm a female, it's like I'm waiting forever. So it's a thought experiment. But the ones that are the bird, the owl, that's my sister's 300 generative PFP project that comes with, get this, no utility, no white paper, no roadmap, no nothing. It's just the bird, and it's sold out in 5 minutes. So you don't have to do a whole thing. You can make money with your art.
That's cool.
That's all.
Yeah, I need to get some of my stuff out there. Although I'm kind of torn between doing like my AI art versus my collage art that I do by hand, which I kind of like doing.
Putting that into AI?
Have I fed some of that into the AI? Not yet. I should, because it would be kind of cool to see the layered effect. But I love getting a bunch of old magazines and ripping them apart and finding, fun phrases, and then just making. It's funny, I used to do it through glue and everything and make, like, I have a sketchbook with all my old stuff in it. But now I kind of use almost like a copy stand.
So I almost have like a tray where I can sort of put all the pieces in, and that way I make it digital from the start, and also allows me to sort of remix a couple different ways to play with it. So I'm trying to play with that right now, get into some back of that.
I think I've seen some of your collage art. Hopefully you'll show me more someday.
Yeah. A lot of it is really suggestive of the time period and the stress I was going through. So some of it is, one of my friends looked at it, Chris, and she was like, hey, Dan, this is great art, except you were really stressed out back then. I'm like, yeah, like everything's like, I don't know. It's just funny how your art sort of allows to express you, like allows you to maybe express more of what is inside that you can't form a sentence around. That's sometimes that's hard because then you make the art and people are like, well, what's it mean? And you're like, I don't really want to tell you that. You know what I mean? It's just, it is what it is. It's a square. I don't know. There's an artist in me that's kind of like, for as much as I want to tell you, like I want to tell you the origins and how it came together, but I don't want to tell you like why it matters to me or why it should matter to you. It's just, it was a moment of time where I picked from chaos, and then this is a picture, and it never will occur again. You know what I mean? That's what I like about it. It occurred once, captured it, and then it's gone. And the more you can replicate it, the less I'm sort of interested in some ways, because then it's, you think AI art makes it almost too easy. It does, but that's why I think that's fun is challenging yourself with the language, trying to make a scene that actually uses none of the words to describe the scene, but you're using maybe aspirational notions or something. You know what I mean? That's cool.
I packed a bunch of old magazines by accident. So I have like, Women's Day from like 1960 or something. It's got all kinds of like old Campbell soup ads and,
Yeah, that's great stuff. Yeah, I bought a whole stack of photography magazines from the 60s and 70s. And so they were all just on like cameras and lenses and, flashes and everything. But a lot of the language is all, get the best image you need or whatever. It's a lot of really cool different language. And then, of course, I go through like my wife's Vogue magazine and find this 700, pictures of, I don't know. What's there is cool is grabbing eyes, different looks and stuff, or remix. I like doing magazine covers too, like make up a magazine and sort of like come up with a magazine cover and sort of try to distill a bunch of messages on one page, right? So you got the name of the magazine, and you got some byline, you got a cool picture, and then you have 3 little blurbs of things. Most of my stuff is pretty, it's not sexually explicit, but I would say it's definitely suggestive. And that was probably just reflective of the time when I was doing the company, and we were just working way too much, and I spent half of my life in a strip club basically, but for a lot of reasons that weren't smart. But
So again,
needless
I
to
zone
say,
out.
these
I zone out
experiences.
for 5 seconds, and my brain comes back to strip club. Is the only thing I heard.
Sorry about that.
It's
Sorry
okay.
about
No,
that,
it's
Elizabeth.
about my head's in the only picking up those weird things. So maybe that's on me.
You're just hyper tuned to hear certain things.
Well, that's probably true.
I don't know.
After reading that prompt, anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the club taught me a lot of cool things, and I still talk to some of those folks, and it's a microcosm of a world of escape. It really is akin to things that we're going to see as we move closer into the metaverse, because club is basically a world. You walk in the door, and it's whatever you think is true is really likely not true. There's just a lot of things that are funny about that space. Yeah. It's good.
Well, I hope someday that maybe you write like a nonfiction or even a movie script about the era that took place in.
I had a screenplay I was working on. I called it, I called it regular friends because one of the things they go in the club, if you go often, you become a regular, right? So there's this notion of every gal has got her regulars, and these are the guys that come in that visit, hang out, and whatnot. And I used to joke about regular of the year. Oh yeah, Dan, you're still regular of the year. I was like, yeah, sweet. Stupid things latch onto. You latch onto those things when you're in a world of stress. I just liked the club because everyone there was focused on conversion. I loved interviewing the gals. I loved talking to them. I loved talking to a gal that didn't know a soul in the room. I loved how she would size people up. What about that guy? No, he's a jock. Stupid. Don't want that. What about these two guys? Oil baron? Yeah, oil baron. Yeah, I'm definitely going to get the oil baron. Okay, what are you going to do there? He's surrounded by people right now. Just watch. He just goes right to the oil baron dude. And just goes in there, sits on his knee. Bam. She just took him, right? He was in a sea of other girls, and they were all just talking to him, but she just took the next initiative of claiming him, which was hilarious because then at that point, yeah, she made a ton of money that night. They always make a ton of money, and then they always throw all the money away. That's another problem. But
Yeah.
it's a weird space,
So, Hurls, if you're listening, I put the beginning of the VR art gallery with Peter's most recent piece at the top. Check it out. This is how it looks when you're standing right up close to it.
Meanwhile, I want to report that my flavor palette, I got chips and salsa yesterday, and I was eating a chip, and it was like eating a block of sodium. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, oh my gosh, is this how everything is like?
Is this how it ever?
It's amazing.
You got the hospital food.
I know.
What were the veggies like? I saw your veggie platter. It looked delicious.
I was the first thing I wanted when I got home was I want to eat a plate of colorful vegetables, and that was great.
Probably the water inside, eh?
Yeah, but it's just funny because then I had we usually get these Powerade drinks. There's zero sugar and there's a flavor there, but they were super sweet. I'm like, oh my god, give me some water. That's too sweet. And then I get my favorite chips and salsa meal just to feel a little home nostalgia, and I can barely have the salsa because it's they salted the shit out of it, and I'm thinking, man, I just don't have a palate anymore. It's kind of funny.
Did you eat the hospital food, or they just didn't give you money?
Hospital food was good and bad, mostly bad. And over time, I think because I was probably not eating those meals very well, and I was going to the Panera that was down below. I could send my wife down to the Panera and get me some soup. That was so much better.
Yeah.
But they start pushing that Ensure on you, which is the bottle of everything, it's to supplement everything. I thought that was funny because that started showing up on the tray every time. They're like, all right, well, maybe you'll drink this. I'm like, God, I'm not going to drink that. Are you crazy? It's fine. It's just funny how I got some limeade. I love limeade. And I take one sip of it and I'm like, holy cow, super tart. So everything, I haven't had sugar in 2 weeks. I haven't had salt in 2 weeks. It's just kind of wild.
Yeah.
So basically,
Go ahead.
So what I need is a digitized version of one of you so that you can host the spatial room and walk someone through the art gallery and explain the pieces and their significance and their origin and their etymology.
Both of us or one of us?
I guess people could choose which host they want. Do you man, woman?
Well, it has to be Dan, I guess. I don't know. I'm confused.
Depends on the user, right? Different
Ah,
users might, right? The ability to customize who you want to walk you through things.
I was going to do that anyway, so I can do that.
Yeah, I'm actually I'm trying to get that
reprogram my Alexa so it's just Sandra's voice. Hey, the time is. But Jersey, Sandra, what time is it? The time is nearly 5. Get to bed, you idiot.
So anyway, I'm happy to do it. I have to work on this Jersey accent, though. I don't know why it's so difficult for me, but sometimes I nail it, but most of the time I don't. So I got to work on it. Anyway, yeah, I'll do that. I'll go. Was it deep motion? All right, I'll find it. Yeah, I'll do that. But you'll have to tell me so that I can make it. I'm assuming that whatever I use, Mike, will be compatible with what you have. Yeah.
Have you ever I might as well do this, so hold on. If I go into the room, then I can click done. And where's the share feature? Oh, I can go live? That's weird. Share. So I'm gonna I'll privately list it. Anyone with the link can view. So let me put out this tweet. Join me in spatial.xr. Okay. So I'm gonna put a link to the top. I'll also send a link to the group. And the thing I like about spatial is you don't need anything fancy. If you have your Gmail account,
right,
or your MetaMask, if you want to log in with your MetaMask, you can do that too.
Oh, okay.
But if you have a Gmail account, you can bring up a VR environment on your desktop without downloading anything.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? Like, it was the easiest way that I saw to get into VR without having to fucking, that whole setting up a wallet,
That's the first. Yeah.
slicing the baby in half.
Yep. But are there filters for that as well, or it's just like Snapchat?
Well, you can upload that's the cool thing, actually. You can upload either a picture of yourself or you can use others. Like you can use a custom avatar that they have.
Oh, I got you. Well, no, I use myself. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you can use
Well, just gives you the option.
Ready Player Me avatar. I think I use one for that. Yeah, we should totally do a spatial night and hang out.
I'll put the link to the top if you guys want to try it out.
Yeah, I like
that.
You just have to tap on that link and you should be able to get in quickly. You may have to design a minimum viable avatar. Oh man! But I'm making the Peter art gallery as we speak.
Oh, that's cool, man.
Wow, that's so neat.
Oh, it's bananas.
You guys are so smart. I feel literally like I have the intelligence of a bug. I'm an attorney, so we literally have the intelligence of a bug. So that's consistent, but still, I don't know. You guys are super smart.
Well, I mean, technically, bugs are gonna survive the Holocaust, the nuclear Holocaust, right?
That's what I hear. So it'll be attorneys and bugs.
That's great. That's a great feeling. Yeah, no, the attorneys will survive. They're
thank
they've
God.
already been irradiated. They can
Thank
survive
God.
anything.
Is she raising her hand again?
Yeah.
Yeah, she is, because that way she can be in a completely different place, and then she knows she can come back and unmic.
Oh, that's smart. I'll have to do that and be annoying like you. I'm teasing. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
You threw me a Hail Mary. I couldn't help it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
When I saw that, I was like, Mike, oh shit, like that's so cool. But then I couldn't get in there. That's what she's anyway. So wait, are we going? Is it a group date? Is that what we decided? I'm confused.
Well, of course it is. You're my actual date. I chose you first. That way I wouldn't have to like get in trouble with all the men.
Right. Did I accept? I don't remember. I have to.
No,
I
I
have
don't
to.
know.
I have to get permission.
Oh God. Well, it's not an actual date, okay? It's just like I didn't want to.
I'm just trying to set the ground rules, like level set, and make sure that we're all on the same page for this non-existent date that we're going on.
I have no idea what's going on right now. Anyway.
I was trying to play along with the joke, Sandra.
I mean,
That's
it's
Girls
not
working together
existent.
is pretty hot.
And imagine, like, I wonder what the first marriage certificate NFT. That's probably been done, right? You get
Yeah,
the
it's been
prenup on the
done.
blockchain.
It's been done actually. This is interesting. So there have been a couple of weddings that are commemorated via NFT on the blockchain, and my use case is the prenup. But you really wouldn't, in my estimation, wouldn't want to deploy a prenup because you then couldn't I don't know. I'm so interested in that though. Anyway,
that is cool. That is cool.
The marriage certificate's filed with the jurisdiction, right? But then the NFT is like the JPEG of the marriage certificate that is minted on I don't know. Yeah.
Right, now I understand what you're saying. Well, and you could do it all at once, almost like a car wash. You have okay, couple enters, signs prenup, boom, and then marriage, boom.
I was gonna say
boom.
That makes me think about NFT prenups.
That's what that's what I just thought.
Right. But I'm just saying you set it up almost like a manufacturing process where if you have a couple that want to get, married in the metaverse or somewhere else, you just have all your documents lined up and ready to sign, and then you do marriage. It's like Las Vegas, but a little more complicated.
I like the idea of the nested NFT prenup, which is basically it matures as your relationship matures, and based on overall hostility you may have of each other online. Somehow that's monitored. And then it unlocks, based on, hey, it looks like you guys are doing great together. We just unlocked another percentage. You know what I mean? So everything is fine.
I was working on a project related to that. That's why I'm like, stop talking. Stop talking on the recorded space. Anyway, just kidding.
Well, no, I mean, Dan has a cool idea, but while it's respectfully, appreciated, theoretically, I think that most women would say that they don't need that sort of motivation to be a human being to their husband and take care of her husband.
That's true, but I mean, it also just makes a relationship, nice and easier to navigate down the road. Especially if you're doing what it should be is you have a prenup that actually automatically turned on based on how fast you think you make a decision. You know what I mean? So if you make a decision too rash, your NFTs automatically get included because your AI at that time is concerned that Sandra may be moving too quickly. So we've had to initiate a prenup here. And she's not excited about it either. I'm really sorry to say that. But at the same time, this is the best for you guys going forward until you figure out how to make the other piece work.
Yeah.
I would say that is a good perspective from someone who hasn't actually practiced family law. That's not more asshole than I intended, but I think that the actual logistics of a prenup on the blockchain would be really cool, but the variables and the tests that are used to determine the division of assets upon dissolution of marriage are pretty going to be hard to smart contract. But don't you think, Sandra? I mean, you practice family law.
Well, I don't do things like that on the blockchain yet because some of this will be contingent upon state law, and and if you have one person in one state and the other person in the other, you have to kind of
you're full faith credit.
Well, I know that, but sometimes what if one state is a community property state and another state is a no-fault state? If there's different types of. But anyway.
Do you think it's where the property is owned, right? So don't you think if it's California property but they get divorced in Arkansas? I don't know how that works. I don't practice that.
It depends on who you represent. If you're the wife, I think you probably want to be in California. I'd have to look it up
Right.
though.
That's a good point. Where you would file. So jurisdiction. Yeah, the venue is. That's a
One,
different
you're going to get a
consideration.
lot more money, and the other, you're going to get whatever you get.
You get. Well, actually, I was able to defeat a prenup in a case. I was pretty proud of it because one of the parties was a former judge, and he signed the prenup, I think, while he was still sitting on the bench, and he did not get it his signature notarized. And so when I saw that, I was like, bingo, bango. And the court did defeat the prenup and awarded my 84-year-old client a certain amount of money per month. It was like pennies. He was 92.
Oh, I mean, that sounds fraudulent. That sounds to me like he did. It wasn't notarized because he signed it like at some other time and then presented it at.
Yeah. So the argument was that she doesn't remember her signature being notarized, but that was neither here nor there because, attorney testified, yes, I gave that counsel, and the notary, he also, I don't remember, his signature was notarized anyway, but there wasn't an acknowledgement for the husband, and so we were able to say that the prenup wasn't, because it's like a strictly construed. Because of the weight of the
Right.
But that was one of my favorite cases.
Yeah, I mean that's a nice result for someone who probably needs it. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Well, it sounds exciting. So where were we? I'm sorry, we got.
Sorry.
You can't put female lawyers together. We'll talk shop and.
Yeah, and we'll do it like with respect,
Please
so
do.
people don't shut down.
No, please continue.
Oh my God.
I feel like gross now.
Oh no.
Marius, you know I'm taken, right? You know that too.
Well, yeah, he's over there, right?
Over where?
Which side is? Oh no, I'm thinking you said. Never mind. I don't know. These people change around all the time. I can't keep track of anybody. But yeah, I've heard that.
I just think that the conversation is excellent, and I think that it should definitely persist. So please.
No, I think we're okay. I mean, I don't want to monopolize. So anyway, where were we? So yeah, I don't know. I think the whole idea, the whole concept. So what do I wear? Am I wearing a raccoon outfit, Dan? What am I wearing? He's like, I've checked. I'm asleep. We put Dan asleep.
No, Dan had to talk to folks here, but I am going to sleep. I'm gonna just listen. Just listen. I'm getting sleepy.
Smart man. I will avoid all controversy by pretending I'm not awake. I don't know if a man should be around me and not awake. I mean, that's probably not wise, really. But that's
Dan's wearing a possum suit. That's his furry, right? Where he pretends to be asleep.
Yeah. That's a good one. Totally turned me off.
Now I'm starting to wake up. What's going on? What am I wearing?
Your furry is a possum. I should be at work. I can't believe it. Wait, hold on. The power went out again in my apartment, so the clock's wrong. I should go back to work.
Uh-oh. Get to work.
Well, I mean, on hearing days, I keep a light schedule, but the hearing was at 9 o'clock, and I was done by 9:35.
Oh, I like this sort of you're in and out. Those
That's
are the
what
best.
she said.
Yeah. According to discussion, you're a possum because you're asleep.
I like that. I mean, that's pretty good. It's better than a platypus and big feet.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But then I think possums, most of them have like some sort of, well, some of them have nipples, and then like I don't know.
Oh, I've got nipples, all right.
I know you do, but multiple nipples. I don't mean just like two.
Oh, you mean monstrous nipples?
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever.
I mean, what do Jersey girls prefer? Do they prefer abs or nips? Like, if you could choice on the guy, do you want great abs or do you want a great nipple? You can't have both.
Great personality.
Well, that helps, but yeah, I think I'm more of a nipples person. It's easy to bite. Nibble a little bit, you
You
know.
just said you want the nipples in alignment, meaning there's just two, there's not three, there's
Well,
not like a
possibly.
smiling one or something like that, you know.
Mattios's emoji game right now is killing me. He's just listening, but he's like, I love this. More, give me more.
Oh no. Well, preferably two, but I know some folks might have more than two, and that's I don't, you know. I'm not going to be like, how dare you, you know. Maybe I'll figure it
So you're
out.
not going to push the guy off your body. Like okay, the guy sits on your lap. Wait a minute, you're sitting on his lap. All right. So
Yes.
you're sitting on his lap, and he's saying, hey, I really liked your art piece. I really loved the way that looked. And you're like, yeah, whatever. Keep staring at me and let me feel your hands, right? So you're doing that piece. And then at some point in the middle of everything, you know, he has like the gold chain around his neck, which shows a little bit of his like neckline. And then you just have a moment where you just got to know, because Elizabeth is coming through on the microphone on your ear set, right? She's at the front door trying to make sure you got a clear way to get out. And then, you know, she says like, okay, now. And then so you hit it, you like rip open the guy's shirt, you see the nipplage. And, you know, at that point you have to roll dice. You know, I don't know, can you probably need to roll dice here to see if you have a savings throw. Because once you see the guy's chest, you may be in a state of shock based on how many nipples are there. Or if the nipples are just perfectly aligned, that's also a point of shock. So you have to, you know, you have a moment there to comprehend that, and then you can move to the next task, which is, do you want to stay and have a conversation, obviously explain maybe why you ripped the guy's shirt, or do you want to say, I need to go to the little girl's room, right? In which case, that's the classic, you know, all the girls go to the room together, and then they talk about ditching, right? And of course, at that point, Elizabeth is like, I know, but I want to get to DJ. I like him. He's a mean guy, but she likes a mean guy every once in a while, right? So she wants to take home a bad boy, and then you're at the same time going like, I just had a perfect nipple guy, you know, and should I go back to that? So there's a lot of confusion there, but I can see it.
Now, how I would do that, Dan, is I would, you know, I would wear very high heels, and I would pretend to start getting off your laps. I would have my shoe slip, and as I fall back down, I rip your shirt open to perfect nipples.
You know, I see that. That's nice. Where is Munster when you need it, man? That's
See, perfect setup. The heels win every time. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. You know, you can either like use them as a weapon or have
they
an
have to glow too. You're gonna get glowing heels, right?
if I
The
can.
ones that cycle the colors are really cool.
Really? What?
Yeah. Yeah, you get a little LED light in them, and then like when you walk, they like light up. Or when you know, walking
Yeah.
around like centaurs and stuff.
I
Yeah.
won't be walking a lot, but you know, how do they look in the air? What do you think? They look all right, like, you know, up, pointing to the ceiling.
Yeah, I think it'd be great.
Okay. I know in the 60s they would have these crazy lucite heels, and they have a real big chunky heel, and then they wouldn't have although there were shoes with like actual goldfish in, you know, in the heels. That would be
Right.
awesome to do. Yeah. But
And
so
there's like a USB charger in there too, so you can charge your phone from the heel.
that
Because
is so
there's like a lithium battery in the heel, you know.
Oh my God. I hope they're on either like Dog Kills or Amazon. I'll find some. Those look
I
like
mean,
they're
that'd be pretty cool, and that way you can also like have an SDK, a little card in there, a little SD card if you know had to get some files. You just have super heels, you know.
So are you turning me into a spy?
Potentially. I mean, we need agents here at the Syndicate. I mean, we're all technically spies. We just all hang out together.
That sounds like fun. Cool.
Not a spy.
Dude, I'm telling you, Peter's artwork looks stunning in this gallery. It makes it look better, actually, because you have like the perspective on the art happening. It's nuts.
Do we have to have a login to view it? Because I tried to click it and I couldn't. I'm bad at
Should just
math.
be Gmail if you're on your phone.
Say that one more time.
Should just be a Gmail login. I'll create a video of this.
All right. So what other topics we've talked about? I feel like we talked about everything, but there's got to be another topic of some sort we can navigate.
Matthias, what are you reading right now?
Intro to category theory called diagrammatic immanence or something like that.
Oh, sorry. You want your answer on the significance of the placement of elements on the periodic table?
Oh,
Mendeleev. You ever
hey,
come across Mendeleev before?
I have.
Ali,
The guy that had
can
dreams
you
about the tables and never mind.
can you tell Matthias about why things are where they are on the periodic table?
Oh, yes, I would love to. It's one of the most incredible feats in like all of human recorded history. Like, you want to talk about great feats of invention? The periodic table is so overlooked. It's just so genius the way it's put together. In the fact that like Mendeleev predicted elements that didn't exist, and then we found them, and they were exactly what he predicted. And like, how do you do that? This thing that doesn't exist, I can tell you about it. Like, there were a bunch of ones that he predicted that we had to create in a cyclotron 100 years after he died. So what's up, right? Anyways, so if you take a look at the periodic table, the columns tell you the families. And so this is why it's so interesting, and why you have a periodic nature that that it has to wrap back around.
Ooh, that's what it means by periodic?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Amazing.
Yeah, get the fuck out.
So everybody in the same column behaves the same way. So I try to tell the kids that it's kind of like a family, where within the family, you're not identical, but you have the same characteristics. So my family, we're all loud and ridiculous.
Is the column the family tree?
Yeah.
With respect to?
The number of shells. So as you go...
electrons?
Yes.
Okay.
So...
Wow.
First row has 1 shell. Second row has 2 shells. Third row has 3 shells, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Wow.
So as you notice,
in high school, but I didn't understand it.
So this is why the valence electrons are the only most important ones.
What do you mean valence?
The valence, I was going to say.
The columns.
Exactly. So valence means outermost shell. And so when you look at the family, every single individual in the family has the same number of valence electrons. And that's why they act the same.
The columns have the same number of valence electrons.
Right. So if you look down the column, there's like what? Lithium,
So
sodium.
the columns tell you who they can have sex with.
Yes.
What?
Get the fuck out.
And that changes the reactivity. So what I like to tell them is that, like, in everything that you're going to learn,
it's like chemical symbiosis by complementary
reactivity.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
And that
it's
has
like a
to do-
category.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
So not only is it organized, I mean, it's literally organized by number of protons, but it wraps around by number of electrons.
The category of elements for whom outer valence is blank would be a category.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The monad is a gonad. Show.
Right. So if you find where it is, and this is why I like to tell the kids, you don't have to memorize anything, because if you can count, you can just pick a thing on the periodic table, count, and that will tell you, number of rows tells you how many shells, number of columns in tells you exactly how many electrons are in the valence shell.
Fuck.
So
it's
first column has
implied-
1 electron, second column has 2 electrons, third column has 3 electrons, etc. And what I like to tell them, sorry, go ahead.
No, please continue. Fuck my question. I will not forget it. I won't forget it.
Your question might be perfect. What I like to tell them is that with everything in the universe, there's an economy of energy. So electrons and atoms will behave in a way that costs them the least amount of energy. So if you take a look at the number of seats or the number of spots in a valence, so let's say the average valence has 8 electrons, the goal of any atom is to have a full outer shell. And that is when it's stable.
Oh, and that's why they get so, oh my gosh.
Right?
So whatever column it is implying whatever column it's going to interact with.
Yeah.
Or the ionic versions of, wow.
Exactly. So if you take a look at, let's say, for example, the first
table to the top.
period, the alkali metals. So let's take a look at lithium. Lithium has...
I'm sorry, continue.
No, go ahead. It's just one single electron. So in the possibility of 8, I tell the kids, what's easier? To find 7 electrons in the universe, steal them from other atoms to get a full thing, or to take this one electron and throw it at somebody.
Right.
And they're like, get rid of the one. I'm like, exactly. And this is why lithium is so reactive.
Batteries.
It gives this one electron to whatever's around it as readily as possible. Sodium, now here's the interesting thing. Because sodium is 1 up, it's reactive, but more reactive.
1 below.
So, 1 below. So lithium has 2 shells.
Yeah.
Sodium has 3.
3 shells with one in
the outermost shell.
4, 5, 6.
And so I like to do like this, explain it like this.
Okay, go ahead.
If you're at a concert and you're at the floor level, you're going to be screaming your brains out of whoever's on stage, right? So hydrogen, the most reactive because they're right on floor level. Lithium's on level 100. So it's wild out, but it can't react with the proton in the center. So it's level to just
star in this show.
Yeah, it's reacted to the center. So it's going to fuck off even easier because it's not so attracted to the things on the stage. If you get all the way down to cesium, cesium is like crazy into the band, but so far away from the positive center that it's like, nah, fuck off. And it's even more reactive because it's not attracted to the center as much.
So the proximity to center tells you what?
How well you're going to stay attracted to the center.
Wow.
And that's going to determine your size. Exactly. So as you go up the number of columns, the size gets smaller and smaller because they're more attracted to the positive center. So it's harder to get them to react.
Oh my gosh.
But if you flip it on it, and let's look at the non-metals on the other side, forgetting the last column, because the last column is completely full. So we call those the noble gases because they're already full. They're not fucking with anybody. And that's why we use them. Yeah. So that's why we use them to like,
neon, argon.
Yeah. We put other stuff inside inert gases so they won't react because these motherfuckers are no reaction.
The final column is the inert gases.
Yeah, the noble gases.
Noble gases, and the factor that is inert is electrons. Electrons aren't moving, therefore these guys are.
Well, they're full. They don't need any more because their outer valence has all the seats are taken up on the bus.
Nah,
so no more. It's happy. It's
so
doing what it wants to do.
You're trying to do is keep the bus going, right?
Because I like to think about it like this: if you're holding groceries and you put all the groceries in one hand, you're tipping to the side. You're not at equilibrium. If you've got everything equally balanced, you can exist better as a human. So it's kind of like that in electrons. It can't really exist.
It's like a seeking of stasis.
Yes.
Right.
Homeostasis, man.
Yeah. Homeostasis.
So that's why it's so wild. I remember that he predicted the existence of gallium down to the state at which is in at room temperature, when it will melt,
of course,
how much it will weigh at 1 gram. Like he was like, it's going to be exactly 6 grams. And it was like in real life was like 5.9. Huh?
How many did he start with? He
Well,
was
in 1880, there weren't much.
Yeah, so it's like probably like the top of this shit.
And so many holes because we didn't know. A lot of this had to be created
experimented
through science. Like some of these don't actually exist at room temperature. You just have to
Or they
synthesize them.
exist for a moment
Exactly. And
go
so
away.
a lot of them, as I was saying, we had to wait 100 years to create a cyclotron to create a bunch of the elements he predicted.
Is it just me, or are we still here?
Oh,
unbelievable.
Check that. Cable.
Cool.
Yeah, excellent, man. Shells and valence.
Yeah, it's like tacos, like circular tacos.
And so when we get, because there's you motherfuckers.
Right? Why don't we have those mini hard shell taco bites? That would be amazing.
It's the first kitty cat, and it was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it on Twitter.
You could have like a little bit of guacamole, sour cream. That'd be amazing.
I think it's just the effort level.
Fucking Matthias, get on it.
A closed taco?
No, like little taco circular bites. You know how they have like
of everything in taco, but in bite size.
You know how they have like macaroni
man.
bites? Why don't they do that with tacos?
Bro, this
Right?
is jeez Louise.
You're not spilling the lettuce everywhere.
Yeah, we would eat that. We'd eat that shit up.
Yeah. Oh God, it's so simple. It's like we have all this AI and we just want to use it to create different tacos.
Yeah, how can I maximize protein, maximize these gains? You feel me? I'm trying to.
Yeah.
I drink a lot of beer. I'm not trying to blow up.
Man. So if you I wonder if I can go through it on my phone. Let's see.
I'm about to call Ernest back. He hit me up a little bit ago. I'm be like, hey, bro, I basically figured out chemistry. You feel me? I'm sorry that you spent a decade becoming an alchemist, but I think I got it now. So
yeah, they're hiring
my respects.
Are they hiring chemical engineers? I'll take the most senior position, please. Thank you.
Absolutely. Aren't you guys looking for a diversity hire, motherfucker? Here I am.
Have you been?
Where do I go? Texas?
Why would you buy
cryptocurrency when you can get a token for free? You know?
You know. This token has a price tag.
I've suffered long enough with this melon, and it's time for me to reap what I've sown. I like it.
Hold up, I gotta rejoin. My shit just got weird.
Melanin as a service.
All right, I'm almost done this Peter Art Gallery.
You are like busting your ass today, Mike. We appreciate it.
It's fun, and it looks fucking cool as shit.
Well, I hope you can walk me through it sometime because I'd like to do something like that.
Have you tried to go to spatial.io?
I downloaded. I should have finished by now, but I'm downloading
You're going through it.
So.
Yeah.
All right.
Where was it?
Yeah, Sam, it'll be easy for you to get into. You'll get it right away. It's pretty cool.
Pretty seamless, right? Oh, look, there's Dan. Hey, Dan.
Yeah, I'm standing in there with my crazy face.
What?
Hold on. Have you ever tried to press like the numbers? The numbers are the dances. Yeah, we're having a dance party. Hold on, I gotta record this. All right, so keep dancing, Dan. Let me take off this, record. All right, so now put my hand up, waving, dancing.
Oh yeah, I got it. Oh yeah, check this out. This it. This is my strip club move right here. That makes the girls go crazy. This one, and then this is basically for lawyers. You got to do that for the lawyers, but this works on all the other.
Oh, I didn't realize you can keep pressing.
God, we attracted a lawyer.
Oh no.
Got Elizabeth in here. What's going on?
Press the button. Press the numbers.
Of course, she's not even like hanging out with us, just walking by us.
Yeah. Sorry, for people who can't see what's going on, I'm going to post this video to the top.
Yeah, I think there should be a way to see yourself, because I know I've got that crazy like mask on. It's like the I don't know. It's like an old mask that makes you look like you're a crazy person.
Oh yeah, you look like the bring out your dead.
Yeah, bring out your dead.
Bring out your. I'm not dead.
Not dead yet. You'll be dead anyways.
That's
Give
so
you a
good.
second death, silly. Oh my gosh, she's got more like emojis than us. That's not fair. She's reading the manual. We shouldn't have people that read the manual and play this. It's not fair.
All right, I'm about to put this. I'm uploading this video now, so you guys can see what's going on. This is crazy. How do you like how the images look? I think they look better than they do on Twitter.
Oh, they look great. And it's, especially when you can zoom into them and you sort of can walk through the whole set. They're really good.
I just downloaded it straight from Twitter. Get right up to this thing.
Yeah, I mean, you just hit the play button and you sort of walk through the.
Oh, shut your mouth! Really?
Yeah, you just walk through. If you hit play, it'll start sort of
Sandra,
walk
you're
this
in.
bit. Sandra's in. All right. Sometimes I'm like, all right, you gotta click off of that. All right, where do we go?
Oops, I'm invading your personal space. Sorry. We're gonna move away from you. Oh, get away from my personal space. So, Sandra, if you press the numbers, you can dance.
I am searching for you all. Where are you?
Oh, we're at the entrance.
Roger that.
Yeah, let's see if we can all meet by the entrance by the water. I like this one because the water is so cool.
Sandra's got some pretty cool.
Wait, what the hell are you guys doing right now?
So,
oh, and she's connected on audio in here. That's awesome.
I'm going to send you this thing, Matthias. So, we were talking to Peter, and we were talking about his artwork. And we were like, yo, let's sell some Peter artwork. So I was like, all right, why don't we use the spatial art gallery to show it off? Right? And imagine we had like a bunch of people in here, and this was the whole commercial. Right? Let me walk to the thing. So I put it in the group. Mel, I know you know spatial well. It's pretty cool. Dan's just dancing.
So are you hooking up a wallet and doing the whole
Yes,
song and dance?
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Now, see,
Peter.
I've never done that. I've got a wallet. I just never hooked it up. Oh
really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So I just
the other nice thing is it uses the standard gaming keys. If you do WASD, if it uses that same kind of game control, which is cool.
Right.
I always have to look at my face. What are you doing there, Dan? I look all right. I got a little rose on my jacket. My face is a little, weird.
That's like the Black Plague sort of mask, right?
Yes.
Yeah. My niece went as one of those for Halloween 2 years ago. She was a doctor, I guess, for the Black Plague, and that's what they wore. It was awesome, and it was it was like kind of dank because of COVID. So,
Oh yeah, it always had that little extra layer. I just got my Halloween costume in the mail today. I'm going as Jane Lynch from Glee.
Cool.
I got a bullhorn, but I need some white shoes. The navy shoes just ain't making it. But yeah, I got myself a nice Adidas tracksuit. Not that I'm a runner or anything, but and not that I'm really going anywhere for Halloween.
Mathos and I are having to dance off.
All right. I got to figure this out here. Hold on. I'm going to go back in.
Oh yeah, yeah. The dance cues are great. The Cabbage Patch, the butter churn, all that. Yeah, clapping.
Mm-hmm.
I recognize the sound.
We make it clap. All right. So, just putting up these images one by one.
All right.
What do you guys think of the image quality?
That's cool, man.
Man, Peter, you're so good in this thing.
Shit sucks. Just kidding.
The shit's. What is this shit art in here, man? What is this stuff?
The only real art I've hung in there is are abstracts because I felt like they held up as larger pieces. Yet my
I'm trying to figure stuff out here.
Oh yeah, it takes a bit.
Folk art.
Oh gosh, I should know how to do this. It says walk ahead. No. All right.
Oh, you're hearing Sandra dance, but
Which gallery did you pick?
I forget now. I forget what it's called. But
Are the
I'm
walls
playing.
white or are they black?
What? Gray?
So maybe the Eris, or is it the smaller gallery that has the
It's the big one. It's kind of the big one surrounded by water.
Oh yeah, the Eris.
Yeah.
That's a nice one.
Yeah.
I always loved the way the water looked. The rippling of the water.
Right. Now, is it the one that has water kind of almost like translucent floor, or is it the one that has the icebergs?
Not the translucent floor one. They're slats in the wall.
Yeah. So that's the smallest one. That's a nice one. And what I find is 22 pieces fit in there comfortably, and then you can put some three-dimensional pieces if you've got them. Peter, are these real paintings or are they digital? Well, everything that Peter does is amazing, even if you were to squirt, ketchup out of something. But I guess my question is, are we looking at reflected art pieces? Because I don't have my thing. I'm not out in the studio. But digital art holds up really well, expanded to that almost large floor to ceiling. But when you are using photographs of paints, it's a different ball game. Do you have a link posted where I can join it?
Yeah, absolutely. So if anyone wants to see what the hell we're doing, you'll see a video to the top. Yeah, it's a bunch of people dancing.
Okay.
You can see it now.
I didn't realize my mic was hot in there.
But oh yeah, that's the big gray one. That's the big one. Oh man. All right. Well, you're ambitious, of course.
Are we still creating Catch Me Up? Are we still creating an art gallery where we can all catch up?
Take a look at the top. You'll see it working right now with people inside dancing with each other.
Got him.
Righto. How do I get in there?
There is the second pinned tweet has a join me in spatial XR, and you can just click on the link and get in. You can use your Gmail to sign in.
It's weird talking in two places, but yeah, you need to explore your. Yeah, you look a little generic, and I didn't want to say it, but okay, yeah, you look a little generic, and I think you need some flair. You know, you need some flair on that shirt. Some kind of flair. Used this before. Yeah, well, I know it's new. Yeah. If you click on your customized avatar, you can see yourself, and if you have like a Ready Player Me one, you can use that. I think I have a Ready Player Me one. Do I have one? That makes me look like a 7-year-old. Let's not use that. I like to be this weird head thing.
I like it.
Yeah, it's more of a general guest, you know. Be our guest.
Yeah. So Sandra, what are you seeing right now?
I think she might only be available in game to talk to at this point. Did she drop out? Yeah, she dropped out.
No, I'm here.
No, you're in here, but you're not also in Twitter Spaces. That's just I'm like connected on the browser, so I got my laptop kind of running in spatial. Yeah.
Is that what I'm doing?
No, you can do anything. You can run on an iPad and other stuff. I just wanted to have it so I could sort of be talking in two spaces, I guess.
Yeah, I went out to the trailer. I turned it on my computer for the first time today. It's like, wow, this is different. It's like being retired again.
By the way, this feels like the cutover of the metaverse, where we go from like, you know what I mean?
Well, you know, do you remember Zen and his spaces? He used to do that. He would anchor in Twitter Spaces or in Clubhouse. And
I like that word anchor.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm putting Peter's. This is Dan dancing. We're dancing with each other.
I love it. You're all dancing together. You're so ridiculous.
Since I can't get to Twitter Spaces from
There we go. That's a good version of me.
desktop, could you possibly post this link in private? In the private, the
Yeah,
subspace.
it should be there.
Okay.
Oh yeah, where's that? The you mean the chat?
Yeah, just our back.
Is this the garbage patch? What is this?
Either churning butter.
No, wouldn't that be this?
I don't know. The link should be right there in the group. Join me in.
But the thing is that, you know, I'm talking with you guys and I press on it and it tries to take me with the app and the phone. So what I've done is I've gone in my desktop, and we all know that Twitter Spaces is not directly accessible. So if you just pause that, but the thing is, here's the thing. Oh my God, I don't even have. What the fuck? I don't even have. I don't even have Starlink. My God. What the fuck?
Traffic, were you able to get it?
Get out of my way. I'm trying to look at this art. He's like, he's not even recognizing.
I think Travis is speaking, but we can hardly hear him.
Well, this will take me to teach me to take a day off. Dan, I don't know how you hooked up all your shit after being gone so long.
You know, I just I like spatial a lot. I want to use it for my clients. It's kind of like my secret weapon now for any client that doesn't like take me seriously. I can go and basically build something in spatial and give them a taste of where things are coming, you know. So I really like it. I love the stuff you do too. You're always a
inspiration. You're always pushing, and going, and I appreciate that.
Let me complete this thing. So, which faces are we using now? Oh, that's right. So, I want to do. Oh, yes. So let's use this one. Where was my pencil drawing? There it is. Peter did this thing where he took like a pen drawing that I did, just like a doodle, and he ran it through the thing. I need to do more of that. Just draw something random and have the AI decide what it actually is. Oh, this looks so good. So there's a room in the spatial that's really
Sorry,
dark.
guys.
Oh, there you
Sorry.
go. You're back.
Yeah, so I'm just going to shut my mic down. Maybe I should leave Twitter Spaces and I'll see you in here, or are we staying in Twitter Spaces?
I'm leaving this open, but I think it'd be interesting if because I turned off my audio, but I could turn it on. I'm just filling. You can see me. I'm just walking through the art gallery, kind of just filling it out with the pictures.
Yeah, I was trying to talk to you there. Could you hear me just talking around? Was I talking over the top of everyone here as well?
No, I could barely hear you here. I just don't have the audio on. I think what I'll do is, how many people are in that room right now? Just curious.
Hang on, let me just.
So we have the drawing. So I should put the drawing on the left and then the derivations on the right. Right. Okay. So I'm going to take one of Peter's originals. I'm going to change the middle one to be the artwork that he did on top, which is this. And then I'll have this one looking this way. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Syndicate, or the Squarespace, degenerate conversations in a broadcaster voice. Today we are transitioning from a voice-only interface to a virtual reality interface where we can see versions of ourselves and interact. So, what I see here is that there's a Django, so I can say, hey, what's up? So,
Okay, I'm in, guys. Boy, this is really quite the maze, huh?
Isn't it cool? Man, Peter's art really, it's so funny. It's just like, Peter's art just like really pops on this thing. Something special, dude. All right, so there's a lot more little things. Now I'm losing track of what I put up. I'm like, did I put that yet?
Okay, I'm just going to drop out and jump in that other space and hang in that space for a little bit and just go and.
I'm going to turn on the audio there.
Okay, cool.
I think I'm going to take a break for a bit and recoup. And I'll chat at you all later. It's been fun today, though. Spatial and all.
Good to see you, Dan.
Yeah, great to see you guys.
I'm getting the distinct opinion that no one is hearing me in the space.
No, I didn't hear you. Were you talking? Maybe you're here. Let's go back together.
Yeah, it was reverbing through. I think it was Melville's mic.
Instantly or like that.
Michael, this is hilarious. The video above my head is showing you. Now let me find you guys and see if that's what you guys see. Okay.
Yours.
Okay, well, I'm seeing mine on his and his on mine, so I'm feeling a little disoriented. I'm gonna try again. I am having trouble hanging in there. I also wanted to point out the new Go Live function. I don't know if you guys are aware of it, but when you're in desktop mode, in the upper right hand corner, there's a thing called Go Live, and everybody who has loved your space gets an email. It's kind of like the beginning rollout of their social aspect, which they're just getting ready to start doing now.
All right. So that is spatial.
Y'all are in there now?
Oh, we just left.
Oh,
I
I'm
was
here. I kept getting dumped out, so.
Oh, I missed the whole.
Oh, you missed the party. You missed
I
the
missed
party.
the whole.
Yeah, we were.
I put a video to the top.
We
I
were
was
hanging
dancing
out
with
in
Matt there.
Peter's new gallery that Michael has set up for him in Spatial. It's really something.
Nice.
What a trip. That was amazing.
And now we're back here.
Yeah.
But
And Sandra, you look great. I felt underdressed.
Well, when I came in, I felt like underdressed myself because Dan was wearing his tuxedo or suit or whatever that was. So I was like, I didn't like what I was wearing, so I did a quick change with my very limited knowledge of using anything. Like I'm sure I was bumping into everybody and being rude, but I'm sorry. I'm trying.
so what is it?
You were just like this little, like beautiful fairy just walking around and completely oblivious to anyone else in the space.
Could you
Your
hear?
microphone might have been muted or something like that. But
Weird. Okay, sorry. That does seem
could
like
you
me, you know.
could you hear us talking?
I could hear, I thought I was looking at my laptop. I went into my laptop, and when I looked, I thought that my microphone was working because it showed that it was on. So I don't know. I don't know what happened. I'll figure it out. But I'm sorry if I bumped into you or landed on your head or whatever. I didn't mean to be. I thought it was on. What is the story? There. All right. I'll figure it out.
Oh,
So
good.
is the experience saved? What you guys did in there?
Yeah, I think Sayu's doing up a video of it right now. He wanted to sort of get a bit of a smooth walk around flow, but we were sort of talking and amongst, I don't know if we were distracting him from doing what he wanted to do. The experience was phenomenal. Like a couple of things happened. Like it's sort of one, because you're sitting here and you're, I guess, inanimate in this type of space, but you have to sort of focus on how you move around and you want to look at the artwork, but you're excited, you want to talk to people and all that sort of stuff and mingle. So there's that sort of thing going on. Essentially, I felt it maybe in the beginning detracted from Peter's artwork because there was all these things going on, but then there's a little slideshow option you can press, which actually takes you to each piece, individual artwork, so you can sort of focus on it a little bit. So you can do that as well. So it was really, really interesting how it was all laid out, but the artwork was just amazing. Like,
So hold
once you
on.
figured out that,
I want to understand. So Peter has his gallery in there, and then everybody opened the gallery. Everybody got to go explore that.
What happened
That's
is
it?
Michael set up the gallery and then he shared a link.
Oh, got it.
And
Okay.
the link takes you basically to either, if you're doing it on like a laptop or something like that, it takes you to a browser-based interface with spatial where you set up your avatar and everything.
Okay.
If you're on a phone, it asks you to go to the App Store and download an app. And then same thing, set up your avatar and
got it.
you can go minimal or you can go all ham.
Okay.
And then pop in. You click that link and you can pop in and there we are. And we're all chatting and like everybody was so handsome.
Mm. Fun.
Yeah, it was awesome. Except I gotta do some exercise in there and figure out how to be more precise in my movements because I only have a mouse. So, I guess I could have used like the little roller ball thingy. Like, all right, I'll figure it out. I'm trying.
You can use the keypad. So like
Yeah, it takes some
ASDF.
orienting to learn how to use the controls and be, to where you feel like you can move around and interact with people. It just takes a little bit of time, but
hi,
it's
Nick.
pretty.
Hello.
Hey Manish, what's going on? How do you feel?
Amazing. I think it was special. I was also wondering if we can plug in uberduck.ai
Well, you understand, right?
into the
Yes,
gallery
that's the
and
whole
then
point. Yeah. Right.
I'm not sure if you can make use of Uberbots just yet, but can we plug that in? At
Well,
least uberduck.ai.
one thing you can do if you're using a browser-based interface with an AI, okay, you can share a screen and essentially bring them in. Now, I talked to an AI, a personal AI, or a sharded incident, and I have not gotten any feeling that they're actually able to come into the space as a discrete personality per se. But you can interact. You can also do some like deep motion, pull an object file, and actually conjure a person out of nothing, and have them deliver a speech.
Really cool artwork in there. It's really amazing stuff.
Yeah, Pete, if you're listening, thanks for the experience, and so thanks for creating it, and it was nice to see everyone in there and experience a bit of the metaverse.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. That was just, there's so many different.
So how are you
types of-
guys talking over there? Is the audio connected also?
Right. Like with the headset, it uses the mic that's in your headset.
Okay.
With a laptop, it's using your built-in mic. And if you don't have a mic like on board on a desktop system, you just add one, and that's what it uses. You can also use a webcam to interface directly. Use more realistic avatars, and have little bubbles above that's really you and stuff.
Oh, cool.
Melody, have you got a bit of FOMO?
I think I absolutely do. But I'll catch up, and I had a good day. I had a good day out here. I went for a long walk.
Melody, do you have
it's in the chat,
decent
Melody, and you
Because
can jump in and have a look when you get time. It's going to be there for you when you're ready.
Yeah, when I
I
get on
do
my
want to
computer, I'll do
say,
it.
if your
Tell me.
internet's not very strong, you're not going to be able to hang in very well. Don't be discouraged. Just
I
know
think
that
my
you need.
internet is better than my phone service, so I'll go
Oh,
on
good,
on my computer.
good, excellent. I just don't want you to
Yeah.
have a bad experience and then not want to keep. Okay.
Yeah, I was on the phone and it was working pretty well, but I've got decent reception here. It was really the app downloaded. The app must be it was, for what it gave us, the app was pretty quick downloading on my phone too.
Yeah, if you want, let me know and I'll go with you.
Yeah. Actually, it's open right now. It doesn't
No,
close.
I can't. It won't be. Okay, good. I'll probably try it either tonight or tomorrow.
Yeah.
Let me know, and if I'm, no hurry, don't rush or anything.
Yeah. Right now, I'm waiting for someone to arrive to come and help me.
Oh no! What happened?
Oh no, Rosa, my cleaning lady. She's like my mom. She's like my mama over here. I met her in carpool. I used to carpool when I would go to the city, so people would come in my car, go over the bridge.
Cool.
So she's gonna come over and help me pack.
Oh, that's
so I'll be
good.
off. Yeah. I'm waiting. But no, I went on a really yummy walk. So I was in my own metaverse.
Has Peter like made any comments since before
No,
the
I
pin tweet?
haven't
Okay,
heard
so
him.
he
I haven't heard
said
him.
that he was going to take a nap, but I didn't know if like he actually did that or not. So I didn't want to say it. So he's napping. He'll be
Yeah, I
up in
haven't heard him.
gallery. The gallery was really cool. Melody.
Wait, so he wasn't in there? You guys were looking at his you guys were all like peeping in his thing and he wasn't there? Elizabeth?
That sounded worse than that. I don't know, because I kept walking into
Is that what you're saying? What?
I kept walking into walls. I couldn't figure it out. So I wasn't in there for more than like
Walking into
probably
walls. Oh my
Yeah,
god,
like
I'm cracking
terrible
up
at
over
it.
here.
You can go click the thing and go see it. It's cool.
I can just okay, I'll do it while I wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
Watch out for the
Hold
walls. And the worst is the reaction is like the jump back. Like, okay, the jump back just takes extra time. Like, I didn't mean to walk into a wall, clearly.
You're so funny what you're speaking.
It was it drained my phone battery.
It's like
No big
code.
deal. So
I think this
Ahmed,
is
hi. Sorry, you waved at me.
I think this is the first time I ever feel that FOMO, I guess, or that confusion of like walking into something that
Is it a wall? Did you walk into a wall?
No, I walked into the party. I walked into like I know like hold on, let me think of it. It's like when I read the messages when you guys because people are like catch me up or like I'm so confused and it's like okay that's where I'm at. Like, that's how I'm feeling right now. I don't think I had that feeling before.
Welcome,
but I think it's funny.
Welcome to most of my hours and most of my day.
Yeah,
what's going on here?
Like normally I don't care that I miss out. I just pick up where I left off, you know, or I pick up where things are. But right now, I'm like, yeah, definitely.
I was wondering about like I bet viewing it on the computer Melody is gonna be way better than on the phone because like you could only look so closely at the stuff.
Oh, inside, like to zoom in or whatever, like the little windows. Okay.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's like a little magnifying glass you can kind of pick on and bring it closer.
Did you walk into any walls?
Oh yeah, I was like
I'm
making
bruised
out
all
with the
over.
walls.
This is so silly. It's fun.
Yeah. Well, they said I was being rude, but because I don't know what I'm doing, and my microphone looked like it was on.
Mine did too, and I hope it wasn't because I was saying shit, a wall, shit, a wall.
Yeah. See, that's the thing is like, for the first, I don't know, few times of entry trying to get around, you're afraid of appearing rude, but really everybody kind of remembers what it was like when they were stupid and doing it for the first time. So we're just so magnanimous. Don't worry.
Nobody said you were being rude, Sandra. No one said you're being rude. You're just like this little majestic type of fairy that couldn't communicate the same way as us, and you're just moving around the space.
Did I say that? Did I say that? Because I thought I said I thought I was being rude. If I said that, obviously.
No.
Sorry.
We've got Quantum on the speaker panel. He seems to have experience with spatial. Can I ask you a question, Quantum?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why do I keep walking into walls? How do I avoid walls? My face is bruised. People are gonna think my husband beats me. I walked into so many walls. Domestic violence isn't funny. Sorry, I should have made that joke.
Are you using a VR headset or are you on your mobile?
I am not using a VR headset. I'm using an outdated iPhone.
Yeah. So if you're using iPhone, that is an issue at times, just because the load times are longer. Depends on what kind of room that you go into. Here in the last couple of weeks, the environments have gotten a lot bigger. So a lot of the older iPhones have been struggling to load quicker. So when you're walking around, sometimes you'll jump around, in different spots, or your character will go in circles. So it's not you; it's more of the hardware you're using.
Thanks for saying that. I feel better now. I have a follow-up question.
Good.
Your accent tells me that your state's team may play in the SEC. Is that true?
I'm from.
Hola, Rosa. Okay, guys, I'll see you later. Come on.
I'm from Oklahoma.
Oh, okay. That's Big Ten, right? Big Ten?
Yeah.
Boomer Sooner.
Boomer.
Ugh.
Boomer Sooner. That's it.
I'm from Arkansas, so
okay,
hello, neighbor.
Okay. Hey, what's up?
Have you been in here before?
Not in this room. I know Mel.
He came in this morning.
Oh.
Yeah, mine.
I'm nice to meet you either way.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mel.
No, it's okay. I was gonna say Mel is.
And he was in the.
Sorry, Mel, you were cutting out for me.
Mel is one of the first people I met in spatial.
Oh, we just explored spatial just now.
Yeah. I started spatial probably about 4 or 5 months ago. Back when we didn't have legs. We just had upper bodies.
Wait.
Oh yeah, we were just floating
Wait.
around. You're right. That's how it started.
That
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
my toes wouldn't have been stabbed when I ran into those walls. I'll take the floating body.
You would have been good. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I like spatial a lot. I've tried other, metaverses, but
sometimes I call it aggressive spawning. You spawn on top of somebody else, and then the next thing you know, you're in the same space. It's just one of these weird things that happens.
yeah, for sure. But spatial is pretty cool. I've tried Decentraland and the sandbox and stuff like that. I just feel like spatial's a little bit better.
In terms of rapid development, I haven't seen anything faster.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. And I mean, it's just all the people coming in to spatial. There's just so many different kinds of people, different backgrounds as far as like what they do, for work. Some are artists, some are musicians. Some people are just hanging out. That's pretty neat. I actually seen a spatial set up for a lawyer's office. You could ask them a law questions. It was pretty weird.
Stop it. Stop
Yeah,
it right now.
yeah.
Shut the front door.
Yeah, so that's kind of like that's
I'm
one
on it.
avenue. That's pretty cool. I thought there's two guys. They're lawyers.
Of course they're
up
guys.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, I'm the lawyer. I'm just
Right.
Lawyer
And,
here. Yeah.
Okay. So they were up on stage and they were just kind of, just answering questions and kind of what their space was all about and what they wanted to do, and it was pretty cool.
That is really cool, actually. That is so cool.
And then I seen another. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm really talkative. I didn't get much sleep last night, so I can be really rude, and then I'll apologize way too much. Nice to meet you. I'm E-Rich.
Hey, nice to meet you. Yeah, I talk really fast.
I think the audio acting kind of weird, and there's a weird lag going on. So I think that one of the things, at least that's happening for me, is that we're perceiving some kind of entry in the conversation, and it's not really there.
I see.
Yeah. So what happened was Pete. I'm not sure if you know Peter. He's up there as the speaker. I think he fell asleep. He is an artist that started using, Mid-Journey and then Stable Diffusion. And one of his pieces was reposted by Joe Rogan. Nice. And so after that, it kind of just snowballed one after another. And he has some potentially very, really, really, like, when I say really, like, you couldn't exaggerate on the kind of level that's about to come up from Peter next. But yeah, so cool. If you click on his link, you'll see like a bunch of crazy images. So I took all the images, put it in spatial, put the link to the top, and now everyone's there.
Yeah. I like the stable version. It's awesome. I started using it and I got some really good results.
It's pretty astonishing. Let me put this at the top. So right now it's uploading the HD version. Experience the art of its Poitman on spatial. Let me put this at the top. All right. Yeah, this would be cool for Anne too, to take all of her art and put it in an art gallery. So you'll see at the top, it says experience the art of its Poitman on spatial. And it's working on the HD version of that video, but you can see what it was like to just have people in the room, walk around, say hi, churn some butter.
No, I love spatial. I think it's a great platform. in this time and age to show your art. I had a piece put up on like this photography club I'm part of in spatial, and I was like, holy crap, like my work looks fire up there, you know.
Doesn't it look even better?
Yeah, it's amazing.
It looks better, honestly. Like it's like I see the art on Twitter, and then when I look at the art there, and then you click on the actual image and you get the full screen, it's like, whoa. Like the experience of seeing it, and it's interesting that there's something to seeing things from afar and then walking up to them.
No, absolutely. And this is why I still think it's going to sound strange, and maybe I'm just hopeful. Like, you know, at the end of the day, like, you know, all these art galleries are closing now. Right now, I'm talking to a lot of artists that I know personally that are going through hard times. One, I mean, there's a lot of stuff going. Nobody has extra money, whatnot. But but also, you know, physical places of going to see art are disappearing. And it's actually quite sad because, like, a couple of days ago, I actually went to a photography opening, and I got to go in and see the art, you know. And I just remember, I'm like, oh, that's right. Physical art is amazing. Like you get a visceral like reaction to it. I think so much more than you do, I don't know, seeing on your phone. It's just, I don't know, and I'm really hopeful that it doesn't go away 100%. But that being said, yeah, I definitely need a spatial gallery for my for my NFTs as well. Yeah, I would just love to see both. Right, I'd love to have a gallery that's both. It's like this is it on digital and this is it on the wall. But of course, I'm just daydreaming there.
Yeah, it's all about the different perspective. Have you guys used VR headsets yet in spatial?
Say that one more time.
Have you guys used the VR headsets in spatial?
Yes. Oh no, I haven't. Yeah, you haven't. Yeah.
Yeah, I
and,
have.
And you can. And why haven't you added your NFTs to a spatial art gallery?
Because I'm going to this week. I was hoping to release my collection tomorrow. But that's not going to happen. So maybe by next week, because I'm actually going to do a real collection. It's just, oh, look at these, a couple of photos that I have that are awesome. So I'm going to do my Dreaming in Venice collection, and that will have a spatial on there. So yeah. So.
Yeah, because it's just as easy to add an NFT as a picture, right? So it's all kind of cohesive.
Yeah, you just have to navigate. Yeah, exactly. You just have to navigate spatial, I guess. And I'm going to put it on my website too, because I have a website. And then, put the link through that, which is my website is really more like a link tree at this point. But
yeah, Linktree.
I see a hand up.
Hi, how are we? So am I of the understanding that you've got a bit of a clip coming together, and then you can post that tweet of that clip, and then I can use this profile and of 5Prong to sort of do a bit of a write up and a post with it as well?
Is that to me?
That was for Mike. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like,
sorry, I was speaking on mute the entire time. Can you say that one more time?
So you're doing a bit of a video up of the art gallery and all that sort of stuff, but I'm just wondering, within that video, is there an example of like how rapidly paced it was that you were able to go from spitballing a conversation in the Syndicate space to you being able to produce that with Pete being in the room and we're all having a bit of a gag about it, and then all of a sudden being in the space, going through the art gallery, hopefully we can get something sold, and then I can tweet that out on Old 5Prong and through my own profile, just about how we can create tangible real world outcomes in the space of like a day almost.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I could always just like start fresh, right? I think the more interesting thing would be for you to create an art gallery from scratch,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I put the because now that you know how to do it, you can just do it, right? You just click. But I put the video up there. Experience the art of its Poitman, so you can kind of just walk through the art gallery and yeah, experience what it's like. But the most powerful thing is now that you know I can do it, you do it. And if you have any if you run into any problems, you just let me know.
Yeah, true. I have to talk to Peter about it too before you do any of this too, because I know he's But see, that's not my story. This is Pete's story. Do you know what I mean? Like he's the one that we appreciate his art. We appreciate his artwork. It's the story. It's sort of like the idea, being part of the group, and then when you were able to construct that within the matter of a day, that's the story that I see. Yes, you're right. I could create a art gallery and all that sort of
Oh,
stuff,
right. Okay, I understand.
but that's
So
not where my passions lie,
right,
right? Like, so I'm more sort of
right.
like from Old Five Prong is how do we use these spaces and connect and create these, collective consciousness, then we actually get in and produce a tangible outcome from someone and something happens from it. A sale comes from that and a tangible thing, and then he gets some energy, some currency, whatever. And so I like being part of type stories and then reporting on that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, in my head as you're talking about it, what I was thinking about doing is telling the story of Peter, right?
So
Yeah, go ahead.
no, I was
Yeah,
just
okay.
I was just gonna say I would be interested to see. That's my dog. She's mad about it. I'd be interested to see. Okay, never mind. Hold please. She's like, okay, sorry. Now she's.
Because if
I just want to make sure that he's okay with the gallery. I guess it would be my only comment. Like,
yeah, he was in the space before where we're sort of all talking about it and have a chuckle about it. And yeah, I don't know if he gave Mike permission, but he sounded like he was sort of, okay, cool, we're going with this. All right, I'll join in for the ride. So, but you're right, E-Rich, like we did run with it.
ran really fast. I mean, it's amazing, right? It's mind blowing, but it's not my. I mean, I'm projecting, I guess.
And the fact that it's all happening while he's having a nap too is
Yep,
kind
that's
of
it.
cute. It's a bit cute.
Oh yeah, I guess so. Woke up. But wait,
Quant
we're
got a
supposed to have
question.
fun
Quant's
for
got
the
a question.
throne.
Quant's got a question.
Yeah. Hey guys. Yeah, I was just gonna let y'all know if you guys need any help, spatial environments. I'm part of a group who, instead of using just the templates that spatial provides, they can create you your own, or some of them have classes that teach you how to build your own environments. You can upload yourself.
Excellent. That's awesome because I was talking to someone else who's done some artwork and she has visions and things like that, and then she translates those visions onto paper, and she wanted to sort of have a doorway that sort of warned that like a doorway which was part of the artwork saying, beware if you enter into this realm, there's risks and hazards and all that sort of stuff, like as you travel.
Yeah, that's cool.
Through her mind. So she kind of wanted it to be a journey of traveling through her mind within the art space so that yeah, we were talking about that a while
That's
ago.
pretty neat. Yeah. There's a couple of guys that I know that could probably help her out with that. Sure. So.
Yeah, I'll reach out to her and see where she is with it, and I'll follow you while I'm here because I've got to step out in a bit. But this was an awesome experience to be part of what you did. So I'm very humbled that you were able to do that and produce that for like a mate in the matter of minutes. And you know, like people in these spaces sometimes have challenges, like the friends, you know, we're all here, we're all encouraging friends to sort of push through and achieve things. And the benefit of spaces again is where if you look at the positives of it, where you can couple up with these spaces. And then, oh, my little one's done something. I'll be back.
I hope we didn't run into a wall in
Hey,
spatial.
Michael, did you make a video that says how to create a spatial gallery?
I can.
Oh, well, I mean, no, I'm just saying there's one out up here. I just looked it up while Earl
Yeah.
was talking. I was like, oh, wait a minute. There has to be, if you
Yeah.
want to do anything, just go to YouTube. How to.
YouTube University. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So there is a how to build a spatial gallery pops right up. It's like 15 minutes long, 16. Oh no, it's not. Oh crap. It's almost an hour long. 48.
Oh wow.
But
I could probably make one in 2 seconds.
But it's yeah, it, you know what I mean? There's tons of information out there, but because I know I was gonna have to make one for mine. And I need to learn, you know, you're right. For me, like, I need to learn how to do it. You know, like I just built my own website. Yesterday I went into code and changed the code.
Cool.
And
I'd
then
like to
for
learn
my
too.
website. Yeah, and it worked. So, you know what I mean? It's just baby steps. Lot of like how-to videos and whatnot. You know what I mean? So yeah, that was very exciting. I really felt like a nerd yesterday. And I love feeling like a nerd. You know what I mean? So that was my website.
Yeah.
Oh, it's annamariah.art. So it's my name .art.
That's a great. That's like such a great idea, but not something that my little brain would be thinking about. Like, oh, .art. You know?
Well, I didn't really come up with it. It was kind of like it was one of those, hey, choose your, you know, whatever dot, you know. And I was like, .art. It's like, that's cool. Let's do that.
That is cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's very simple. As I said, my website right now is just basically a link tree, because I haven't put up the other things about prints because I haven't really. I don't know. I'm also on top of everything else. I'm teaching myself on about printing my own photography and how like how difficult, like, you know, without going. A lot of my photography is like custom size, I'm finding, which is quite difficult if I just want to go out and get a quick print. You know what I mean, like a reference print for. So
Oh wow. Yeah, that involves a lot of you know, buying the proper size paper, and if it's a weird size, you have to kind of, you know, accumulate as many as you can.
Yeah, so for me now, I'm like, okay, so is it easier then for me to go back and just I can't, because art is art. I hate that, because you know, like the photos I've taken and how I've made them are just how I like them, but I'm having issues. But it's okay. I'll figure it out. It's all a learning process, right? Everything.
Oh, I would think so. I'm gonna probably wind up pulling my poor hair out over things, but I guess it's worth the journey, you know. I mean, and the journey's part of it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so no, it's exciting. It was very exciting to see my work in spatial. I was like, wow, this is kind of neat, actually.
Yeah, I'm hoping I'll learn too. I don't know if you know, I'll figure it out.
well, to me, it's like, you know, the spatial and all this stuff, like, it doesn't look very complicated, as in, like, if you're able to follow, you know, like, learn new programming,
Right.
then it's not a problem. I don't see it as a problem. I just haven't set aside the time. I just have to set aside the time and go, okay, today I'm going to do spatial, right? like
Yeah.
I learned with crypto. Like, today I'm going to learn how to move money. You know what I mean? Or today I'm going to learn how to, you know, dollar cost average. It's kind of like every day is a new day in the crypto universe, kind of. If you want it to be, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I intend to. I mean, I have a deadline for something I wanted to enter, and I think I'll go that route. It's probably easier.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm very excited though. I don't know. I'm excited to do a release. You know, a little bit. That's exciting for me. But then, of course, my ADHD brain is like, oh my God, yeah, but what about this? And what about that? That's what I'm having.
I know. I have a hard
Again,
time
I have to focus.
prioritizing. Me too. And I'm a pleaser. Like I want to please everybody, but I don't really know what everybody wants. So I'm kind of guessing and being an idiot. And, so on top of the whole, attention issue, it's like, how do I please everybody? And you can't. So I don't know. I'll struggle through.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's my birthday tomorrow. So
Happy birthday.
Thank you. So I'm going to take the day and go. I think I'm going to wake up really early. And then it looks like the wind direction is in good shape, and possibly we'll have some clouds by the ocean. So I'm going to go take a last round of photographs, see if I can't catch some magic. You know what I mean?
Do you do first thing in the morning or?
Oh, yeah. And at night sometimes, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Because that's when the good light is. In Southern California, there's too much direct sunlight. So, right. And it's just the time of, just the time of day, which is so nice. There's not that many people, and that's when the surfers are running in and out of the water as well. So that's always good.
Happy hunting for pictures.
Yeah. although I was in the desert this weekend, and I snapped I'm just gonna call it, I don't really say this about my stuff, but I did snap an amazing photograph. And I'm very excited to get it printed out and put it on my wall. Oh, wow. And I don't know, maybe sell it. I don't know. But I'm just so proud of it that I don't know. It just happens once in a while when you just take that one picture and you're like, fuck, yes. Yes, it's happened.
That's a good feeling.
The photo gods have absolutely, you know what I mean, came down and blessed me with that one click. It's pretty cool. So.
Yeah, I love that feeling. I mean, I have that in different, I'm not a photographer, but I think perhaps it's a similar feeling with others. And
it's anything. It's translatable, right? With anything that's a hobby that you love doing, or anything that you're really trying to achieve. You're like, yes, when it happens. Anyway.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to go make myself dinner. If you guys are still up, I'll be back in a little while. I better eat something. So I'll see all of you later.
All right. Bye, Sandra.
Bye.
Bye.
I've awoken. On that. Oh.
Peter, you sound funny.
Yeah, is my mic working?
Yeah, it seems like you're having distortion issues with your mic.
Yeah.
Or is that a special effect? It's almost like you've gotten water in your mic, and you've half gotten it out, and then you're trying to speak through it. That's what that sounds like.
You sure that's not just how I normally sound?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. Or maybe it's my speaker. Shit, I don't know.
I really. I hope I haven't killed it. It's totally possible I've killed it. It does seem to break all my technology.
All right. Metaverse. Get into the metaverse. Metaverse. Get into the. All right, so that's the tutorial.
Did you just throw one up? Shut up.
Yeah, I just created one.
No.
Yeah.
Legend.
Takes 2 seconds. So now I'm just going to upload it to the YouTubes. Or how long did this take me? Is it? How long is this video? Ah, 3 minutes.
The one I mentioned.
No, I just created a tutorial on how to use spatial.
Cool.
You did that in like 7 minutes, I swear.
Yeah.
Like
So
I
now I'm
talked
just
about my
uploading it.
photography and I cleared the room, so you're welcome.
How'd your sales call go today? Well, there were still some people left when I was done speaking.
Again, you're welcome. It is my it's my specialty.
So from 0 to metaverse in under 4 minutes with spatial.io. Syndicate production. I think it's like 1.6 gigs. Friggin' video. Uploading now. Yeah, sure. It should be uploaded in 15 minutes.
That's awesome.
I basically went from this is what I created to now this is how you create your own.
Oh, yes. Yes, thank you. That's amazing. See, I won't watch the other one. I'm waiting to watch yours. That's how this works. Yeah.
It's just one of those things when you said it was an hour, I'm like, an hour? All you have to do is show somebody how to add one picture and they can figure it out themselves.
Right. Well, it's like watching anything photography. I swear to God, and I don't know if it's like this with any other thing, but if you're like, hey, you have a quick question, how to? You find those guys that just love to talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk.
You know, and they have like the reverb on.
And you found him. And he's a unicorn.
In the metaverse, it starts with an M. And the M tells us is like, just show me how to use a fucking thing.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have time for this. You know what I mean? Yeah, give me the shortened cliff.
Give me
the
the
cliff notes,
philosophy
fucker. Give me
after.
the cliff notes.
Yeah, I just need to know how to press copy and paste just in a more fancy way. And you're trying to tell me about binary? Someone just show me the control C.
Yeah, it's like, so we're gonna start off with the blockchain. No.
Wrong. Nobody gives a shit about your centralized database.
Exactly. No one, by the way. And it's not centralized, so calm down.
Sorry. This recorded space, I forgot. You're decentralized. You're decentralized. You brought into court. Yeah.
Yeah, Mike, I like the central room, speaking of centralization.
What do you think, Pete? How do you feel? Even though it's hard to hear you. How do you feel seeing your art up on the wall?
It's different. Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm processing this at the moment. It's cool. Put it that way.
It's a lot. It's a lot to take in. We're like, hey, wait a minute. Yeah, but if you minted everything out, then literally like actually what you don't have to necessarily mint it, eh? What would be interesting, Web3, would be to have people be able to like a photo. You know what I mean? Or place a bid on it. I don't know. I guess you could have the auction going on live.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
I mean, I could set my OpenSea up in that way, where I just like I could put all this stuff up lazy minted and then just run it as an ongoing auction.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was thinking. But I want to be like, all right, so from 0, we have images on Twitter. If I can save these images to my desktop, can I create a virtual VR art gallery? Yes, it doesn't take that long. In fact, like once you start, it gets kind of annoying. It's like, fuck, now to upload all these. All right, let's walk around this art gallery and put these things up, you know?
So you actually put them up within the space. It's not like you upload and then you set it. That's kind of cool.
But when you see this tutorial, dude, I picked like a really, really cool room. It's called the Agora, based on the Greek. When you see like the friggin' one of the things that people don't often do in VR is look up. And I feel like they spent a good time on making sure the sky was just as pretty as the floor.
Can I go into this on the Quest? Like, I've got a Quest 2 that I haven't charged, but...
Yeah, you should be able to.
Oh, shit, it's going to ask me for my Facebook password. Oh, no, you don't need Facebook to log in anymore. I was going to say, if I have to change my Facebook password, that's going to be an issue.
I just want, I'm going to wait till this uploads so I can show you. It's at 38%. From 0 to Metaverse in under 4 minutes. %. Takes me longer to do the tutorial than it. That's how fast the fucking internet is. That it takes me longer to film the tutorial than it is to upload the actual video. Fucking love it. 4 minutes, 2 gigabytes of video. Hurry up, YouTube. And why are you still processing the HD on this one? It should be HD already. What'd you think of Web3? First time using it?
Yeah, it was interesting. I like that. That was first time, and it didn't seem too difficult. And I'll be interested on how to construct and all that. And I've got it on my list to go look at.
Well, by the way, did you know you can take a LiDAR map and turn it into a spatial?
Yes, and I put LiDAR
Cool.
on my phone.
Nice.
So I have that. And I found that to be interesting. And then also I played with ripping MP3s off of YouTube, MP4s, and several other Python tools and utilities to do all kinds of weird things. But it's one of those days. I'm fixing to eat, so I'm going to jump off. Y'all have a good one.
Yeah. I love. It's about halfway done uploading.
Man, I am having a. Okay, so I got super excited a couple, like 2 months ago when I got my Capture One, an editing program. So, of course, I've been inputting all my photos and not really paying attention to where like all the photos are going and like completely disorganized. Oh man, I am in trouble right now. Not trouble. I'm just like, when you just have too much stuff and you have to organize it. And then you have to spend like literally a day doing that. And then there's this one photo I know I took and I can't find it.
Wow.
You know what I mean? And then I have to go back to the original source and then try to. And I know there's probably ways of tracking stuff through the computer, but I don't know what that is. So, but yeah, yeah, and I know better. I know better from my video days. Right, just listening to you like going, oh, we're update. It's going to take this long. So many gigabytes. I'm just like right now over here. I'm like, no.
Oh my God! This guy said, "Unicorn startup idea: improving the hotel iron."
Oh my God, that's funny. I have a really good startup idea, but it's one of those things that I can't really. I don't want to. I can't say it out loud because it's that. It's. I know it sounds crazy, but it's that. It's one of those, right? It's like I've solved a problem in the female hygiene disposal system chain, and it's so obvious, and I'm just like, fuck. How do I do this? You know what I mean? So I'm kind of not working on that. I've been talking about that for not at least to my very close friends about it. But it's like, fuck, I really need to. You know what I mean? I really need to do it because it's one. I believe it's a needed thing as well. And once people see it, they're going to be. You know, it's like one of those things. Like, how did we live without it? I don't know. It's one of those obvious. It's kind of like, you know, I don't know, like, yeah. Like how I think weed is going to go. I believe weed is just going to be eventually in some pressed like pill form where you like a Pez dispenser where you put it into a pipe and burn it at high temperature. Where you don't even touch it. Like I don't understand why that's not out there already. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people don't like to touch marijuana or like the smell of it, to be honest with you. And you know, to get over that barrier, to bridge the barrier. Look, Americans are pill obsessed. If you tell Americans, here's a pill, it'll literally change your life, they'll take that fucking pill every time. Here's a plant, it'll change your life. They're like, nah, I'm good. So you need to literally change the plant into a pill for people to get it, to people to actually accept it as a form of medication here in America. Like Americans are absolutely insane. You know what I mean? With their perception of marijuana. Actually, not just Americans. Most of the world is, honestly. But they'll quickly fucking, excuse my language, they'll quickly grab 2 Tylenol and shove it down their throat, even though their liver and their kidneys are probably dying. So that's that's where I'm at. And also, to be fair, like what about, you know, originally with medical marijuana, it was for people with issues. Like, what if you have severe arthritis? You can't roll a joint. You can't pack a bowl. You know what I mean? You know, you can probably press a button now. So that's, you know, or all, not only that, but if you're old, you know, anyway, that's my medical, that's my future. You know how Ruben's like, you know, like what would you bank on in the future? That would be one of mine. You know, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I think there's only one way to find out.
Oh, is to make the pill? Yeah, I know. It is. No, I know.
Or just to like do the pre-work, which is like set up like the landing page for the pill and get the .com. And when you reach 10,000 signups.
Right. The fact that they don't make edibles in pill form is they're missing out on a whole market they have no idea about. Like mental, that mental block that people have about marijuana. You just smash through that fucking thing with delivering a pill to them. You know, because the edibles are like, you know, but no, man, it's all about knowing your audience. It's not about changing. It's not about changing your audience. It's about knowing your audience and then knowing your consumer.
I think I know that guy. What's his name? Mayer? What did he call it? He's a guy from Israel, and it was the marijuana pill. Oh. CU. Oh, it's on my other phone.
But you know, like literally, that you pop the pill into your vape pen. You know what I mean? It's like rechargeable fucking yeah. Oh hey, Casey.
Casey Imagination.
Casey Imagination. How are you doing?
I have a feeling that Casey is speaking, but we can't hear him.
I have a feeling too.
Probably because he just got a phone call.
Mm-hmm. Well, he is. He is.
Oh
Very,
no! Can you hear me now?
yes.
Oh, that means my headset's all fucked. God damn it!
You sat on it.
Another
Plug it in.
white headset bites the dust.
Mm.
I smashed through wired headsets like would believe, but if I got one of those earbuds, I'd lose it in a day.
Yeah, I have the earbud where you have the string around it with the other earbud. You know, like the like your mittens, like your mom used to make you wear those mittens.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
elastic band through the arms.
Yeah, I got earbuds like that.
I still used to lose them though.
And they're waterproof. So if I forget, if I jump in the shower while I'm listening, it doesn't matter.
Dude, I just used for the first time the Spatial IO mobile app.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, that's fucking awesome, dude! I'm uploading all my AI art.
We just finished off Peter's art gallery. The videos at the top.
Oh no way! Oh, okay. I'm gonna go watch.
The cool thing is like spatial feels like most of the times you feel like a loser in spatial because you're the only one there and you're like, oh man, I'm such a fucking loser. But then when there's like 3 other people there, you're like, oh okay, I'm not a loser anymore.
No, I feel weird when other people are there. Because
Really?
Am I supposed to go over there and like say hi, or is it like what's going on? Are they stranger? You know what I mean? But I think you can talk to people, but it's all.
But I'd rather like be in a place where I knew it was predominantly you guys. So, you know? So it's like, hey, this person's bothering me.
So you know what's funny? When I was really young, there will be a point to this if I manage to make it through the speech without my thing sounding too fun. But when I was really young, this was kind of the first way I interacted with like online and web-based games. Was this kind of like not quite VR, but like a thing where you like walk around and you walk into different like rooms in this like castle, I think it was, and you could go play like chess or checkers with people. It was pretty cool. That or I just have a weird phone memory that's been sitting there for like 20 years. I can never remember what it was called, but the thing I did that like I love about this sort of XR VR thing is who was it? Porter Robinson did like a whole music festival where you could like jump in on a website, watch him do a live set, and there was just like people everywhere in the space. Obviously, the servers had limited numbers that they'd have per server. But it was so cool seeing like these people like bunched together in little spaces, and they could like turn their mics on and talk and stuff in little designated areas. It was just this was during COVID lockdown as well, so it was like I don't know. It was kind of like I jumped in on my Quest, and it was kind of really surreal. Not gonna lie.
Okay. So it's so I just posted the video. It's still uploading the HD. But Anne, let me know what you think about this tutorial. Just put it at the top.
Oh, I will absolutely. I'll check it out right now.
Mm-hmm.
Mic check, mic check.
Hey.
Long live the headset. Yeah. All right. So Peter's layout looks pretty fucking awesome. I like that. That looks super good.
You should check out the tutorial. I just finished uploading it. It says from zero to metaverse. It's they have some really cool options in there.
Dude, and am I seeing wrong? Like it's all like free. if you don't go over.
It's tap. Yeah. Dude.
And if I want to upload my actual NFTs, I just open up spatial
Tap
IO.
on your MetaMask wallet, blah, blah, blah.
Motherfucker.
It's crazy,
Yeah,
right?
dude, it's awesome. And so, like, on the spatial mobile, it starts you off with your home, and then you can add rooms, and then I guess there's a way to probably make that public and share friends and the whole thing, right?
Well, you can also create portals between
Yes.
environments.
Saw that.
And you can take LiDAR maps and import them.
What?
Oh, yeah.
My God. Oh, righty then.
Yeah, so.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, I sang on this one, Zero to Metaverse. Hope you
Oh,
like my
yeah?
song.
All right,
Yeah.
I'm going to put myself on mute and go watch it then.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Okay, yeah, I'm back. Okay. All right. So it shows you walking through Peter's gallery, right? Or his gallery. Yeah.
Yeah, and then in the second half, it showed you how to create one.
Oh, okay. My phone completely like fucked up and like rugged on me. Hold on. Okay, let me zoom through. Okay, because I'm like, oh, I think you might be the wrong one. But then, okay, hold on. Hold on a second.
Go to like, yeah.
Okay, hold on. Shit. That's amazing. That's so. Thank you for making that. No, thank you. Oh my God, I just have one. I just have one thing I hate. It's my voice in the background. I heard it.
You heard? I didn't know where to put my phone, so I was like, all right, let me put it all the way over there.
It's kind of cool how we're in the background, though. It's, you know what I mean? No,
Yeah.
it is. But I'm just like, oh God, when am I going to talk? Oh, there it is. Yeah. So, no, a fantastic job. No,
No,
it
go
looks
back.
great.
Which one did you want to go
Oh, he made a how to do spatial. And it's great. And now in under 4 minutes, I'm going to share it right now, actually.
Okay.
This is amazing.
It was a lot of fun. I was like, I just imagined if I was talking to you and Casey, actually.
It's great. There we go. I'm living on how to spatial. Because I know a lot of people in that, I don't know if they have their notifications on, but follow me that are that want to put their own up.
But do you think if you didn't know anything about spatial, you would know what to do after watching that video? I guess we'll find out.
Yeah,
right?
I think so. And honestly, when I watch it, I'm like, okay, I don't know, like just by watching it how I'm going to do it, but because like at least I'm familiar with these types of programs, it's going to be super easy. You know what I mean? It's not going to be a problem. Like I just, you know.
You already have the content. You have like 99.9% of the job is done.
Exactly. It's just a matter of putting it up there. I'm a lazy asshole now. Now I feel like a lazy ass because it's, you know, it's that easy. But yeah, no, I'm absolutely going to do it. No, it's and here's the thing is like if you're an artist, you just have to, right? You have to now because this is what people want to see. They want to see your stuff in spatial. They like it. It's like a really fun like it's just another tool to show your art, and it's thank goodness too, by the way, because you're right, it does make your photograph look really good. Peter's stuff looks amazing.
It takes it to another level, I think. Peter's work. But yeah, you like that, man? That room at the end, the Agora, so gorgeous.
Oh my God! Yes.
Oh my God! Together alone at the end. Together alone at the end. Yeah.
There's great spaces, so you can be alone if you want to be together alone.
Yeah. But how cool! It looks like a fucking video game. Honestly.
And then you could put like goggles on, so you're like walking in it.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to put mine up because I'll have my sister. She's the Oculus. I'll have her like put the glasses on and have the whole family walk through my gallery. Have fun.
Yeah, and then you create the voiceover and you can record your video, and now you have a video of yourself walking through. You know what I mean? Like, and that's the video. That's the commercial.
Oh yeah.
There's your commercial done.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea.
So then you can have a viewing, and people come in, and you explain to them what it is. Right? Oh, this picture was when I was feeling down and I want to kill someone, and that's why, you know what I mean? And that's why this picture is special to me, that whole shit.
Do I have to put all of my things on display though? Right? Like that's a conversation I've been wanting to have.
Sounds like an age-old question.
Yeah, I mean, no, like for real. Like, okay, what trauma do you want? You know what I mean? Like, I got a whole bunch of them. So which one do you want? Like, which one am I supposed to use to sell my art? Like, I get very weird about this.
Where are you on the trauma spectrum, you know?
No, for real. Like, I get weird about this because I hear people using. I mean, I don't feel like there's. I don't even know how to explain it, but I get this strange feeling, right? Because then I feel like, oh well, what if I just told everyone about being fucking kidnapped? You know what I mean? Or how about this? Or how about this other trauma? How about this other trauma? You know, maybe that will. But then I don't feel like it's. For me personally, I don't feel right talking about stuff like that to sell something. but that's me, and I don't know. You know what I mean? I hear it all day, you know, in spaces, but I just don't. I don't know. Like again, like yeah, which trauma do you want today? You know, I don't know. Yeah, go ahead, Fitz.
That idea, that style of marketing is fascinating. Which trauma do you like? Just so you know.
Oh, thank you. Maybe I've hit something good with that. No, for real though. Like this is
I'm
how I
not
feel
even
sometimes.
kidding. Like I think that that's so different, and people would relate to that. And also hi, but yeah, I mean it. Like I think that that's really different and like an interesting angle, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Huh. Thank you. Thank you for that. I guess I don't I don't know. I just you know and you can't really how can I say this? It's a hard thing to bring up in spaces too because you know you are going to offend a lot of people because a lot of people do use that sort of line, you know what I mean, or just or maybe it's a way to connect with other people because to be fair, if you're trying to connect with other artists, you know, it's not that difficult. You can throw out some trauma bonding, you know what I mean, or some because
Well, think about how there's so much art. Like some people are drawn to certain things, and you're just adding an aspect that is completely outside of the actual piece just by you describing it that way.
I don't know. For me personally, it's inauthentic because I don't. I don't know. I was creating art before trauma. I guess maybe.
I'm not pressing it. I just like was listening to you say that, and I was like, wow, that is really interesting. So I'm not
Oh,
pressing it. I just thought that was
yeah. No. Thank you. Well, thanks for saying that because I guess it is just just opening up a discussion about what I say because sometimes you know you say things or think things and you have to sort of say them out loud to a group of people for them to tell you to even have a conversation about it or to tell you that's ridiculous or you know hey Peter.
Yeah, no, I agree. I kind of anytime I hear like this is gonna sound weird. Anytime I hear an artist try to sell a piece or try to tell what it all like means and represents, I kind of lose interest. I like making my own interpretation of something based on what I know of the person and their story. If they put parts of their story out there, but not necessarily as part of selling the art, if that makes sense. Like you know when you get the galleries that like have people come in and speak, and like I was even in a room the other day where they had artists in there speaking about what inspired their projects and like you know turning into a massive thing. Like I'm just like, you know, it's just something cool that you made. Like I hate to sum it up that way. Like I know it means a lot to people. I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's just as a listener, right? I'm always like, now I don't know. It feels alien. I hate trying to do it myself.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. Yeah, I get it. I mean, I get it. I use art too to pull myself out of the deep pit of depression. But I mean, does everybody need to know that? Right? Like, you know, right? Like, yeah, I use art. Of course I do. I mean, where do you think it comes from? But I mean, I don't, you know what I mean? I feel, I don't know. I just feel it's a layer of, you know, I mean, yeah, because I hear that a lot. I hear that a lot from at least from the photographer side. Like I used, you know, I picked up a camera when I was depressed, and it helped me get over, you know, my depression, and you know that's wonderful. But I don't know. I guess maybe I just hear it too often now. You know what I mean? And it's uncomfortable for me to hear, and it's uncomfortable. It would be very uncomfortable for me to say, even though I 100% understand. Yeah, I don't know if that makes any sense as well. Yeah.
The one I love is when artists are like, yeah, I'm just trying to make money. Like, it always gets me. It's like that's the motivator. I don't know why, but at least they're honest. Whereas with like
Well, and also you never know too. I mean, again, like they just, and everyone has their own way of selling, and everyone has their own way of moving through the art world and like getting sales, and what they think works or what they're comfortable with. I guess it's just it's just one thing I've been struggling with, and I brought it up to Casey. I think I brought it up to Casey like 6 or 7 or 8 months ago, actually. I kind of made that joke, in a way. It's like, well, which one do you want? I can talk about many. Let's fucking go. You know what I mean? But like, you can't go into a space like that. I don't know. People think you're just being an asshole, I think.
And I created a 45-second tutorial. I made it even shorter. That's what he said after he left the pool. Sorry. Anyways, shrinkage. So it's called. Myself. So it's at the top. It's 45 seconds. YouTube allows you to create clips of videos. So if someone wants to like tell me as little information as possible, this would be it.
Amazing. Amazing. The cliff note of the cliff note. Fucking great.
and
cliff noting. Yeah.
It'll just be cliff, and then clip, and then C. So that's it. Spatial. So, Ann, you're gonna make one on your own now.
100%, 100%, 100%. Oh yeah, like I was supposed to have plans, but then they changed. Boo-hoo for me, I guess. But instead, I'm just gonna, I guess, do spatial. Yeah, let's do that. Although, no, actually, I have to first pick out I have to pick out how many the actual number of ones, and I've got, I think, 15 to choose from, and I only want to put up 7 for my first collection, so I have to sort of.
I think there's 2 veins of thought, which is a collection of a similar type versus disparate pieces that show your range.
Yes, this one is of similar type.
What do you call the collection?
Dreaming in Venice.
You should have a Leaving Venice.
Leaving.
Right? Leaving Venice. It's all like all that, just pictures of ex-boyfriends. Can you just stand right there? What you want to fuck? No, really. I just need this for an NFT.
Oh my god. And if I can find a picture of my dignity, yeah, I would put that up there too. No, yeah, Dreaming in Venice, because I
imagine like
it's a good one for me to do. Yeah.
I imagine going to like the boyfriend's place and you see like a picture of your dignity on the wall and be like, I'll take that. You just take the picture of the wall, like the whole frame. And it's fucking landscapes, so like you're like really stretching your arms to hold this thing, and it's your dignity. Like you can't fit it in your car, and you're like, fuck, I'm either gonna have to stay here with my dignity or leave in my car. Which one do I want more?
Oh,
freedom or dignity?
So funny. Oh man, see, I'm funny when there's no one in the room. See that? No, just kidding.
You know what? That's what it takes to be a comedian, though. You think it's hard to be an artist? Try being a stand-up comic waiting for your spot, and you're going 17th at an open mic on a Tuesday night at like 1 a.m. You're like, fuck. Is this really what I want to do?
That's amazing. Michael, I don't know if I've told you this before, but right before COVID, I was actually like I was about to go up on stage and try to do this little routine that I've been working on for a while, or just throw my jokes out. Or it's not really jokes, it's more like, just social observations out, Yeah, but then COVID happened, and I was just like, no, because I thought it would be a really good way for me to get over my ridiculousness of not being able to speak in public. So, go in full force. You know what I mean? The most brutal way possible. If you can survive that, you'll be fine.
And if you can't,
Huh? But you can't. No, I don't know. You just do. That's the thing. That's what I've learned. You can.
uh-huh. You're saying you can survive more than you think you can.
Exactly.
I like that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, at least I would want that to be true. That's it's comforting.
Yeah. No, I admire anyone, honestly, that goes up there. I followed around. I had a boyfriend at the time. Around the country. You know. What I mean? Yeah. Going into the crappiest backwater comedy clubs. It was awesome. It was such an experience. It was amazing.
I didn't realize how special it was doing those open mics until now. It's really, I guess because I would bomb so much, but it's not that special when you're bombing your fucking ass off. But,
oh man, I mean, I used to go to this open mic down here in West Hollywood. I can't remember what place it was called. Anyway, every Friday I would go, and it was such a great place. And it was so, I don't know, like people bombing, not bombing, like it was it was such a great environment. I really enjoyed that. Fuck COVID. Excuse my language, but it really changed. You know what I mean? Instantly just changed everything, especially in that world. It's very sad.
let me just message Manish. Manish is buying a mic. Hey, Manish, email Christian. He said the new Samsung has features the Shure doesn't. All right. Man, all right. I'm going to enter the second half of my day. I'm going to edit videos. This is fun. For a wild day.
Do you think the AI art is the end of? Okay, so the digital, like our digital photos that we've been taking for the last 20 years, like that's just feeding the AI machine. Yes. So without digital art, like if we had just not done digital art, if we just stuck to film, AI wouldn't even exist. But it's also a train that also was never going to be able to be stopped as well.
There's this idea called teleology, or the telos, that history is inexorably moving towards a certain point. I can't see a human timeline that doesn't involve AI art. Does that make sense?
No, 100%. 100%.
Yeah.
20 years ago, somebody had said that. They would have been, they're the visionaries, I guess. They're the people that are like, yeah, this is, like following what, really thinking about digital art and going forward.
Even like music videos like that, Take On Me and stuff like that. That was like, it was inching towards it. Like, and I grew up at a time where Terminator 2 was like the most dominant movie on the planet. And so in my eyes, it's just like, oh yeah, that's fucking Sarah Connor. She said that shit. Give me the new shit. You know what I mean? Dystopia, yeah. We figured that out in 1991. That's Terminator 2. What's next?
No, 100%. I feel the same way as well. Yeah.
Right. There was somebody who posted a joke about like, I hate when conferences have talks on regulation. Get to the fun shit already.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that the other day when I was driving home. I was like, you know what? Without because I was really thinking about how AI art, like how, like Casey took my picture, this picture, my PFP picture, right? Fed it into this machine. And then that machine spat out, my AI selfie, as I call it. But now that computer program, we'll say, has my image, right? And we'll use that image with again and again, right? Or am I wrong? Or right? I'm just trying to figure out how it all works.
No. So when you feed it stuff, it's working on a model that's like, they call it a checkpoint. So it's a point of its training or whatever that they've like taken a snapshot of, and then they're just running that as a closed
Is
system.
it because of Pete who's in the blockchain?
No, he sounds like that right now. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice robotic voice,
This is,
Pete.
this is just my real voice.
Okay, but let me ask you a question. And so like so the image, so I mean, this isn't a thing like a copyright for me or anything, because but so that image is not stored.
It shouldn't be. It might. I don't think they'd store it on their servers.
Of course it's stored.
But
you think they're just going to throw out all that data for free?
Of course not.
How else are they going to get acquired for $500 million?
No, listen, I understand it's a data grab. I understand any
Yeah. No, I'm just being sarcastic, like 100%.
100% data grab, right? No, I get it. Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, so it's interesting. Again, like, we're moving. Yeah. Huh. No, it's just thoughts while I was driving home, really.
These are all valid dystopian thoughts that are not dystopian. They're not conspiracy theories. You know what I mean? Like, you ever think about how much data is sold but never ends up on a company's balance sheet?
Oh my God.
I think about that sometimes. Like because it's like almost illegal to say, yes, we made $1 gajillion from selling your data. Like, that's not a line item on the balance sheet, but you know what I mean? But like, they'll call it, consulting services to Boogajuguju,
Yeah. No, it's scary. It's absolutely scary. Look, I come from the age of when we needed, 10,000 names. Yeah, like a physical reel. And then inputted that into the computer, you know what I mean? So like, and then I saw, then minimizing that from reels to just data, and then just, oh my God. I mean, I went to, we all went through it. I don't know how old everyone is, but I mean, our drives, look how much we can store now just in our own personal home.
Dude, that tutorial, 4 minutes, was 1.7 gigs.
Yeah, that was unattainable.
4 minutes.
20 years ago, we had 1 gig drives. Yeah. Like, it's crazy. And they used to cost a lot of money. You're right about the information, though. I mean, how much just digital information trash, digital trash really is out there.
So I'm sending you a couple of images. Check this out.
I can tell you that a bunch of the photos I have on my phone are just trash.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I just have to look at my own, I just open up my photos right now. I mean, there's like 57,000 photographs sitting in that. You know what I mean? I guarantee you there's a lot
that would be a great app to have.
But that's your job, right?
No,
but imagine like an app that said, of all of the pictures you have, these are the best ones.
Oh, but that's subjective.
No, we're going to make it objective.
Oh, I love that, because then I can know without having to feel. Yeah, I like that. I mean, not that you needed my approval, but you now have it.
But yeah.
Carry on.
And the cool thing is, it would just be like a random set of images, right?
Oh God!
No,
stop! No, you got to actually build it.
Build it. How the fuck do you do that? Yeah.
Exactly.
We're gonna have to bootstrap this. We're gonna label randomness as art, guys.
No,
we're gonna call it curation.
I know there's.
No thanks. Yeah.
I know there's apps that already go through your pictures and then take off those that are like double and triple, you know, when you take like a series of pictures or just
Oh yeah, the
nonsense
burst.
screenshots. I
Yeah.
don't know how many thousands of screenshots I have on my phone that I'll never use again, but
Oh
because
man,
I'm
I
lazy.
love it.
Oh,
Yeah, the
I love
screenshots.
my screenshots. Oh God, I love going through the old ones too. I'm like, why did I screenshot that? It's a mystery sometimes. You know, it really truly is.
Like, I'm just thinking about like if somebody finds my phone and they see my screenshot, what they would think of me, like if they had no other objective, like
Yeah.
no other information, and it would probably not be like.
Oh, it would not come out favorably for me at all. I guarantee you. This is a crazy person. I don't know what she was up to, but she does like a lot of food.
All her pictures are upside down. I don't know why.
And she has all these, and she has all these screenshots of DMs too, because
heck yes, they do.
Psychopath,
Yes, they do.
100% psychopath. Only psychopaths take pictures of DMs. The only
Bull,
reason you would
no.
need them.
Make a record. Make a record.
No. You make a record against the psychopath. That's the thing.
Right. I mean, I think it could go both ways, but I've never.
You
Not
protect
legal
yourself.
advice. Yeah, not legal advice, but like, keep like screenshots are your friend. I mean, well, I'm not gonna.
I don't know what
You
kind
know
of
what.
friends you have that you need screenshots of your friends' conversations.
Usually, if you're screenshotting it, it's probably not a friend anymore, at the very least.
That's why I don't talk to these kind of people. You know, I don't have them in my life. They're like out. I get rid of them.
I used to have to
clients,
screenshot my phone. Like I used to have to screenshot my phone like once, literally once a day, because my boss was a lunatic. Right. So like, yeah. So you know what I mean? No, screenshotting can absolutely save your ass. Yeah. And also boyfriends, you know, that just, sometimes. But
they can save your ass, or you should
no. They save my own ass or whatever. Be like, no, you didn't. You said this. Click. Yeah, they don't like that. People don't like that, but it is also so. If you're dealing with a difficult person, it is your protection.
I think I think in that case, I would just hold the screenshot and know that I was right, because it's really not about like they're not going to care whether or not the screenshot came through. But I would like to use all screenshots as evidence against people, especially screenshotting Facebook like homepages. The amount of people that like post shit on Facebook, and they're not making, let's say, their certain meeting their obligations under a court order, and then they're like posting all this crap on, think Casey Anthony. Lord. Anyway, everything's public. Be careful, people, including this space. I was listening to the video, the wonderful tutorial that good old You put up for the getting into spatial, and I could hear Sandra and Melwell in the background. Her birthday's coming up, and I wasn't even in the space. And that made me terrified that, number one, this space is being recorded, which I don't think will go anywhere unless you post a YouTube video, a tutorial of something that's pretty cool, and I'm talking in the background, which is freaking me out right now.
So
what are you doing with our audio, Mr. You?
Cloning you guys.
Well, you can't clone this magic. Let's be real.
Oh, not yet.
Oh, I was trying to be ballsy. Go ahead, Lagatha.
Are you done? I can't wait. It's not important.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to touch it. My thumb was either. I'm finished.
So, boy, what is happening today? Is it like something in the water again?
No, it's okay. The equinox it's coming tomorrow at 6 p.m. at my time.
Oh,
also,
right.
apparently, we're all going to be shot out of the retrograde on the 23rd. So it's the last squeeze of crazy, apparently.
Oh my God, it has been too much crazy for my taste. So what the heck happened today? What was the prompt for that screenshot Mike sent in the chat.
Oh yeah,
with the,
we
with
were.
the pens and the bulge, and I don't know what else is going on.
Oh yeah. So what I did is, I was trying to get the AI to write like a a little love story
That is
excerpt,
not a love story, my
and
friend.
it's not right. Do you see what it did with it?
It is not a love story.
It's crazy.
It's
Yeah,
some erotica novel or whatever.
yeah,
Others might call it porn, but that is not a love story. But if the prompt was she looked down my pants and noticed the bulge, I mean that there's only so much love in a story that starts like that.
yeah. I went to see what it would do with it, and it was actually pretty like effective at like painting a scene.
Yeah. I mean,
So I was like, wow.
the prompt and the story match. Just
Yeah,
So is that one of the stories you're gonna read to us on Sunday?
it's a good idea. Because you could just like start the story, right? And like once upon a time,
Once upon a time.
Peter met Lagatha, you know what I mean, or something like that, right? And then E showed up and said, "What the fuck is this, Pete?" Right? I should put that. I'm gonna try that. Hold on, one sec.
Okay, and what is with the Uber duck? I am so like, I wake up and I'm like, I've missed an entire day and there's no way I can catch up because I try listening to the recorded spaces, but then I miss out on the current ones. And every morning I wake up and feel like I missed everything and there's no way I can ever catch up on these things.
Yeah, I have no idea about the whole bulging, looking down the pants thing. It's okay. You know what I mean? And I was about to say, I think, she left. And I was going to say, yeah, well, if you're on social media, everyone, like the computer world, everyone knows when your birthday is. You know what I mean? If you've already released it out there. So I guess, Oh, there you are. No, I was going to say, I think that was me saying that in the background. But if you're on social media and your birthday's out there already, it's already out there, right?
All right, so check this out. So Peter went on a picnic with Lagertha. Then Elizabeth showed up. The party was in full swing in the Viking hall when a loud voice rose above the music. "I am Lagertha, Queen of the North. I am your queen as you are mine." Elizabeth stood in the doorway of the hall. She was dressed in a beautiful gown of blue velvet and carried a small pillow in her arms. She stood there quietly and looked around. "Elizabeth, come in." She steps inside. "Thank you, Mother. This is a lovely room." Lagatha smiled. "It is my favorite room in the hall." That's what it gave me.
That's a bit odd, but okay. Also, Lagatha was the queen of Kattegat, not of the north, whatever. But
Oh, wow. I made up its own.
we will forgive that. And then E-Rich is my daughter, and she walks into the room with a pillow. I'm not sure what's that about.
I don't think it knows either. Right? But it's semi-coherent.
Yeah. It's not bad. I
Right?
mean,
So, "It is my favorite room in the hall. Come sit with me and listen to the music. It's not every day I have a visitor." "I will be happy to join you," Elizabeth said, sitting next to Lagatha. The music stopped. "Mother, I have a message for you. This is the message I want you to hear." The music started again and Elizabeth began to sing. "Elizabeth, stop. I want to hear the message." "I don't have time for this," Lagatha said. Tell the message to your father. He is king now. You must listen to him." What the shit, dude?
Why would I ever give up my? No, that's not gonna happen.
Wait, so you'll have to back up to tell the message to your father because of the connection lag.
Oh, Elizabeth, stop. I want to hear the message. I don't have time for this, Lagatha said. Tell the message to your father. He is king now. You must listen to him.
Oh, hell no.
Why do you make it sound there's some sexual tension between the mother and the daughter?
I didn't get that from it, but yeah, why did you do that, Mike?
Obvious reasons, I guess.
Your dirty mind, that's the reason.
Pearls is gonna have a heyday with this one.
Hello, how are we?
How are we?
Yesterday, you almost had it.
And,
I was
hold on.
listening to
Oh, come on. I'm just a kid. You want me to just stand here while you listen to him? No, I don't. Tell him I'm listening. Elizabeth stopped singing. Mother, if you really want to hear this message, I will tell it to you. I don't want you to listen to him. I want you to listen to me. I want you to know that I am your daughter, and I will never leave you.
Okay, so I sound a little whiny and needy, which is fun.
Wow.
it's a bit confusing because first I tell her to listen to her father and then I tell her to listen to me. That makes no sense. I'm not that like.
Am I singing and giving a message?
Yeah, apparently you do it all at the same time.
Well, I mean, multitasking. Maybe I'm singing the message.
Maybe.
All right. So, but just before we end up here, let me put this to the top. So is that okay? So this is the first one. Result. And then the second one. What should I call this? 6b.eluther.ai featuring. Doesn't matter. Hold on. All right, I'm gonna put this at the top. This thing is good, man. And I like it because every time GPT comes out with a new version, they automatically hook it up to the faster one.
Gotta say, I didn't hate the first one that's posted in the DM. Like that was pretty. Like
You mean the bulge?
Yeah, like it was impressive. Not the bulge itself,
It,
but like the AI part of it.
It's so it's honestly like I've asked it some difficult questions. Like I started off with like philosophy is the end of religion, and it replied, and religion is the end of philosophy. I'm like, fuck off. You're good.
That was an easy one though, right? They just turn it back on you kind of thing. Also, I don't understand, like, so Pete and I go on a picnic and then Elizabeth showed up and suddenly we're in the Viking Hall and listening to music. I don't understand. Like, are we on a picnic now? Are we in the Viking Hall? Where are we?
Let me see if I can find one. It's funny because I asked it to be like, hey, can you write Solidity code to create 100 unique NFTs? And then it spit out code. And I was like, oh, fuck. Oh, here it is. Religion seldom survives philosophy, and philosophy seldom survives religion. Atheists do not have to be philosophic, nor believers in God have to be religious. And the former cannot comprehend the need for the latter. Since there is no evidence that God exists, atheists are perfectly free to define the word faith however they wish to, and they are perfectly free to argue that the other person's non-belief in God is unwarranted. However, in my experience, atheists usually refuse to be rational rather than irrational.
Okay, so was the prompt Elizabeth went on a picnic with Lagatha, and then like what was that?
Yes. And then the responses, yeah.
Why? Well, never mind.
Yeah, so you can try it out. It's it gives you the response in like 2 seconds.
No, it's really interesting.
We should ask this thing for some instructions and recipes and stuff.
I want to know why Lagatha was going on a picnic with Peter, though. I'm not jealous.
Because you're my daughter.
No, that's.
And we have a picnic in the Viking Hall with the music. Come on, don't ask silly
So it
questions
is.
now.
I quit at life. Oh my god. Mike, aren't you? Like, how long has this space been going?
I don't know. I was gonna end it, and then Anne was like, "Hey, I want to." There's this like hour-long tutorial on how to use spatial. I'm like, I think I can create one shorter.
Dude, thank you for doing that again. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. It was fun.
Amazing. Yeah, you're a fucking legend. It's amazing.
God, it's ridiculous. I mean, good ridiculous. Sorry, Mike.
No, it is. It is
Bye,
kind of
Mike.
ridiculous.
Yeah. Also, we're like just yeah. You know, I keep talking after I close my mic. Like I say the stupid shit. Like I do that on purpose. Like, damn, Elizabeth, why can't you get it together? Like, lock it up.
Do you do that on purpose?
Well, so like I mean I do. That like self-confidence thing comes and goes in waves.
Now I'm assuming you have like some sort of Tourette, and then you close your mic, and then you just yell at us and curse.
Well, this is a new thing I've started doing in the last couple of days, and it's actually pretty cathartic.
All right, guys. I'm gonna start the third part. You ever separate your days into like parts? This is part 3 of the day.
I'll see you later. I'm gonna go to support
Yeah.
some kids. So bye, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, bye. Yeah, bye, Michael. See you later. It was love. Oh, it was so fun hanging out. I haven't hung out in a while.
Yeah. Link me to the spatial gallery when it's done.
I will.
All
Absolutely.
right.
Absolutely. Thank you again. That was awesome.
Yeah, for sure. It's a lot of
bye,
fun.
Lagatha. Yeah. Bye, Peter.
Bye.